A fat man said, "This is my new toy." Then he pointed at Bai Jing and said, "You are a human lamp." He started to mock him. "This guy is very famous. Everyone recognizes him, right?" Then he sneered triumphantly. "A useless person with an energy level of 1200, valued by the nation, finally awakened a forced power, a power only enough to create a glowing ball." Not stopping there, he added that Bai Jing wasn't worth anything, not qualified to be a sealer. The nobles hearing this laughed in his face. Bai Jing felt extremely bitter. He affirmed that there were no good people in the world. His eyes turned cold, silently deciding to get rid of all of them. Bai Jing was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted to destroy all of humanity. In short, this world is polluted. Without warning, disasters strike like a joke. A statue of the empire's war goddess experienced a strange phenomenon. She flew into the sky and summoned a legion of giant stone soldiers, then leveled the entire city. The ocean trench also turned into a dimensional vortex, for which an army of monsters poured out. Zonglin Island was completely covered in bacteria and occupied by monsters. A toy store in Wutongxi City turned into a two-dimensional picture book, appearing anywhere in the world. Most knowledge and people would be sucked into the picture book and unable to escape. And any object in the world could become a polluted object. In just half a year, the human population dropped from 12 billion to 6 billion. At the moment when the world seemed to be ending, sealers appeared like saviors. They were people who gained power after being polluted. Endless wealth, fame, power, and status flocked to them. At the same time, they also shouldered the responsibility of sealing polluted objects. They became heroes, carrying the responsibility of protecting the seeds of humanity. Back to our protagonist, Bai Jing. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Bai Jing's eyes turned icy. Surprised, aren't you? I'm back. Standing among the students, he began to formulate a plan. All my suffering stems from humanity. Humanity should be completely annihilated. He observed his surroundings and decided to kill the people in this school first. Bai Jing thought he would start by killing those participating in the sealer qualification exam. Suddenly, a tattooed hand clapped him on the shoulder. A gangster, his face close to Bai Jing's, said that Bai Jing had made him look for him for too long. He threatened him, saying that if he didn't pass the exam today, he would make him pay. Bai Jing's face paled as he recognized him as Jin Puge, the lone shark who had ruined his family in his previous life. In his past life, he was too cowardly and always listened to him. Puge, seeing him silent, said, "Why aren't you responding to me? Don't you have any confidence?" Then he shouted loudly for everyone around to hear. "Everyone, look over here. Look who this is." He introduced Bai Jing to everyone, mentioning his appearance in a government interview as a peerless genius of humanity. This caused everyone around to laugh at Bai Jing. They started to surround and mock him, saying that with such high energy levels, he only awakened such a weak power, not even enough to qualify for an office job. That bastard, Pu Gu, laughed loudly and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Getting everyone's attention again has ignited your fighting spirit, hasn't it?" He leaned closer to Bai Jing and threatened, "Becoming a sealer can fetch a good price, enough to pay off January 10th theater debt. Otherwise, we'll sell your organs and leave your bones for the dogs." Bai Jing, silent until now, cracked a smile. "Oh, everything is playing out just like the last time." He glanced at the loudmouthed gangster and thought, that guy dies quietly during the pollution incident. It's a shame I won't have the chance to take care of him myself. Then he suddenly grabbed the man by the collar. Pulling the man closer, he taunted him, talking so big. "You must have had breakfast, huh? How many dumps did that dog have to take to fill that stinking mouth of yours?" Hearing these words, the man flew into a rage and lunged at him with a punch. Bai Jing wasn't afraid. He even wanted to let the man hit him. He knew that grief wouldn't help him pass the test, and the guy wouldn't be able to collect the debt and wouldn't know what to say to his boss. Pu Gu was furious, gnashing his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He tried to grab Bai Jing, but he dodged. Pu Gu, being a bit smarter, warned Bai Jing and was about to leave. Who would have thought Bai Jing would raise his hand in front of him, making him flinch? He smirked, making a gun shape with his hand, and said, "You've been marked." After scaring him, Bai Jing left, not forgetting to call back, "We'll meet again soon." "Don't run then." Wherever Bai Jing went, people around him recoiled in disgust and avoided him. They were afraid of being implicated by him, so when he walked by, they immediately shooed him away. But Bai Jing didn't care. He reaffirmed in his mind, human nature is just like this. Memories flooded back to 3 years ago at Huawan City Second High School during the entrance exam. Bai Jing was standing on the podium talking about his ideals. At the age of 16, most people would awaken their abilities. One needed 3 factors to become a sealer. Ability refers to one's skill. Energy level indicates how much energy one possesses, and the higher the level, the stronger the power released. Those sitting below applauded him enthusiastically. On the stage, Principal Pushkin appeared, the one with the power to see the future. He walked over and placed his hand on Bai Jing's head. Then he praised him, "Very good, although I haven't seen your awakened power yet." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and declared, "I see it now, the child standing in the radiant light of 10,000 stars." Hearing these prophetic words, the people below started to echo the praise for Bai Jing. He thought he would have a happy life, maybe even talk to a beautiful girl. He was fortunate to have many sponsors and organizations inviting him to study. But if the protagonist remained happy forever, the story wouldn't be interesting. Bai Jing's power awakened. It was only E rank, only able to summon a ball of light. He collapsed on the spot because the orb had no offensive capabilities, only illumination. The good illusions that appeared suddenly turned into demons and poison in the blink of an eye. When everyone learned about his power, they ridiculed and mocked him mercilessly, driving him into a bottomless abyss. All support was withdrawn, leaving him with only a house mortgage to pay off debts, a chronically ill mother, and a father who, tricked into signing a high-interest loan agreement, had fled the country with his younger sister. Bai Jing held the registration form in his hand. Becoming a sealer was the only way to repay the debt. Staring at the paper, he thought, up to this point, everything was just like his previous life. He turned to look at the girl behind him. She was holding a sword, slowly drawing and inspecting it. Bai Jing thought, when he exterminates all of humanity, she would be the only one he might spare. A voice announced from the school grounds, drawing everyone's attention towards the sound. Above, 3 judges announced the details of the examination. The judge in the middle instructed everyone to form teams and search for contaminated objects to seal. Then, the judge declared the start of the examination and wished everyone good luck. All the examinees rushed off, leaving only Bai Jing standing still, observing. A crowd of examinees surrounded someone named Chun Ziho, asking to join his team. Elsewhere, a male examinee was calling out to Wang Xian to join his group. Other examinees also called out, searching for teammates. The judges above commented, "Quite a few influential students, aren't there? Forming teams before the start like this is unfair to ordinary students." Judge Li Jinlin beside him added, "Sealers can't survive long fighting alone. Teams are necessary for effectiveness." Judge Xia Ju crossed his arms and said, "The fairest thing is surviving after completing the mission. Influence is part of what constitutes strength." He concluded, "The sealer who survives to the end is the useful sealer." Judge Jinlin reported on the examinees' situations to the other 2 judges. While speaking, she seemed to notice something unbelievable. Jinlin suddenly exclaimed, "An energy level of 1,200 points? Does someone like that even need a practical exam?" Judge Yu Ming pointed down below and said, "That kid not only needs to take the exam, but he's also forming a team." Down on the field, most of the students had finished forming teams. One young man, nearing the deadline, still hadn't found a team and was pleading with other teams to let him join. But the group, scorning the weaker individuals, punched him. Just then, Bai Jing walked over and invited the young man to join his team, that if you don't have a team and someone invites you, just join. Why put on airs and criticize others? The young man harshly criticized Bai Jing. But Bai Jing calmly replied, "My ability is only E rank." Seemingly embarrassed, the man punched Bai Jing in the face. He fell to the ground, and the other man yelled at him to stay away, telling him to go home and suckle his mother. Bai Jing, his nose bleeding, turned and glared at him. He remembered how close they once were, arms around each other's shoulders, even calling him Brother Bai. After hitting him, the man turned to the others, showing off. "See that? My fist is powerful. I could do anything if you let me join." Uxin then approached and offered him a handkerchief, her eyes gentle. Bai Jing kindly reminded her, "You haven't awakened your ability yet, right? Be careful." Uxin turned away, saying, "Don't worry about my feelings. I'm someone without an ability. Everyone here, He knew it all. Brushing off his clothes, he stood up and encouraged UXIN, saying, "Who knows what the future holds?" A black man appeared, calling for UXIN. He smiled amiably and asked for her information so he could form a team. UXIN explained, "This is the team my cousin hired to help me pass the exam." She turned and invited Bai Jing to join their group. The black man expressed his desire, saying, "The young lady's request is in order, but regarding compensation." Before he could finish, UXIN interrupted, "Add him to the team." Bai Jing asked coldly, "Why are you helping me?" Inwardly, he screamed for an answer, but all he received in return was, "We're in the same boat," and a dismissive, "Don't overthink it. If you don't want to join, then say bye." He'd been foolish in his past life, so he couldn't afford to be foolish again. He immediately agreed. Hearing his name, the black man asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?" Bai Jing scratched his nose and said, "I just know." Then he took the opportunity to show off a bit. "My orb of light can illuminate the unknown. I used it to look into your soul." The other two, naively believing him, showered him with praise. He just laughed and admitted he'd made it up to fool them. The examination began, and the school announced for the teams to enter the teaching building to find and seal the contaminated object. Haojia's C-rank group entered first. The group consisted of C.A. Lei, Wang Yichuan, and Lu Jishu, all D-rank. Haojia said, "I hope we can find a nature-based contaminated object around here." Thanks to the plant sprig on C.A. Lei, she detected something strange in a flower bed. Jishu quickly took the lead to address the issue and dashed forward. Tendrils suddenly sprouted from the ground. Jishu yelled, "Here it is," alerting her team. Understood. From a small tendril, a green plant monster emerged. Jishu immediately jumped back. It's an E-rank 4-leaf man-eating grass monster, and there's more than one. More emerged from the ground, startling C.A., Lei, and Ichuan. 18 F-rank 4-leaf man-eating grass monsters appeared, surrounding the group. C.A. Lei warned, "There are too many. I can't control them all." Haojia, from behind, directed Jishu, "Use your skill to buy us some time." She immediately shouted, "Dizzying stance, activate," and reported to their leader, "I can hold them for 8 seconds." Immediately, Haojia slammed his fist into the ground and yelled, "Magma eruption." Columns of magma erupted from the ground beneath the monsters. The man-eating plants were instantly engulfed in flames. Using the move had drained Haojia considerably. Despite his exhaustion, he checked on his teammates. The attack was successful. "Is everyone all right?" Jishu approached the monster and retrieved the heart of the lead contaminated object. Haojia told his team they would report their results when they returned. Taking the monster's heart, Haojia continued, "Planting this will produce more 4-leaf grass monsters." He contemplated what to do with it to achieve the best outcome. Then, with a bright smile, he declared, "Sealed objects are humanity's most valuable asset. The glory of humanity, forever undying." The scene then shifted to Bai Jing's group. Everyone was scouting around. The group remained silent. As the one who lost the money, UXIN spoke first. "Be careful. Monsters could appear at any moment." Bai Jing, now confident in his ability to fight them, winked and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm a B-rank captain." Then he looked towards the black man, thinking, "Haven't you found it yet? I'm losing my patience." Ma Hozhong spoke up, "Contaminated objects don't appear according to any rules. Let's keep looking." Bai Jing inwardly blamed the black man for not finding it yet. He secretly observed the surroundings, thinking that contaminated objects possess the power of the places they contaminate. Looking around at the contaminated areas, he thought an independent space forms around the contamination. Hozhong, suddenly startled, turning to Bai Jing and asking to borrow his light orb for inspection. Yuexin, worried he might be embarrassed, spoke up, "Doesn't everyone have flashlights?" But surprisingly, Bai Jing was so happy he almost cried, as this was the first time someone needed his ability. He excitedly ran over and tugged on Hozhong's shirt. "I think I'm close to finding it." Bai Jing suddenly grinned mischievously and stomped his foot hard on the ground, surprising everyone. Beneath his feet, a dimensional rift opened, engulfing the entire team and causing them to cry out in fear. The judges also noticed that they had lost track of a group of students. They must have discovered the C-rank contaminated object. Xiaju calmly smiled and said, "It's all right. Death is a common occurrence." Bai Jing's group had fallen into a dark place and had to rely on his light to see. In front of them was a giant spider monster lying in its nest. It was a C-rank earth-burrowed demon spider. It was not only enormous, but also had red stripes along its back. The captain told everyone to stop and listen to his commands. Hozhong assigned tasks. Wang Qian, control the noise. Don't let the demon spider wake up. Lu Jinzi, try to subdue the demon spider. Wang Qian pointed at Bai Jing and said, let's deal with him first. That'll lessen my workload a bit. Hearing this, Xin stepped forward and snapped. What do you mean? My contract doesn't include slaughtering innocent people. The captain then ordered everyone to listen to her. Stop talking nonsense. Then Hozhong pointed at Bai Jing and told him to stay back and be a good lamp. Jinzi wanted to play a trick and hang him from the ceiling to be a light fixture. This made the rest of the hired group huddle together and laugh. Such a bad attitude for someone getting paid. I hope they die soon. Xin started to feel uneasy and warned, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Taking this opportunity, Bai Jing stepped forward and grabbed Xin's hand along with her sword, startling her. What are you doing? He asked her. This is the demon breaking sword, right? Then he snatched her sword and put on a chivalrous act of protecting the damsel. Such a small gesture made Xin blush. Bai Jing continued to boast, I may look fragile and weak, but I'm a man full of righteousness and responsibility. Claiming to have sharp perception, he immediately sensed something unusual about the shadow beneath Xin's feet. Bai Jing narrowed his eyes, scrutinized something, then raised his sword and stabbed directly into the shadow beneath Xin's feet. This action startled some of them, causing them to turn and look. Bai Jing then shouted, Come out, second young master, Ji Yueguang of the Ji family. Hearing this name, Xin was also startled and surprised. After being stabbed, the shadow moved to another spot, nearly causing Xin to fall backward. Fortunately, Bai Jing was there to catch her. A human head emerged from the black shadow. Then gradually a complete human form appeared. Yueguang said, a useless guy like you has pretty good eyesight, huh? A malicious glint appeared in his eyes. Join my research project. He said he would pay him if he became a test subject. Xin was terrified and tremblingly uttered 2 words, cousin. Bai Jing's expression became extremely displeased. He remembered his past life. This man had committed many depraved acts, letting a spider bite off one of his hands and doing indecent things to Xin. Returning to the present, Bai Jing laughed maniacally. You all should also taste the feeling of being tortured to death. A ball of light appeared in Bai Jing's hand. He shouted with a proud expression, It's time to awaken. My true power. Bai Jing gave a wicked grin. You societal scum are definitely dead. The protagonist's halo began to shine from here. A series of power stats appearing, all immeasurable. Jinzi and Wang Qian were terrified. His power has awakened. We have to stop him or we're finished. The captain, now frightened, gave the order, attack with all your might. If you're not careful, you'll be ripped to shreds. It turned out they were just pretending to increase the drama. Truly smooth-brained. They clutched their stomachs, laughing in Bai Jing's face that a second awakening? As if he could awaken early, you would have already. Why wait until today? Yueguang, standing to the side, smirked, don't mind them. Then he transformed into a shadow and rushed towards Xin. He choked her, laughing sinisterly, and began to make indecent advances. She struggled to breathe, her face contorted, but still turned to Bai Jing, and told him to run, which surprised him that I have to stay here to use my protagonist halo to save you, young lady. Hozhong, at this moment, laughed wickedly and began to channel his power, preparing to punch Bai Jing. His hand slowly turned to stone, while the other 2 wanted to capture the giant spider monster first, but the competitive captain wouldn't have it. Meanwhile, Xin was being molested by Yueguang. Tears welled up in her eyes. She thought there was no hope left, her heart screaming for her power to awaken quickly. At this moment, Bai Jing spoke, offering Xin a chance, and then launched the ball of light towards her. The ball of light bypassed Hozhong and flew towards Xin. Yueguang was incredibly annoyed, his face hardening. Interrupting my fun? You've made me angry. He used his shadow wall technique, intending to shatter the orb, but it was no use. How could he possibly defeat the protagonist? Yueguang's eyes widened in shock. How did my shadow wall get pierced? The ball of light flew in front of Xin and penetrated her forehead. Instantly, her power awakened, causing Yueguang to gasp. He realized that the ball of light would help people. Yue Guang, still oblivious to fear, tried to persuade Bai Ling, "Kid, you're pretty skilled. Want to reconsider my offer?" But Bai Ling, having lived 2 lazy lives, wasn't interested. Bai Ling scoffed, "You're about to die. Who's going to pay me?" Yu Xian's sudden surge of power startled Yue Guang, causing him to flinch back. "Sis, tone it down a bit, or it'll be rated 18+. Yu Xian was surprised and bewildered, not expecting to awaken her powers. Bai Ling, sitting casually to the side, urged her, "Hurry up and take them down." Immediately, she glared at the pervert who had just been leering at her. Yue Guang retreated a few steps, saying, "Your glare is terrifying, cousin. You've just awakened, so you're probably not used to your powers yet, right? Don't worry about it," Yu Xian retorted. Panicked, Yue Guang kicked Hozhong forward. "You deal with my cousin." He then charged towards Yu Xian, who was now engulfed in flames, like seriously on fire. She unleashed a torrent of fire at Hozhong, turning him from dark-skinned to completely charred. Seeing this, a sweating Yue Guang yelled, "What? How's this possible? Even I can't destroy a B-rank seal user in one hit." He then used Shadow Dive to escape. That a C-rank fire ability is usually nothing special, but she's awakened enhanced thermal energy. I can't attack her at close range. Yue Guang then decided to use Shadow Flying Daggers to ambush her from behind. He shouted, "For the bright future of the Gu family, die cousin." Bai Ling wasn't about to let him get away with that. He calmly reminded Yue Guang, an A-rank ability combined with 1,200 energy units. Killing you is as easy as squishing an ant. Villains always talk big. Just wait, you'll know what true destruction is. But before he could finish his boast, Yu Xian incinerated him with a burst of flames. Bai Ling, watching from the side, mocked my brave cousin, using his face as a shield. The battle ended with Yue Guang reduced to ashes, while Yu Xian panted heavily. Her power gradually faded. Bai Ling approached from behind and gently draped his coat over her shoulders. Yu Xian stared at the ashes, still in disbelief. He always treated me so well, but he wanted to kill me. Bai Ling comforted her, helping her to calm down. Hearing his encouraging words, Yu Xian felt some of the pressure lift and, exhausted, leaned against Bai Ling. A notification appeared, indicating he could now use the bestowed powers of others. Meanwhile, Jin Z, now fused with the spider monster, let out a maniacal laugh. Perfect timing. This guy can't fight. I can kill him. He commanded the spider monster to slash at Bai Ling with its pincers. Fortunately, Bai Ling's experience with dying multiple times had sharpened his instincts, allowing him to dodge. He retorted, "Who says I can't fight?" Jin Z, still not getting the hint, continued his relentless attack. Bai Ling calculated his options. Controlling the heat flow, he instantly released thermal energy, forming a beam of concentrated heat. He picked up a water bottle. What if I absorb the thermal energy? Bai Ling squeezed the bottle, spraying the water into the air to create 0-degree ice sword. Bai Ling stood confidently before Jin Z and said, "Answer me. Do I need to run?" "This ice crab is both beautiful and freaking awesome." Jin Z, with his spider-like lower body, reassured Wang Qian, urging him to attack together. Wang Qian, standing to the side, showed no fear and was rather smug about his own abilities, asking Jin Z to buy him some time. Jin Z immediately agreed, quickly spitting out a web of purple poison, launching the venomous threads towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling simply smiled, swiftly using his ice sword to unleash a 0-degree slash at the incoming web. The attack quickly froze the web solid. Bai Ling then, with a look of disdain, proceeded to completely freeze the web. Afterward, he put on an expression of utter contempt, taunting his opponent, "Come at me if you dare, I can take you all on." He then swiftly launched an attack, arrogantly declaring it his turn. Bai Ling used his ice sword to destroy Jin Z's spider legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Not stopping there, he prepared his final blow, treating them as mere test subjects. Bai Ling's sword pierced straight into Jin Z's spider head, quickly freezing it and causing him to cry out in agony. Bai Ling, now adopting a cocky tone, remarked on how adorable the spider was and how it would be a waste not to experiment on it. His ice sword quickly absorbed the spider's blood, transforming into a venomous ice sword, much to his delight and self-praise. The ice sword grew longer and sharper. Seeing this, Bai Ling raised the sword high, wearing an incredibly confident smile, announcing that the experiment was complete and they should taste his blade. Just as the sword descended, Jinzi desperately pleaded for his life. He trembled, explaining that he and the demonic spider were fused, and killing him would destabilize the contaminated area. Hearing this, Bai Ling paused his attack, considering the implications, and ultimately decided to let the demonic spider live. He thought the matter settled, but Jinzi was not so easily deterred. He quickly separated from the demonic spider and fled, crawling on all fours to hide behind Wang Qian, who was preparing his attack. He confidently declared they still had a chance to win, as the demonic spider, without control, would automatically dispel the contaminated area to escape. Wang Qian was also certain Bai Ling wouldn't survive, having accumulated sonic power, muttering the words "kill him" like a madman. Seeing this, Bai Ling, slightly irritated, set the spider aside and took a defensive stance. Wang Qian quickly unleashed his sonic ear-splitting cannon, sending a massive wave of sound towards Bai Ling. Just as he'd claimed, it was unavoidable. How could one dodge sound? The sound wave slammed into Bai Ling's ears, causing him to clutch his bleeding ears and scream in pain. "My eardrums are about to burst." Wang Qian and Jinzi, watching from the side, were sure of their victory, believing all humans were the same. Jinzi eagerly rushed forward, not giving Bai Ling a chance to recover, intending to stab him with a knife, while also controlling the spider to attack. The spider spat venom, aiming to finish him off, but with the protagonist's aura, death was unlikely. Bai Ling quickly created an ice shield to block it. He let out a cunning smile and voiced extravagant praise, while also resolving not to show any mercy or hesitation, determined to kill. Bai Ling quickly ran from the spot, his expression brimming with confidence. Wang Qian and Jinzi hurriedly gave chase, determined not to let him escape, wanting to completely deafen him. But suddenly, Wang Qian realized something was wrong. He saw Bai Ling run towards his captain, intending to take him hostage. Bai Ling, now sitting beside the withered corpse, focused his magic, a sly smile playing on his lips as he spoke of bringing benefits to them. He quickly channeled 1,200 points of energy into the withered corpse, then swiftly withdrew it, gaining the lava fist power and 212 energy points from the corpse. He immediately tested it by creating a stone hand and quickly attacking the spider with a lava giant fist, punching the spider in the head and telling it to get lost. The stone hand quickly vanished. He used his power again on the corpse, capturing its energy. He kept injecting and withdrawing energy, preventing Bai Ling from attacking. Wang Qian quickly unleashed his sonic attack, while Jinzi charged forward with his sword. Bai Ling quickly transformed into a shadow, successfully dodging their attacks, causing Jinzi to yell out in worry. Wang Qian, sweating with fear, urged Jinzi to think of a solution, having realized Bai Ling's ability was replication. Jinzi hurriedly reassured him, saying he would kill the demonic spider and remove the contaminated area. Wang Qian then sensed something dark behind him, but it was too late. He was swallowed whole by the darkness. Jinzi trembled as he looked around. Bai Ling's voice, now chillingly ghostly, spoke, saying that resisting him was too difficult for them. He asked them to help him with one final experiment. He quickly shouted that the experiment was a success. Jinzi himself had brought a disaster upon humanity, and he, Bai Ling, would personally send this disaster to hell to admire naked chickens. Bai Ling shaped his hand like a gun, gathering all his abilities into thermal energy bullets. This energy combined to form a massive stone cannon called the Hell's Gold Shattering Cannon. He ordered it to fire a blast of sonic energy, like Wang Qian's, but even stronger, making it impossible for Jinzi to dodge. Truly, the main character had to be superior in every way. Seeing Jinzi sent to meet his ancestors brought Bai Ling joy at his success. The space began to dissolve, returning to the original real world. Uxin lay unconscious, covered by Bai Ling's coat, while he gloated over successfully sealing the contaminated object. In his hand, he held a spider as proof to report the mission's completion. Suddenly, Bai Ling noticed a group of people looking at him, among them Hu Ming and Xiaju. He asked why they were there. Xiaju coldly asked where Ji Yueguang was. Bai Ling's face turned serious. He wondered if they were colluding, since they had used Uxin's correct name. Bai Ling looked over at the unconscious Uxin lying on the ground, thinking that it was no surprise she'd fainted, given her unprepared state. He chuckled and pointed at her, saying Yueguang and Uxin such similar names. Could they be siblings? Xiaoju stood looking at the cobweb-covered walls behind Bai Ling, his eyes filled with judgment. He thought to himself, she clearly knows the characteristics of the contaminated area. After the boss is sealed, inanimate things disappear. He wondered if this was all part of her plan, and if she even cared that Yue Guang was in there watching naked chickens. Just then, the butler, Ren He, arrived with several others. Panicked, he shouted Yue Xian's name, urgently asking what had happened to her. Ren He, the Ji family butler, rushed to Yue Xian's side and ordered his subordinates to take her to the hospital. Wang Zhai, one of Ren He's subordinates, immediately started calling for a private plane to transport her to the hospital. Another subordinate, Feng Dai, thoughtfully took off his jacket and covered Yue Xian with it. Bai Ling stood to the side, smiling faintly, and reassured everyone that Yue Xian had simply fainted from exhaustion and would be fine. Ren He, however, began to show his anger, his face darkening as he demanded to know from Bai Ling what had happened to his young mistress. Xiaoju, standing behind him with a stern expression, was also angry. He ordered the butler to detain Bai Ling, saying he had questions for him as well. Now, surrounded, Bai Ling, intimidated, began to back away. Feng Dai removed her glasses, her eyes flashing as she used her sight to lock onto Bai Ling, preventing him from leaving her field of vision. Nearby, Jin Ling and Hu Ming were also getting agitated. Jin Ling commented that this exam was having problems just like the last one, while Hu Ming extended his tentacles, eager to deal with Bai Ling quickly and get back to his long-term rest. Terrified by the crowd, Bai Ling desperately tried to persuade everyone to calm down, promising to tell the truth. He looked fearfully at the butler and Xiaoju, their killing intent palpable. He noted to himself how dangerous they were, realizing that a direct confrontation would be risky. They were the biggest threats. Ren He's fury reached its peak. He valued his young mistress's life above all else and threatened to tear Bai Ling to shreds if anything happened to her. Bai Ling was now in a difficult position, everyone pointing their fingers at him. The butler's power was at least B-rank, and the energy Bai Ling sensed from him was no less than 2,000. Even with Yue Guang's power, he doubted he could escape, and attempting to do so might reveal his secret. Xiaoju raised his hand, emitting streaks of black energy. As the chief examiner, he had the authority to deal with dangerous elements that posed a threat to humanity, clearly implying that Bai Ling was one such element. He offered Bai Ling a single chance to survive, defeat him. Terrified, Bai Ling stalled for time, suggesting they address the issues one by one. Bai Ling presented a document and a spider, explaining that it was his and Yue Xian's sealing object and requesting the examiner to verify if it met the standards. Just as Xiaoju lightly snapped her fingers, the paper in Bai Ling's hand disintegrated into dust, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Bai Ling realized that Xiaoju's power was disintegration. She fixed him with a deceptively gentle gaze that held a clear threat. One blow from her would send him up to the altar to admire naked chickens, advising him to not let the cat out of the bag. If Bai Ling didn't tell the truth, his chance to participate in the exam would be gone. Ren He, the butler, standing beside them, turned to Xiaoju and inquired about Yue Xian's condition. He added that if Yue Xian survived and escaped the dangerous area, she would achieve the highest score, unless Xiaoju interfered. The butler then transformed into a large, blue-skinned figure with sharp fangs, declaring that he didn't care about the relationship between Xiaoju and Yue Guang, but that he and she were currently on the same side. Rennie's posture clearly indicated his readiness to deal with Bai Ling, adding further threats. Bai Ling now realized that the butler used a shape-shifting close combat ability, wondering whether he was a snake or a dinosaur. He now believed the threat of being torn into 100 pieces was genuine. Rennie prepared to strike Bai Ling's head. Finally, in a panicked frenzy, Bai Ling yelled for mercy, promising to tell the truth. He confessed that Yue Guang had told him to keep the secret, and that Yue Guang intended to steal a hidden treasure belonging to the school. Xiaoju's expression darkened. She couldn't sense Yue Guang's presence and believed Bai Ling was lying, deciding to destroy his right hand. Bai Ling trembled with fear as Xiaoju prepared to use her power. Still clinging to life, he desperately explained that it was Headmaster Pushkin's treasure and that Yue Guang had discovered another contaminated area. Xiaju paused, surprised at the mention of Headmaster Pushkin. Hu Ming stepped forward, advising her against antagonizing Pushkin, as he was a prominent figure in the National Superpower Research Institute. Jinling, using a device to search for information on Headmaster Pushkin, discovered he was currently teaching at an academy in a neighboring city. Xiaju pondered, connecting the pieces. She wondered about the headmaster's true purpose in hiding a dangerous area within the school, and why Yue Guang called it treasure. Xiaju looked at Bai Ling, who was feigning a pitiful expression. Since he and Uxin were still useful, they were currently safe. To avoid exposing his secret, Yue Guang wanted Xiaju to detain them. Xiaju realized the situation and blamed herself for losing the first opportunity. She had allowed Yue Guang to enter and exit, revealing his secret, and had messed everything up. Looking at Bai Ling, Xiaju ordered him to lead them to Yue Guang. Bai Ling silently agreed, anticipating Yue Guang would send them all to meet their maker. White light enveloped Uxin's body. Wang Trey told the butler that Miss Uxin is all right now, just hasn't woken up yet, and he will use the Fu Guang boat to take her to the hospital. Bai Ling was held tight by Hu Ming's tentacles. The butler, Ren He, ordered Feng Dai to go with him and detain Bai Ling in the basement until Uxin wakes up. Seeing everyone taking Uxin back, Bai Ling couldn't help but worry about her, wondering if they would ever see each other alive again. His face became monstrous, and he gave a terrifying smile, thinking he had reached a dead end and intending to drag everyone down with him into despair. The schoolyard was vast, and everyone's eyes were on Xiaju and Hu Ming as they led Bai Ling away, whispering and mocking him. Everyone was laughing and jeering at Bai Ling, assuming he was caught cheating and believing he was incompetent. Bai Ling walked with his head down, ignoring the surrounding gossip about him clinging to Uxin and being kicked off the team for being inadequate. Bai Ling, with a confident and cheerful expression, told Xiaju and Hu Ming that he had seen Yue Guang heading in this direction and that Headmaster Pushkin might be in his office. As he stepped into the room, Bai Ling accidentally stepped on a black shadow, which quickly vanished. The three of them stood before the headmaster's office door, and Hu Ming used his tentacles to open it. Looking inside, Xiaju was surprised to see Yue Guang's shadow, a black figure standing next to the desk. She wondered how Yue Guang could maintain his shadow form and what he was doing. No one noticed Bai Ling's cunning smile behind them. He remembered all the memories of his past life and was grateful to Pushkin for bringing him here. The black shadow slowly reached for a golden statue and then threw it towards Xiaju at the door. Xiaju instinctively caught the statue and wondered about it. Seeing this, Bai Ling quickly announced the opening of an S-class contamination zone. A red beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire area. A guiding voice echoed, explaining that a contamination zone is an area controlled by the power of a contaminated object. The rules of the real world within are altered to varying degrees. The boss's abilities and energy level determine the rules within. C-class contamination zones don't appear dangerous at first glance. From C-class and above, entering these zones can unknowingly lead to poisoning and decay. In some zones, people fall into inescapable dreamscapes. Thank you for watching, and please subscribe to the channel. In some zones, the boss will kill everyone in the city who hears its footsteps. Defeating the boss is the only way to eliminate the contamination zone. The most crucial step to defeating the boss and surviving is to understand the zone's rules. At the Bakjiang City Joint Geoscience Department, everyone was engrossed in the headmaster's lecture on contaminated zones. A young man wearing glasses hurriedly stood up and asked the headmaster if what he was referring to were the recent highly publicized A-class contamination incidents. Everyone, upon hearing the young man's question, began to murmur about the public release of A-class documents and the current situation. A young man in a blue shirt, looking a bit foolish, stood up and asked for clarification about the previous topic, as he hadn't understood anything. Sitting next to him was a young man wearing glasses. He was trying to explain that newly qualified sealers weren't exposed to this information yet, and his neighbor, who worked in a related department, had told him about it. The contamination level of an object is determined by the mortality rate, not the energy level. A sealer who attacks a contamination with a mortality rate above 90% is considered A-class. Sealed contaminated objects bring enormous benefits. A-class and above records are sealed. C-class sealed objects are considered national strategic resources, and A-class records are only explained to newcomers like them by the headmaster. Either the A-class contamination no longer poses a threat, or a higher level contamination has spread beyond control. With a mysterious and enigmatic expression, the black-haired young man asked the one in blue which possibility he thought was more likely. The headmaster clapped his hands, calling for order. He confirmed the bespectacled young man's words were correct. Because the frequency of contaminated object appearances was increasing, everyone in the lecture hall represented the future of humanity. They needed to understand much more, and that was why he was there on the podium that day. His expression turned serious as he lectured. A-class contaminated zones had a contamination area exceeding 80%, while S-class and above exceeded 90%. The mortality rate in S-class contaminated zones reached 99%. Upon hearing these specific figures, everyone below was frightened and began to murmur in alarm. Most everyone was terrified of death. Some demanded an explanation. A girl with long purple hair, panicked, stood up and implored the headmaster to use his precognitive abilities to tell them whether humanity would be destroyed. The headmaster, upon hearing the question, praised it as a good one. He predicted that in 3 months, humanity's fate would change. The entire school had now become an S-class contamination zone. Bai Ling was pleased with his accomplishment. Xia Zhu was startled, realizing he was within the contamination zone. He began to reason that he wasn't the only one near the golden bull statue earlier. Everyone there was confused. Xia Zhu persistently asked Yue Guang what had happened. There was no response, only a dark shadow that swiftly moved towards her and vanished into the bound Bai Ling. Xia Zhu was stunned, realizing it wasn't Yue Guang, but Bai Ling. He uttered the words shadow dive and smiled triumphantly. Xia Zhu ordered Hu Ming to stop Bai Ling, whose lower body had transformed into a shadow to escape. Hu Ming repeatedly launched long tentacles to catch Bai Ling. Arrogant and self-assured, Hu Ming, despite being B-class, boasted that anyone caught by his tentacles was like being trapped in the deep sea, and even an A-class sealer would struggle to escape. The long, writhing tentacles relentlessly pursued Bai Ling, who was now a shadow with only his head visible. Hu Ming laughed maniacally, triumphant that his tentacles had marked Bai Ling's breath, preventing his escape. Bai Ling transformed completely into a shadow, diving into the darkness to evade Hu Ming's pursuit. He almost got away, but unexpectedly, Jean Ling stood nearby, wielding her electric spirit power. Using high-frequency lightning, she emitted a bright, high-frequency light that illuminated the darkness within the room, preventing Bai Ling's escape. One used light, the other tentacles. Quickly, Hu Ming captured Bai Ling. He taunted Bai Ling, challenging him to run again. After being caught, Bai Ling was surprised that the tentacles could still touch his body, even as a shadow. He struggled to find a way to break Hu Ming's breath-marking power. Xia Zhu was furious. She stepped on Bai Ling's shadow, using her power to threaten and interrogate him about possessing Yue Guang's abilities. Captured and unable to resist, Bai Ling could only play dumb. Xia Zhu lost her patience. She immediately used her power to make Bai Ling vanish. As the three of them were about to finish him off, an incredibly loud, piercing sound suddenly erupted, shattering all the glass windows. Hu Ming and Jean Ling were deafened and injured by the sound, clutching their ears as their powers weakened. Xia Zhu, also affected by the piercing sound, still had enough strength to ask where Bai Ling had escaped to. Hu Ming ordered everyone to pursue him, believing he wouldn't get far due to being afflicted by her burial ability. Behind them, Butler Ren, he transformed into a large green lizard. He advised everyone to save themselves, as the contamination zone was at least A-class, and he was going to his young lady. With that, Ren he jumped through the window with his subordinates, abandoning the others. Xia Zhu was now suspicious of the butler, as he hadn't made a sound until then. She feared he had discovered something. What was special about the Ji family's contaminated object research? Someone had told Xia Zhu to help Ji Yue Guang seize the Ji family. Xia Zhu stood up, pointed outside, and ordered everyone to find a way to leave the contaminated area. Outside in the schoolyard, all the students were surprised and puzzled as the sky suddenly turned pink. Some students thought it might be the next test for the sealers, but one student recognized it as a contamination zone and worried about their teachers. Outside in the schoolyard, all the students were surprised and puzzled as the sky suddenly turned pink. Some students speculated it might be another test for the sealers. However, one student recognized it as a contamination zone and expressed concern for their teachers. Bai Ling had escaped to the school roof. He was in pain, having lost an arm due to Xiaju's fate power. Yet, he still believed he could win. A monstrous face and a murderous smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. 3 months from now, he was determined to prevent Pushkin from becoming a god. He vowed to steal everything from him. Zhihao, Yishun, and Jishu stood frozen in the schoolyard, each filled with fear. They couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, another student ran up and announced that the school was completely surrounded and no one could escape safely. Did the students only now realize that death was approaching? Zhihao looked at the foolish students who were showing their fear. He wondered about the test, cursing inwardly. He was planning to use them, putting his thoughts into action, and with a strong will to survive. Zhihao put on a cheerful facade and asked everyone to gather around and listen. He encouraged everyone to unite and overcome this sudden test. He boldly declared that he would be a good leader, boasting about his A+ in tactical preparation. Lu Jishu also spoke up for him to gain everyone's trust. She praised him to the skies, claiming that Zhihao was an excellent leader and that following him would guarantee their safety. Some were partially convinced. However, some were dissatisfied, including Zhang Mao. He was deeply regretful that the opportunity was slipping away. Everyone knew that becoming the team leader meant a higher chance of survival and a high evaluation, a generous reward. Qingyin also seemed unconvinced. He stood before Zhihao, pretending to agree to follow him, but wanting to undermine him by demanding a display of his abilities. Zhihao easily saw through his intentions. He gently raised his hands into the air, summoning a golden spiritual power that radiated immense strength. He pretended to want everyone to understand each other for better coordination in the upcoming battle, but deep down, he wanted to show Qingyin who was the true leader. Lava surged everywhere, accompanied by a piercing scream. Zhihao launched an attack, releasing his spiritual power, causing the ground to crack. Molten lava erupted, spreading and transforming everything in its path into a raging inferno. Zhihao proudly displayed his power, smirking and boasting about his achievements. But he would soon regret it. A second later, he was sent flying pathetically by a gigantic, blood-red bull demon. Its long, twisted horn struck Zhihao with terrifying force, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Lu Jishu and the other students were terrified. They could only scream as the creature charged past. They gradually realized that the red spiritual power was enveloping them, and some recognized it as the certain kill rule. Qingyin, not wanting to die so soon, racked his brains, wondering what rule that damn Zhihao had activated. The pitiful Lu Jishu sat down beside the pool of blood, calling out for her leader. The game had only just begun. The blood-red bull demon reappeared, its crimson eyes filled with rage, fixed on them. Hello, it seemed to say, the stiff has returned. Its target was the weeping Lu Jishu. The group stood frozen. Another one fell, Lu Jishu's blood splattering on their terrified faces. It didn't stop there. The monster turned to each person, one by one, slaughtering them. Blood sprayed everywhere. From atop a tall building, our beloved protagonist, Bai Ling, observed the massacre, silently admiring the carnage unfolding below like fireworks. Bai Ling pondered death, what constituted an early death and what a late one. Just a few months after this demonic bull was released, all of humanity would be annihilated. It was only a matter of time. The demonic bull plunged from the sky like a god, hurtling towards the bustling city below. Its body radiated waves of dark energy, gradually swallowing the surrounding space. From the perspective of the tiny humans on the ground, looking up at the darkening sky, it seemed as if all of space was being consumed. Some buildings were already starting to disappear. The once vibrant city quickly sank into shadow as the demonic bull, its eyes burning like torches, descended upon it. Bai Ling now understood the true meaning of clinging to life and fearing death. The infighting suddenly seemed pointless. When faced with death, do humans reveal their true nature? What else was there but the instinct to survive? Some of the school bullies from years past were now even more brazen, pushing the meek students forward as shields, just so they could live. In another corner, some delinquents were acting out their depravity, assaulting fragile female students for their own gratification. These people deserved to die. Other students wept bitterly, clasping their hands together and praying to heaven, hoping for a hero to appear and take them away from this place. Bai Ling, now essentially one-handed, understood the rules of the game. Someone had triggered the boss in this area. Only by defeating it or by reviving, as he had, could this game possibly end peacefully. This creature was called the Golden Bull of the Heavens, named by Pushkin. Any change, be it in color, sound, or movement, would trigger its wrath and lead to merciless slaughter. Bai Ling gradually realized why it was most sensitive to color. Perhaps in its eyes, humans and the things they created were no different. All were equally insignificant. The angrier it became, the larger the contaminated area grew, and the stricter the rules became. Bai Ling decided to approach it. He jumped from the building onto a patch of grass, cursing angrily. How could such a dangerous thing fall into Pushkin's hands? Reviving was an advantage, and having superpowers was an even greater one. He used his thermal control, radiating energy that suppressed the demonic bull's aura. Bai Ling pressed his hands down, manipulating the air beneath his feet, using its pressure to create a force that allowed him to slowly descend without being detected by the demonic bull. Only when his feet touched the ground did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was wary of everything around him, especially how to control his spiritual energy so as not to use his shadow-shifting ability. If his body's color turned into a shadow, he would surely be gored to pieces. He noticed the approaching twilight. The changing sunlight would cause a shift in shadows, which would trigger an instant kill attack. The thought sent shivers down Bai Ling's spine. He could only pray for a cloudless sky. His mind now consumed with worry for Yuxian's safety, he rushed to protect her. The stadium grounds were now bathed in a golden light, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. Ji Run He, having deactivated his transformation, walked briskly towards the car across the way. Lu Fengmian ran after him, panting. Lu Fengmian huffed, "You're too fast. I'm not that strong." She was actually wondering, weren't they supposed to be capturing that kid? Why had they stopped? Ji Run He reiterated their duty and responsibility to Yuxian. Yuxian's safety must be their top priority. As for Yu Guang, they just needed to keep an eye on him and prevent him from being used as a tool. Lu Fengmian frowned at this arrangement. She wanted to kill Yu Guang. Ji Run He responded gently that he didn't want to kill anyone, and besides, Yu Guang was already strong enough to survive on his own. Lu Fengmian was now extremely wary. She pushed her glasses up slightly. Yuxian's subordinates were indeed all capable and talented individuals. She smirked, plotting to eliminate Ji Run He to help her master, Yu Guang. Ji Run He looked at the silent, closed vehicle, worriedly inquiring about Yuxian. Suddenly, the car door opened, and Wang Trey, pretending to be a doctor attending to Yuxian, claimed she was still unconscious and told him to wait outside. For a moment, Wang Trey and Lu Fengmian exchanged glances, signaling their intent to deal with Ji Run He. They planned to use the bomb under the car to eliminate both Ji Run He and Yuxian. Wang Trey placed his left hand behind his back, preparing to use his light energy to activate the bomb detonator. He intended to use Yuxian's life as a stepping stone for Yu Guang's rise to power, ensuring a glorious future for him. He raised his hand holding the detonator wire, his already unpleasant face made even uglier by a forced smile, while hypocritically muttering apologies. Still daydreaming about the future, Feng Dai suddenly stopped his surreptitious movements, saying that someone was approaching. The newcomers were the 3 examiners. Xiaju spoke up, expressing a desire to meet their superiors and suggesting cooperation. However, Xiaju's true intention was to use them to escape safely. She also feared that killing Yuxian and interfering too deeply with the Ji family would displease someone powerful, putting her own life at risk. Ji Run He descended from the vehicle, refusing to cooperate. He prioritized Yuxian's safety. Xiaju smiled, seemingly sincerely, offering reassuring words about Yuxian's safety, on the condition that she herself be allowed to leave alive. Ji Run He saw her confidence, but remained skeptical skeptical, attempting to reason with her, pointing out her arrogance and the unpredictable dangers of the contaminated zone. Xiaju interrupted him, then proceeded to show off her powers with a confident expression. As she finished, the people around her stared in surprise, their mouths agape. Ji-run, he nodded, seemingly satisfied, and agreed. If you can provide shelter for the young miss, we will cooperate with you to escape. Xiaju appeared to disapprove of the idea of simply fleeing. She wanted Ji-run, he to seal the leader. A high-level contaminated entity couldn't just be ignored. Ji-run, he shook his head, explaining that within the zone's rules, there was another unbreakable one. He asserted that only its own kind could deal with a contaminated entity. Xiaju dismissed his concern, stating that her spatial backpack could only hold 3 people. If they couldn't neutralize the contaminated zone, they could just wait to die. Ji-ren, he closed the car door, agreeing to Xiaju's terms on the condition of UXI and safety. Xiaju glanced at the students in the distance. Her plan was to sacrifice them to gather information. Ji-ren, he disagreed, arguing against obtaining information from the dead, and that a large group increased the risk of triggering the rules. Xiaju coughed, then turned to Feng Dai and asked her to use her death trace vision ability to analyze the situation. For Lu Feng Mian's life, Feng Dai obeyed and removed her glasses to use her vision power. Xiaju, seeing Feng Dai's slightly unpleasant expression, decided that smart people would pin their hopes on others. She turned to the 2 examiners. She wanted Li Jinling to identify any students below rank A, and Hu Ming to use his tentacles to capture them. Both nodded in agreement. Xiaju smiled sinisterly, inwardly scoffing at how slow everyone else was, wanting to trade others' lives for a good mark on their records. Li Jinling, after a while, identified Yun Xiuxiu. In a distant, unnoticed corner, Bai Xing was using his ability to eavesdrop. He stroked his chin, thinking of a way to retrieve Yu Xan. He didn't care about the others. As he pondered, a figure appeared behind him. He turned around cautiously. Before him stood a panicked girl begging for her life, repeatedly saying she was useful. Bai Xing, still wary, asked her prove it. It turned out the girl was Yun Xiuxiu. She said that in 17 seconds she would be captured as bait and begged him to recall Hu Ming's power. Bai Xing was astonished, his mind racing with countless guesses about Xiuxiu's ability. He began to question her. Yun Xiuxiu choked, struggled to breathe, her face desperate as she cried out, "It's here." Hu Ming's tentacles appeared behind Bai Xing. He laughed triumphantly, amused that they had underestimated him. Bai Xing shouted bestow. Xiuxiu, entangled by the tentacles, suddenly glowed. Then, his orb transferred from her to the tentacles, rapidly increasing Xiuxiu's power. Hu Ming also lit up, his power surging, leaving him bewildered and frantic. Bai Xing laughed cruelly and said, "Recall." Hu Ming instantly collapsed, his energy level plummeting to 0. Bai Xing released Xiuxiu, her energy returning to normal. He stepped on a tentacle, counting down from 1. With a cruel smile, he reached towards the tentacle, using his ability to make Hu Ming vanish. Hu Ming, lying on the ground, was enveloped in black energy. He convulsed, startling those nearby. Rennie quickly urged everyone to run, then lifted the car and fled. A demonic bull appeared out of nowhere and fiercely charged into Hu Ming, blood splattering everywhere. Xiaju's eyes widened in horror as blood sprayed towards her. She quickly opened a spatial rift to escape. Bai Xing counted down to -3 seconds and raised his hand, forming the Hellfire Cannon. A devastating attack erupted, creating an explosion that sent Wang Trey and Feng Dai flying. The demonic bull, attracted by the light, immediately charged towards it. Bai Xing, showing off, asked himself, "Am I handsome?" Xiuxiu, stunned into silence by the spectacle, watched as Bai Xing gained 3 new abilities, becoming even more powerful. She stared at him in awe, exclaiming, "So fast, so fast." Inwardly, she praised him, impressed that he could devise such a brilliant counterattack in mere seconds. She thought about his tactics, how he'd simultaneously boosted her power and the tentacles, then instantly withdrawn it. Their energy drained, the examiner fainted. Understanding the analysis, Yun Xiuxiu knew that a demonic bull would attack at the same time, firing cannon blasts to ensure the examiner's death. Immediately after firing, Bai Xing concealed the orb of light. No one reacted in time. The orb entered Feng Dai, taking her power. The immense heat changed the ground's color, triggering the demonic bull's second attack. Yin Xiuxiu grimaced, covering her mouth, shocked by Bai Xing's speed and battle sense. Everything felt ruthless. Such relentless attacks would trouble even an A-rank expert. Yin Xiuxiu's eyes brightened. The events matched her telepathic probe, giving her hope of survival. Bai Xing glanced at her, implying she needed more praise to ensure her safety. Yin Xiuxiu trembled, embarrassed, realizing Bai Xing had absorbed the energy and heard her thoughts. He looked at her, making a scissor motion with his fingers, confirming he'd seen everything. Seeing his confirmation, Yin Xiuxiu clutched her head, blushing and exclaiming. Finding her too loud, Bai Xing telepathically told her to shut up, adding that he would have killed her if she wasn't somewhat useful. Silenced, Yin Xiuxiu watched him. Bai Xing stood before her, holding the orb, stating he needed an assistant who could communicate telepathically. He instructed her, "Cooperate with me. Gather all the students with potential, transfer their power to me, and you can live." Bai Xing pressed the orb to Yun Xiuxiu's forehead, granting her the lava fist ability and 1,000 energy points to subdue the students. He then turned towards the explosion, urging her to act quickly. He warned her he could see her throughout the contaminated area, so she shouldn't try to escape. Yin Xiuxiu readily agreed. She ran off, overjoyed that not only she, but most of her classmates might survive. Bai Xing quickly explained the next phase of his plan, the rules of the contaminated area, the method for sealing contaminated objects, and the enemy engagement strategy. She was happy to help him gather energy. Yun Xiuxiu smiled radiantly. Her telepathic probing, intended for survival, had brought unexpected joy. Confident that Bai Xing would become a great figure, she felt she'd chosen the right side. Nearby, Bai Xing, overhearing her, smirked. The scene shifted to the explosion site. Rennie gently set the car down and turned to his subordinate for a report. Wang Trey, terrified, lay on the ground, looking towards the deceased Feng Dai. From afar, Bai Xing was impressed someone had survived. He approached, assuming Xia Ju was still hiding in her spatial pocket. Rennie turned towards him and instructed Wang Trey to get in the car and protect the young miss. As he advanced, Bai Xing placed his hand on the ground, warning him not to act rashly. Confidently, he stated his next attack would be even stronger than the previous two. Bai Xing used sound control to transmit a message to Run He. Yu Guang wants to kill Yu Xin and seize the position of family head. The chief examiner and the two people beside him are Yu Guang's men, and there's a bomb under the car. Ren He recognized the technique Bai Xing was using. He extended his claws and lunged, unwilling to let Bai Xing use Yu Xion's life as a threat, whether it was real or fake. Interfering in the Ji family's internal conflict would be suicidal for someone of his standing. Seeing him charge, Bai Xing didn't flinch and decided to test the power of his new ability. He immediately manifested tentacles to counter the incoming claws. The two abilities clashed, and a fierce battle was about to begin. Bai Xing used his tentacles to constrict Ren He's arm, but Ren He, possessing superior strength, began to overpower him. Bai Xing gritted his teeth, sweating, realizing close combat was Ren He's forte. Having already allocated 1,000 energy units elsewhere, he lacked the power to dominate. Ren He looked at him with disdain for his meager resistance. Bai Xing began to recalculate. Photokinesis and heat manipulation could easily trigger the rules. Other energies were more supportive. The only way was to quickly bestow and then retract them to utilize his transformation ability. He looked towards Wang Trey, who was walking with difficulty, and an idea came to him. Bai Xing called out to Wang Trey, telling him to deal with Yu Xin as instructed by his older brother, Yu Guang, implying he couldn't hold on much longer. Ren He immediately turned around. The foolish Wang Trey believed him and readily agreed. Truly a side character, both stupid and destined for an early demise. Wang Trey raised a beam of light, a flicker of hope in his heart that his older brother, Yu Guang, wouldn't abandon him. Ren He swiftly rushed over and lifted Wang Trey high into the air, squeezing him tightly, causing him to cough up blood. Wang Trey, still clutching the beam of light, his body trembling, stubbornly wanted the car to explode and everyone to die with him. Just as Wang Trey was about to detonate it, Bai Xing quickly launched an orb over his head and stole his energy. With Wang Trey's energy drained, Ren He threw him away. In an instant, a demonic bull appeared and directly absorbed Wang Trey, sending him to meet his ancestors. Rennie looked at his hands, silent for a moment, then blamed Bai Xing for forcing him to kill Wang Trey. Bai Xing watched Ren. He used sound transmission. He didn't care about the life or death of others. As long as Ren he protected Xian, he still had some value. Bai Xing would also give him a test. Bai Xing then shot a tentacle towards Feng Dai, who was lying on the ground, telling her to come out, that it was safe outside as long as she wasn't wearing blood-stained clothes. Yu Guang is dead, so don't follow him and do evil. From now on, cherish every flower and blade of grass and protect the environment. Bai Xing revealed his ruthlessness using deep-sea suppression. Then, he lifted Jin Ling with his tentacles. She was panicking because her abilities were no longer usable. Bai Xing forcefully pushed Jin Ling's head with a thud, rendering her motionless. Bai Xing grinned, saying what was hers is now mine. He gained 2 new abilities, C-rank Light Beam and B-rank Electric Sprite. The scene changes to the students. A student pulled a card from inside their jacket. They held it up, reassuring everyone not to be afraid. They said that at this moment, Jiu Tian would retrieve a long-hidden sealing item, a contaminated banknote. After using it, one would receive a protective film, blocking pollutants and preventing contamination for half an hour. Jiu Tian immediately stuck the banknote to their forehead, declaring, "Top of the list here, banknote protection." A blue protective film materialized, enveloping them. Jiu Tian rejoiced, believing it worked and they could go outside. Their joy was short-lived. The demonic bull appeared, piercing through Jiu Tian and sending them flying onto the scoreboard, blood splattering the ground. Cheng Yin, watching the scene, broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected that. For this examination, Jiu Tian had prepared a sealing item worth a fortune, with excellent protective effects, and that it would even trigger a rule. Zhang Mao stood beside him, rubbing his chin. Chun Jiao's summoning of lava. Peng Cheng's manipulation of water, turning the ground into a lake connected to the outside, deduced the rule, forbidden to change the environment. Chun Jiao's dead teammate deduced the rule, forbidden to touch blood. Wang Dao used his phone to call for help, but he was killed the moment the screen lit up. This deduced the rule, forbidden to use electronic devices. Lin Guozha's transformation into a bird, about to take flight. Wan Lu's attempt to become invisible. All of them died. Seeing so many deaths, Cheng Yin gritted his teeth in frustration. From the beginning, when Lin Guozha transformed into a bird, he was safe during the transformation. Chun Jiao was the first to act. Turning back to Zhang Mao, many thoughts flooded his mind. It seemed the rules were becoming stricter over time. Zhang Mao felt a headache trying to figure out the commonality among the deaths. Suddenly, a hand clamped over his mouth. The person then told everyone to be quiet, not to attempt any transformations, and not to use any abilities. Cheng Yin's face became grave, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What made the rules stricter might be the number of times they were triggered. Zhang Mao pulled the hand away from his mouth, panicked. The monster size was increasing, absorbing life force and growing rapidly. Perhaps soon, even breathing would trigger a death rule. Cheng Yin was also stunned. The more experiments they conducted, the more escape routes were blocked. Zhang Mao collapsed to his knees, crying and lamenting about who created these absurd rules and why they were established, despairing that no one would come save them. Seeing him wail, Cheng Yin's face turned pale, his body trembling. The speed of light is 30,000 meters per second. People who tear will die. Who established these rules? Cheng Yin placed a hand on Zhang Mao's shoulder, reassuring him that they had to live, because they were members of the strongest B team, and they would definitely figure out a way to break free. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, "The specific rule is color change." The two turned to look. The person who interrupted was Xie. She introduced herself and her A-rank mind-reading ability. Walking among the students, she confidently declared that only she could save everyone. A group of people, seemingly disbelieving, told her to shut up. Xie adjusted her glasses and continued to ramble about how she could explore inner thoughts, perceive thinking, and uncover secrets hidden within people's hearts. Not only did she possess a powerful sixth sense, but she could also sense negative emotional fluctuations. Xie walked towards the two students who were standing. She sensed their panicked intention to tear themselves apart and found it all very interesting. Cheng Yin wanted to speak, but Don Hu cut him off with a gesture, silencing him so he would listen. She revealed Bai Tin's secret. He was a reincarnated person who understood future changes and wanted to destroy humanity. Zhang Mao, completely clueless, still thought Bai Tin was human. Annoyed that this idiot spoke up, Hu angrily clenched her fist and told him to shut up. She explained that she was only hearing these idiotic boys' thoughts because she was caught up in the situation. Forgive me, you guys. Hu regained her composure and continued, revealing that Bai Tin hated his human form and was preparing for the apocalypse. She urged the others that someone needed to stop him. Then, using her telepathic abilities, she transmitted the scene they had just witnessed to the two boys. After seeing the memory, the two young men understood and nodded repeatedly that he's too strong. Hu enthusiastically explained, the mind reader sees his overall picture, but he only sees what's disguised. Using deep mind probing can achieve a closed energy loop and build a barrier. This barrier will protect and prevent thoughts from leaking. Hu pointed at the two young men in front of her and revealed their secrets. Zhang Mao can use telepathic projection to shoot energy bullets from any part of his body. Qingyin, you can compress large amounts of air to gain a short burst of oxygen to enhance your physical strength. You both have good IQs and minds. Hearing their secrets revealed, they looked surprised. Hu looked at Qingyin and showed him the rules of color transformation and then how to use compression. She clearly demonstrated compressing air into two spherical shells, one large and one small, with a vacuum between them to create a soundproof layer, achieving sound control. She proposed collaborating with the two of them. After being mentally manipulated, the two clenched their fists, determined to succeed. They then gathered everyone and, based on their abilities, devised a strategy to defeat Bai Tin. Don Hu smirked, thinking how easily manipulated these students were. The world held no secrets from her. For now, she would let Bai Tin continue to trust her. The scene shifted to Bai Tin, who was still unaware of Hu's betrayal and was being misled by her false thoughts. He put a hand to his forehead, feeling uneasy. He stood facing Nenhua. If he gained the upper hand in the battle, the examiners would be fiercely attacked as soon as they appeared. It seems she also understood that being inside the spatial backpack would make her invincible. Bai Tin underestimated the three examiners, thinking they lacked battle experience and relied solely on their abilities. He waved his hand and left, asking Nenhua to protect Noyet Tom, while the remaining examiners would be dealt with like they were nothing more than a survey. Bai Tin then used his ability to shoot out a glowing thread, a C-rank light energy beam. The golden thread wrapped around a metal bar, pulling him high into the air. Upon seeing the power Bai Tin used, Nenhua recognized it as belonging to Wang Trey. Young Master Yu Guang's shadow power had been stolen, but no one knew about him, especially in relation to Miss Noyet Tom. He stopped gossiping, but resolved to show Bai Tin the true strength of the Ko family later. Nenhua pieced together the clues Bai Tin had provided. He wondered why Miss Noyet Tom had the chance to take it, but left it in his care. Suddenly, a light shone from behind him. Nenhua sensed it and turned to look. A spatial gate opened, revealing a woman's figure. Ha Quiet stepped out of the spatial gate, smirking as she discarded her blood-stained shirt, leaving her only in her bra. She tossed her hair back, annoyed at the lack of a change of clothes. Ha Quiet approached Nenhua and proposed an alliance that I can hide until this is over. Let's join forces and capture him. Do you have any objections? However, Ha Quiet had another motive, to lure in a member of the Ko family and hand over both Bai Tin and the Ko family girl to someone else. Nenhua quickly agreed and asked Miss Noyet Tom to get into his backpack to lower their profile and facilitate cooperation. She complimented his intelligence, suggesting he could work for her later and name his price. Nenhua responded with equally flattering praise. The scene shifted to the students, who were showering Bai Tin with praise. One of them called for silence. Later, Bai Tin will lure the contaminated boss here. All you have to do is attack with full force. They were all enthusiastic and prepared. Trin Nan and Trong Yu stood to the side, observing the students and communicating telepathically with Hu. Reporting to you, everyone is ready. As soon as Bai Tin appears, we'll announce that the contamination is trapped within his body and everyone will attack him. They remarked to each other that the students were truly lurking tigers with high destructive potential, compared to the reckless Trey Cow, who was a real clown. Hu watched the two from afar, stroking her chin and appraising the plan. Good. Reverse the use of the mind-reading ability. She thought these two would make excellent subordinates. With her arms crossed and a smug expression, she declared, "I will turn By Tin into my slave." The surgical lights shone down on By Tin. His voice, urgent and pleading, called out to Headmaster Pushkin, begging to be released and promising to obey. After being sold off by the disgusting rich man, Headmaster Pushkin had discovered By Tin's talent and decided to buy him back. By Tin had thought he would be saved, but now he was strapped to an operating table, naked with one arm missing. Headmaster Pushkin stood beneath the surgical lights and apologized, but then claimed this was the best course of action. The nurse beside him handed him a number 20 scalpel, suitable for cutting flesh. Pushkin prepared to operate, but not without offering reassurance that IT will be over quickly, he said. The nurse standing beside him gave a cryptic smile. The knife pierced his flesh, blood splattering. By Tin screamed in agony and fainted. When he awoke, he was still alive. Pushkin must have been keeping him that way. On the surgical tray lay numerous blood-stained scalpels. Number 10, number 22, the handle of number 4, and even number 36. Pushkin handed the items just removed from By Tin's body to the nurse, reminding her to store the organs separately. By Tin's heart was carefully kept in a separate box. By Tin slowly opened his eyes. His body was covered in blood. It seemed Pushkin kept him alive to witness his heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, gallbladder, limbs, and skin being removed one by one. Pushkin lifted By Tin's remaining right arm, explaining that to prevent his powers from transferring to his limbs after death, he had to seal the other body parts. The nurse took By Tin's hand, saying she would tie it tightly. She marveled at it, calling it the most precious hand bestowed by God, hoping it would end the age of contamination. Pushkin left the operating room. By Tin looked at the nurse, struggling to speak, each word uttered with difficulty. But what he said was to ask her to kill him. She chuckled softly and immediately agreed, but told him he had to agree to one thing. She placed his hand against her cheek, speaking of his special power, saying the orb could bestow divine power upon others. By Tin, breathing with difficulty, listened as she spoke of Pushkin. He predicted every moment By Tin awakened and used his power would lead to a different fate. She leaned closer, saying Pushkin was the smartest man in the world, able to calculate everything except whether rebirth could be enhanced by the orb into immortality. Only then did By Tin realize he was afraid of being exploited by Pushkin, so he didn't dare defy any of his words. Even participating in the contamination was, it turned out, only to limit his awakening. The nurse requested that he give her the orb, and she would let him die peacefully. By Tin agreed without hesitation. His hand manifested the orb she desired. She joyfully praised his intelligence, telling him to quickly transfer it into her so the orb would remain within her forever. Suddenly, he awakened. He felt his power surge, the title being God's Hand, an immensely powerful ability. It could steal a random power from a target with the same energy level as the host. This power could then be restored and return the energy gained from the target. His eyes glowed red, his brows furrowed, and the phrase, "based on what?" echoed repeatedly in his mind. His face became terrifying, his teeth clenched. He thought to himself that everyone treated him like an egg, a beast to be hunted. By Tin stretched his hand towards the nurse, roaring for the orb to return. The orb swiftly returned from within her to its rightful place. By Tin held the orb, staring at it wide-eyed. Hearing the loud noise, Pushkin burst through the door. By Tin saw him and roared, demanding to know if Pushkin had also predicted his death. By Tin quickly grabbed a scalpel from a nearby tray and stabbed himself in the eye, blood splattering everywhere. Does a mind reader feel the same pain when reading someone else's memories? The scene shifted elsewhere. Xia Xia looked up, frowning, searching for By Tin. She chuckled softly, saying she already knew, then asked if there were any secrets he was keeping from her. Xia Xia looked up from below at his figure, standing atop a tall building, puzzled as to what he was doing up there. She called for him to come down, saying everyone was grateful to him. He smiled faintly and casually asked, using spiritual probing for communication, "Huh? You even confidently boasted about your composure and how easily you get embarrassed. This distance is just right." He added sarcastically, "If you could read minds at will, how would you even look at contaminated people?" Hugh frowned, finding his words absurd. "How can people be contaminated?" she asked, puzzled. "It's some expert discussion," he explained. "Human abilities are starting to Become contaminated. Bai Tin calmly listed examples. Jumping 3 meters high, running 100 meters in 3 seconds, throwing weights like bombs. Even if loud sounds rupture eardrums, the body can quickly recover. Being burned beyond recognition by high-temperature thermal bombs, they can still breathe. Besides physical mutations, people's hearts become even more contaminated. He continued, attracting the attention of surrounding students. He spoke of food safety, human trafficking, bullying, powerful nations casually starting wars, internal wealth disparity in smaller countries, and even sham seal tests using life-sacrificing policies. Human lives are like weeds, he concluded. Hugh laughed dismissively, waving her hand that we're just students. Don't talk so seriously. It's normal for boys to have changing dreams during their youth. Bai Tin scoffed at the word normal. Them ganging up against you, is that normal? Hugh's face fell, her brow furrowed in alarm. Did my mental shield fail? Bai Tin sat down, a sneer on his lips. I've never trusted humans. I'm always careful. He showed her his memories, but she didn't show even a shred of sympathy. She even treated her own kind like animals. That can't you see proof of contamination now? He asked. Hugh clenched her fists, emphasizing the word sympathy. Even dreams have limits, she retorted. Humanity needs a strong leader to end this contamination. All sacrifices are worth it. The word sacrifice grated on his ears. You say it so lightly, he observed, perhaps because it's not your turn, an A-rank talent. A distant look in his eyes, he half joked, how about you all sacrifice a little, give your abilities and energy to me? Hugh scowled, cursing him. Turning to the students, she pointed at Bai Tin. Attack. He sealed a boss within him. Kill him, and everyone will be saved. The students murmured, shocked by the mention of a boss. They excitedly prepared to attack, some brandishing weapons. Truong Yu raised a hand that don't trigger the rules. My energy flow can collect everyone's energy. Focus it, Trin Non boasted. Only I can attack from this distance. He smirked confidently. After absorbing everyone's energy, the pressure will be enough to kill him in one blow. Hugh laughed, looking at Bai Tin. With over 100 students here, you wouldn't dare kill us all, would you? The students channeled their energy to Truong Yu, who relayed it to Trin Non. His energy levels surged, 5,000, then 10,000, and still climbing. Bai Tin, bored, rested his chin on his hand, watching them. He closed one and pointed a finger skyward. A large human-like shadow flew across the sky. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as the enormous shadow enveloped the entire field. Hugh, realizing what was happening, shouted that it was Bai Tin. She recognized that he had instructed his electric spirit to use its light rate energy to project a shadowy clone into the sky. As long as the electric spirit behind the shadow emitted light, the darkness would cover them, activating the rule. Bai Tin didn't deny it, laughing loudly. He added that when an object loses its light, it also loses its color, thus activating the rule. Everyone was utterly shocked and looked up at the shadow in unison. Truong Yu yelled that they couldn't let Bai Tin succeed. Trin Non was also helpless, as his compression ability could only attack physical entities, and Bai Tin's shadow wouldn't be affected. Bai Tin slowly stood up, sneering. They wanted to harm him, he said, so he could only protect himself. He declared that if they attacked him, they would die simultaneously. Truong Yu, panicked and terrified, shifted all the blame onto Hugh, claiming she was the instigator. He begged Bai Tin not to kill him. Such a coward, Bai Tin said, adding that he wouldn't kill him if he surrendered his ability. Then, he proceeded to take Truong Yu's B-rank gateway ability. He laughed, praising the power. He then withdrew Truong Yu's ability. He laughed loudly, praising the power. Bai Tin released a multitude of orbs of light. He began absorbing the energy of all the students present. The abilities of everyone present, of all different ranks, converged on him. He looked at the collection of abilities before him with contempt, dismissing them as useless low-level powers. He taunted them, asking if all the skilled ones had already died. The students, drained of their energy, lay scattered on the ground. Truong Yu struggled to sit up. Bai Tin turned to leave, stating that attacking him was the price they had to pay. Being left with only a single point of energy was their punishment. He warned them that their suffering wouldn't end there. When day turned to night, they would see the Mon Neo descend from the sky, and no one would be spared. Packing his belongings, Physician held a stack of papers and stood to the side, while in the corner, Lin Shi leaned against the wall and a Nan chewed gum. Pushkin put on his hat, remarking that something seemed to be happening at the school and they needed to return quickly. Physician suggested chartering a private jet if he was in a hurry, questioning why he would drive himself. Pushkin laughed heartily, saying old people were rather traditional. Besides, he joked, the heavens never favored him. He picked up his bag and turned to leave, telling Physician to stay while he and Lin Shi returned. Physician was initially surprised, but immediately agreed. He turned to Lin Shi, saying he couldn't handle the sealed objects without her. Lin Shi, hands on her hips, chuckled lightly, mentioning that with the unsealing of the Manyo, her powers had also recovered. Sealing it again would be easier, but she wasn't interested in working for free. She demanded payment. Let her choose an artifact. She flipped her hair and followed Pushkin out of the room. Physician silently watched them leave. Lin Shi turned back, playfully sticking out her tongue. She was Lin Shi, S rank, with a golden blood ability. Noyet Tam lay on a stretcher with her eyes closed, being lifted by the butler's enormous hands. Ha Quiet decided to create a spatial gate and told the butler to hurry up. After putting Noyet Tam inside, they still had to join forces to capture Bai Tin. The butler, carrying the stretcher, stood before the spatial gate, hesitating. Seeing this, Ha Quiet shouted, urging him on. She glanced at him and stamped her foot. The butler, holding the stretcher Noyet Tam lay on, jumped back. Ha Quiet closed the spatial gate and, clicking her tongue, asked him what he had discovered. The butler set the stretcher down and, staring at Ha Quiet, asked if she intended to enter after putting Noyet Tam inside. She said she had overheard what he said before leaving. The external body transformation and an external field transformation both activated a rule, and the accusation of colluding with Home Min was probably true. She extended her hand, smirking, and said that since he had revealed the information to him, she naturally had to act first. Relying on the power buried in her fingernails, he would have to obey her. The butler recounted his observations, explaining that after using her power, her fingernails would change color, and she would also face danger. Ha Quiet laughed, thinking that doing nothing would be the safest course, and activating the rule now would be enough for them to die together. She declared that she would only go this far with Noyet Tam, and demanded he bring Bai Tin to her quickly. The butler raised his hands, agreeing to obey her and go. He understood the current situation and requested that Noyet Tam be placed in her spatial backpack before he left. Ha Quiet snorted coldly and agreed. She extended her hand and opened the spatial gate. The butler watched her, constantly assessing her. It took her 3 seconds to open a new spatial gate using her hand. She accepted his suggestion and cautiously opened the gate 2 meters away. Although Physician couldn't threaten her, the fastest time for her to escape into the spatial gate was still 1 second. The butler decided to gamble. The nurse cautiously pushed the stretcher towards the spatial gate. Suddenly, he stuck out his tail and tripped her, causing the nurse to fall to the ground. Ha Quiet was distracted, her attention diverted. The butler seized the opportunity, grabbing a car and throwing it with all his might towards Ha Quiet. She gasped in surprise. In the butler's mind, he had already devised 3 possible responses for her. Option 1, bury the car. Option 2, open another spatial gate next to her. Or Option 3, jump into the already open spatial gate. Option 3 was the most sensible choice, but there was still one concern. He roared loudly, quickly chasing after Ha Quiet as she prepared to enter the spatial gate. The roar impacted the car, causing a massive explosion. He used a violent technique, creating a barrier to shield everyone from the flames. The butler stood within the protective circle, looking out. His only concern was that the traitor Wang Tai was very powerful, and even a tyrant dragon body would be blown away at close range. An orb of light flew above the flames, returning to its owner's hand. Bai Tin, sitting on a self-made throne, praised him, congratulating him on overcoming the test. Checkmate. Nan Hoa looked at Bai Tin quizzically, not understanding when he had arrived. Bai Tin, looking at him, smiled and replied that he had been watching from above for a while. It seemed like she was given 3 options, but the throne car would block the burial's attack. There wasn't enough time to open a new spatial gate, only to jump into the old one. But unexpectedly, there was a bomb under the car. He commented that Nan Hoa wouldn't accept any risks. His move was a checkmate from the start, showing excellent strategic thinking. Nan Hoa calmly replied that she simply forgot that throwing is an essential skill that made primitive humans the most fearsome species on Earth. When interacting with Bai Tin, he sensed that he had become many times stronger. Bai Tin stepped down from his seat, bowing deeply as he explained that Wang's light energy, recombined with the fixed repulsion force his classmate gave him, allowed him to freely sit on his throne in midair. He excitedly asked Nan Hoa if it looked good. Nan Hoa nonchalantly dismissed it as simply an elevator, achievable with a pulley system. Bai Tin, incredulous, asked again. Unwilling to accept this, he frantically changed into other forms. A hot air balloon, a spaceship, and finally, he dramatically created a magnificent flying saucer. Everyone moved to another spot to continue their conversation. Nan Hoa remarked that the area had been bustling with people in the morning. And now, Bai Tin explained to him that this was an S-level contamination zone. If it weren't for his special circumstances, wanting to know the rules of color transformation would require sacrificing at least 1,000 people. Indeed, the air here was extremely polluted, easily discernible even with the naked eye. Hearing this, Nan Hoa wondered why this was happening and where it was occurring, questioning if it was in the classified files. Bai Tin winked, signaling him not to ask too many questions. He found Nan Hoa quite agreeable, so he offered to explain the specific rules before nightfall. First, the golden bull statue is in a sealed state after being coated with some unknown golden substance. Upon contact with humans, it opens the contamination zone. Second, after the contamination zone develops, it remains dormant. When the color transformation exceeds the statue's size, it awakens and begins to eliminate all color transformations. Some idiot once made a big fuss summoning a large rock creature. Third, an object color comes from light. When sunlight disappears or is completely blocked, colorless creatures are considered color transformed, triggering indiscriminate attacks. He slyly continued with the fourth rule. After all targets are eliminated, the entity's true form appears, and he would seal it after that happened. As for the specific method, he wouldn't tell Nan Hoa for fear he'd steal it. Nan Hoa questioned the third rule, asking if they wouldn't also face attacks after dark. Bai Tin grinned, opening a spatial gate and suggesting that he and Noyet Tam hide inside and watch everyone outside get chopped to pieces. Nan Hoa didn't believe him. Bai Tin waved his hand dismissively, teasing him for lacking a sense of humor. Sitting cross-legged with his back straight, Bai Tin declared his nickname to be the king of illumination, the Bai Tin lamp, as numerous orbs of light appeared around him. The startled nurse asked if this meant they could survive. Bai Tin explained that summoning one orb could only protect himself. After using the energy channel and the electric light spirits, maintaining illumination throughout the entire area wouldn't be a problem. Bai Tin glanced at an orb of light, thoughtfully recounting how he'd once been asked to adjust its size to project varying levels of brightness. He cupped the orb in his hand. I'll adjust the light to match the outside. As the sun sets and the sky darkens, this will be the only place with light left, the only area that hasn't lost its color. He glanced at the other two out of respect for Noyet Tam. I'm giving you a chance to live. Stay put and don't cause any trouble. The nurse and bodyguard could only whimper and tremble. Nan Hoa looked somberly at Noyet Tam, who was lying on the stretcher. Bai Tin gazed into the distance, unsure what to do next. Pushkin can foresee the future. He'll likely appear once this contaminated area is opened. Lost in thought, he pondered Pushkin that he probably didn't expect to be revived and lose the golden Taurus pulse rifle. I witnessed the one-day cycle sealing process and his self-separation in my previous life. Why did he bring me along to participate in those 3 sealing events? Was it a trap specifically for me? Nan Hoa finally spoke. Let's put Noyet Tam in the spatial backpack. I'm not comfortable with her outside. The nurse spoke, her voice trembling in Noyet Tam's current state. It would be best if someone were by her side to care for her. Bai Tin frowned and glanced at her. The bodyguard stammered, "We're not trying to take this opportunity to escape." The nurse added, "We're just under orders to stay by her side at all times." As he opened a spatial gate, Bai Tin explained, "She's in a coma and just needs a bit of energy to recover. I wasn't planning on waking her before the sealing is complete. It's probably safer for her to be inside." He He reached into the spatial gate, rummaging through the contents. Suddenly, he pulled out a set of women's underwear.so. It's the same space. Tossing the contents aside, he said, "There are only a few necessities left inside, enough for all of you." Bai Tin gave the two a sinister grin. "If you try anything, and I'm still alive, I can open this and kill you at any time. If I'm dead, you'll be trapped inside." The two hurriedly pushed the stretcher through the spatial gate. The gate slowly closed. As the sun began to set, Nanhoa looked up. "The sky is getting dark." Bai Tin asked, "Are you afraid?" Nanhoa replied, "The G family has never feared contaminated beings. It's just..." Before he could finish, Bai Tin interrupted, "There's a disturbance within the G family." Nanhoa confessed, "A stubbornly persistent genius, and someone of high standing will inevitably face exclusion. Completely eradicating contaminated beings, saving all of humanity, is just wishful thinking. Others wanting to exploit research results to bolster the family's power is also understandable." Bai Tin asked about the specifics of the G family's research. "I respect you, so I'm not using mind reading. Please tell me." Nanhoa replied, "I'm just a housekeeper. I don't know much." But the source of the G family's division, which also created an opportunity for the enemy to interfere, was a leaked hypothetical thesis. Noyet Tam's father, the head of the G family, wrote a thesis titled on the relationship between contaminated beings and sealers, and the feasibility of using contaminated objects to enhance a sealer's abilities. At this moment, Bai Tin realized that the statement, "humans will be contaminated, the source of a sealer's power comes from contaminated objects," turned out to be his theory. He anxiously asked about the results. Nanhoa said he didn't know anything else. Perhaps it was because of Noyet Tam that the experiment was conducted. If there was a chance, Bai Tin could visit the G family. Bai Tin turned away, saying they could deal with that later. Suddenly, he said something was starting. Then, a loud scream suddenly echoed, followed by desperate cries for help. Outside, the students were being slaughtered by the Manyo, blood splattered everywhere. They screamed in despair, some even cursing him relentlessly. The Manyo swooped down from the sky, crashing down everywhere like falling meteorites, signaling the annihilation just as Bai Tin had intended. Feeling nothing more, he spoke up. "It seems to be over, and no one survived." Nanhoa asked him how he wanted to seal it. He chuckled softly, propping himself up with his hands as he pondered the question himself. He explained his method: make the area lose its color. Its main body will linger in the darkness, searching for any remaining color and following it. This is also the only chance we have to make contact with it. The Manyo's eyes glowed bright red as Bai Tin slowly approached it. He stopped, and a pitch-black shadow appeared beneath his feet. He said, "What if I make it unable to perceive color anymore?" Bai Tin commanded the shadow, and it swiftly attacked the Manyo. Slowly enveloping the Manyo, the shadow's coverage was somewhat limited, but because it was an A-rank ability, it could be strengthened by channeling more energy into it. The shadow gradually covered the Manyo's head. He continued to channel 3,000 units of energy. Finally, it reached the eyes, and the Manyo was completely enveloped by the shadow. Nanhoa looked up. The contaminated area was collapsing. Bai Tin waved his hand, and a spatial gate opened. The other 3 people fell out. They were all surprised, not understanding why the gate had opened. Was it over? He returned to the main topic. Step 2, confine it in the spatial backpack. Let it in. The spatial backpack opened, and he channeled 4,000 units of energy into it, expanding it to capture the Manyo. He clenched his fist, and the spatial backpack closed along with it. Bai Tin looked at his hand, confirming the seal was complete. Although not as effective as Pushkin's seal, the Manyo wasn't put into a deep sleep, but rather its contact was interrupted. But that didn't matter anymore. When faced with danger, he could release it even faster. Bai Tin turned and ran, not forgetting to bestow energy upon the still unconscious Noyet Tam. Nanhoa was still stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Bai Tin ran and jumped down, turning around mid-air to give a boisterous farewell laugh. A pair of angel wings suddenly sprouted behind him, supporting him. Bai Tin relied on the wings to descend, smiling sinisterly, wondering where Pushkin was waiting for him. Noyet Tam opened her eyes after a long period of unconsciousness. She sat up in a panic, frantically looking around and asking how long she had been out. and didn't forget to look for Bai Tin. Nanhua approached her and calmly answered her previous question. He said she had been unconscious for half a day, but Bai Tin was fine and had taken care of everything. They should leave immediately. The housekeeper then hurriedly reported that the energy level detector showed her current energy level at 1,200 points. He wondered if the meter was broken, as this energy level was even higher than Noyet Kwang's. Nanhua wasn't concerned about that. His focus was on the urgent situation and the need to leave immediately. Bai Tin hadn't hesitated to leave, perhaps sensing something. Noyet Tam quickly put on her clothes, agreeing to leave as she had some things to discuss with her father. She asked Nanhua to explain everything related to Bai Tin on the way back. She looked at him in his current form, wondering what he was wary of. The two of them stood on a high floor, looking down at the school's burning stadium. She stared into the distance, the scene a complete disaster. Only half a day had passed, and she wondered what had happened. He extended his hand, offering her a boost up, and told the other two to leave quickly. Noyet Tam sat on his shoulder, and the two prepared to leave. Nanhua jumped powerfully outwards. At a high-rise apartment building in the city, Fu Cat was shirtless, puffing on a cigarette, while a naked woman lay on the bed, gazing at him adoringly and repeatedly saying she loved him. She asked when they could get married. Fu Cat removed the cigarette from his mouth and excused himself, saying he was focused on his career and wasn't ready for marriage yet. Suddenly, the door burst open and a voice shouted agreed. A seemingly crazed, chubby little girl and a huge dog entered. The child giggled, saying she loved seeing people clinging to each other. The woman looked at the child in alarm, asking where she came from. The child pointed at the man, calling him Dad, saying she liked the woman and wanted her. Hearing this, the woman turned to Fu Cat accusingly, reminding him that he had claimed to be single. Unfazed, the man chuckled and introduced the child as his daughter. He shamelessly added that he hadn't lied. He was single, but single after a divorce. The woman angrily yelled at him, demanding her clothes back and declaring she was going home. He ignored her, calling her annoying and ordering his daughter to befriend her. The child laughed loudly. The woman in the room screamed at him, but Fu Cat didn't care and even smirked as he closed the door. Fu Cat put on his clothes and left the hotel, making a phone call. He was unaware that someone was following him, seemingly having been searching for him for a while. Fu Cat cheerfully chatted on the phone with his boss, asking if he had received the money. 8 out of 10 debtors had paid. He still held the IOUs of 3 and could collect again. His boss praised him profusely. He paused, happily continuing the conversation, thinking his life was smooth sailing. His boss expressed confidence that with his 10-year-old daughter's awakened abilities, he could take over after eliminating him. His boss, on the other end of the line, was about to say something when the signal suddenly cut off. He looked at his phone, confused, unable to make out what his boss wanted to say. Suddenly, a different voice came from the other end, saying they would arrange his work from now on. He was dissatisfied because his boss had promised him a break after collecting the debts today, so he told him to find someone else. Bai Tin, on the other end of the line, scoffed and told him to report on today's work. Fu Cat was extremely confused because he had just reported it, but he reported it again. Suddenly, he turned around and his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Bai Tin standing on the stairs. Bai Tin hung up the phone, walked down the stairs, and approached him with praise. Despite being an E-rank ability user, under the suppression of Bai Tin's energy level, Fu Cat had completely obeyed his commands. Fu Cat trembled as he watched him approach. Closer. He turned to run, but suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Bai Tin's voice rang out, assigning him a task. Bai Tin put his arm around Fu Cat's shoulder and, smiling, told him to recall how each of the debtors he had forced to their deaths had died, and to do it to himself, one by one. Fu Cat looked at him, trembling with fear, and said that if he did that, he would also die. Bai Tin remained calm, speaking into his ear and pointing a finger at his face, granting him an ability so he could die in peace. Fu Cat was surprised to find his ability had gone from E-rank to C-rank. Bai Tin clicked his tongue and decided to give him an additional 200 energy points, enough to revive many times, considering it as paying back his debt with interest. He pushed Fu Cat onto the main road, saying that the first way to die was to rush into the street and be run over by a truck. A large truck sped up and crushed him. to a pulp. Bai Tin turned and left. He had prepared many deaths for Fu Cat, such as running into a wall, jumping from a building, slitting his wrists, self-immolation, hanging, and drowning. He hoped Fu Cat would enjoy every bit of it. Truly, cruel people often live carefree lives. Bai Tin stood in front of the hotel room from earlier, where Fu Cat's daughter was making friends with the other girl. He knocked on the door, pretending to be a delivery man. A large dog opened the door, poked its head out, and panted, startling him. He looked at the strange dog with a human-like body, puzzled. On the bed, the other girl was dead. The little girl, using the girl's legs, laughed loudly at him and invited him to play, showing off the long legs and saying her father loved to eat them most. The crazy girl even asked him if he wanted to merge with her dog. Bai Tin, disgusted, agreed to play, but only by his rules. He used his combining ability, ordering her to find her father so they could all play together. She and the dog merged into a ball, and the girl happily agreed. They rolled quickly out of the room to find Fu Cat and play together. Bai Tin sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he gasped in pain, his eyes widening. Something was attacking him. One side of his face was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, dizzy and reeling. The seal lost its effectiveness, and a sharp horn sprouted from his face. Bai Tin screamed in agony, unable to bear the pain. Bai Tin collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. His eyes flashed red repeatedly. Why couldn't the shadow covering it sever the rules? He manifested a black hole. To maintain the shadow clone, Bai Tin had to pour in another 3,000 points, leaving him with only 2,400, then added another 3,000 points. That damn cow appeared inside the black hole again, sucking relentlessly. Bai Tin, exhausted, tried to reassure himself. He braced himself with trembling hands, thinking, a part of the shadow's seal has been broken, causing energy loss. That cow wants to take over my body. I'm afraid I won't last more than 3 days. He looked out at the street, helpless. The only option left was to release the cow. Bai Tin pushed himself up, determined not to do it. This was a crucial point in Pushkin's plan, related to the success rate of his revenge. On the street, a little girl, round as a ball, ran to her father, cheerfully calling out, "Daddy, I got orders to come play with you." He then withdrew energy points from a man, unwilling to waste any more energy. He considered killing the man's boss too, but decided to spare him. Bai Tin turned invisible and went upstairs, wanting to find Ji Noyet Tam. Her father, having researched that thing, might know of a better sealing method. The scene shifted to a laboratory where a man's voice said, "Noyet Kwong, this child." Ji Ninhoa slurped his noodles. He pointed his fork across the table. For a long time, I've sensed something unusual about him. Fortunately, I've taken many precautions. Jean and Hoa said regretfully, I still didn't realize his ambition. I almost harmed the young miss. Noyet Tam, sitting beside him, said indignantly, I was deceived. How did you know? Jean and Hoa chuckled, revealing his secret. Ever since he peeped at his mother bathing, I've been injecting him with a special hormone. He can't be a real man. Noyet Tam asked, how did you know he peeped at someone bathing? Jean and Hoa didn't answer. He said dismissively, don't worry about that. The people around him recently were all sent by me. He thought he was well loved, so he lived a depraved life. Psychologically, he's become useless. He said cheerfully, of course, I also use tools to suppress his energy growth. 800 points. What a joke. Noyet Tam could only say helplessly, I don't agree with him, but I don't understand why you're so harsh. His face darkened that a devil is a devil from the start. At 12, he killed a 4-year-old child. He slurped his noodles again, his voice menacing. His father is your uncle. I used the G family's name to cover it up. He didn't receive any punishment. After finishing, he tossed the noodle container onto his desk. The G family's weakness has been grasped. The powerful figure behind the director, through Nanmai, controls your father, forcing him to hand over all research results. Noyet Tam worried about her father's safety, but expressed confidence in helping. What a sly fox. Surrounded by metaphorical flowers due to his daughter's good intentions, he wanted to throw a party to celebrate his beloved daughter. Then he stood up and said, I want a chance to meet your classmate Bai Tin privately. I want to know more about him. My grandfather is playing the unpredictable card again. If Bai Tin has any thoughts that deviate from my daughter's. He made a castration gesture, startling his daughter. He hugged his precious daughter and signaled to Jean and Hoa. Jean and Hoa had a premonition that something would happen to the G family tonight. Finally, he escorted Noyet Tam back to her room. Alone in his room, Jean and Hoa blamed himself for being too engrossed in research, allowing the Branch family to seize power. Either the G family would be purged, or everyone would perish. He picked up his cat mask and continued to berate himself. The people outside the school must know my daughter has escaped. My plan is exposed. There's no need to hide anymore. Putting on the red raincoat, everything was advantageous. When fighting, he didn't need to be cautious. He carefully put on the half-cat mask, asserting that from now on, anyone who entered this building was certainly not a good person. Cats, I was activated. Nan Hoa equipped himself with a monocle, increasing his power exponentially. The surroundings darkened, revealing glowing information about each piece of clothing he was wearing, such as the red raincoat, $43.96, the half-cat mask, and the all-seeing glasses. Nan Hoa was confident in his current power. With the three items combined, hiding and observing in the darkness, no secret could escape him. Suddenly, a figure appeared before his eyes, surprising him. Bai Tin was also suspicious and bewildered. Strange, there was no one there. Where was Noyet Tam's father? He had clearly heard a noise earlier. Not paying much attention, he approached the table, intending to leave a letter, hoping Nan Hoa would see it. While searching, he mentally composed the message. Considering I saved your daughter, please provide some useful information. Hello, my name is Bai Tin, a fan of yours. Nan Hoa was surprised. The power of the characters in the movie was undeniably awesome, making him more and more convinced that those abilities came from the contaminated zone. He then used his glasses to check and saw a red light in Bai Tin's head. Then, receiving the startling revelation of an S-rank contaminated object, he excitedly laughed and removed his equipment, no longer interested in the unfinished business. This gave his uncle Persona the opportunity to activate Shameless Mode. My dear son-in-law, he approached Bai Tin, asking to see the S-rank contaminated object, startling Bai Tin as well. Bai Tin quickly created a psychic wall to block the man in front of him. Nan Hoa, who had just been threatening him, was now even more enthusiastic than his own daughter. Bai Tin was bewildered.mr. Nan Hoa, Noyet Tam's father. He quickly urged him to calm down. If this opens, we'll both die. Nan Hoa kept pleading, just let me see it for a bit. You can say whatever you want. Bai Tin bluntly stated his purpose. Afterward, Nan Hoa cheerfully took something out of his pocket. Listen, Nan Hoa said, I've grasped its rules. It's not very dangerous. Bai Tin was surprised, as the contaminated object could destroy the entire city. He threw a jellyfish towards him. Try this. The jellyfish suddenly sprayed black ink, causing Bai Tin to recoil in alarm. The small jellyfish looked rather silly, continuously spitting out the black ink. Nan Hoa explained, this is the C-75 prankster jellyfish, a contaminated object. Its side effects are so minor that there's nothing to worry about. It can help you. Seeing Bai Tin motionless, staring at the black liquid on the floor, Nan Hoa said, no need to double-check. It seems the floor below has been engulfed by this black liquid. Seeing this, Bai Tin used his power to pick up and observe the small jellyfish. Seeing him pick it up, the professor said that is C-rank sealed object, the mischievous jellyfish. Having explained the jellyfish's origin, he picked up a remote control, projected something behind him, and conveniently changed the subject. The abundance of oil in the Western continent has led to endless conflicts between nations. The screen displays oil rigs and related data. As a small nation conducts a search, they discover a deposit exceeding 800 million tons and plan to extract it secretly, circumventing trade agreements for massive profits. The next scene shows murky black pools, believed to be highly polluted. 1 month later, satellites detect the entire nation enveloped in blackness, with no communication, suggesting an apocalyptic level of pollution. Nan Hoa adds, at a United Nations meeting, that agencies are urged to join forces to repel the strange black organism. But upon reaching the black waters, the 8 S-rank agents who fearlessly approached find the small nation consumed by the black liquid with no survivors. A scientist adds that a jellyfish is observed floating on the black liquid, constantly emitting more of it. When struck, the sealers use their full power to seal it away. The black sea then vanishes. Back in the present, the small jellyfish continues to leak the black liquid, appearing harmless and oblivious. Even Nan Hoa didn't think this jellyfish was special. Who would have thought this small Yoma could destroy a nation in a month? He then suggests putting the jellyfish with the bull to become companions and keep each other in check. Hearing this, Bai Tin has a revelation. If the Jinxiu inside can constantly absorb colors from the outside world, the shadows used to obstruct vision will be constantly depleted. He continues to calculate and visualize the two creatures he's collected, smirking, letting the jellyfish's black liquid spread throughout the space, replacing the shadows, should work. To be sure, Bai Tin asks Nanhua if colliding characteristics will produce changes. Nanhua answers, but at some point, octopus tentacles wriggle from his mouth. To counter the contamination, there's no other way. It's over. The octopus has been discovered by Bai Tin and pulled from Nanhua's mouth. It struggles, but to no avail. While pulling it out, Nanhua briefly introduces the octopus to Bai Tin, mentioning that his daughter likes it because it helps her lose weight, but he won't lend it to her. After extracting the octopus, Nanhua proudly presents it to Bai Tin, saying, "If you throw it into space, it'll dominate half the galaxy." Holding the octopus in one hand and gesturing with the other like a professional salesman, he boasts, "This one doesn't have major side effects. It's a potent and abundant contaminant." After his sales pitch, Nanhua reveals his motive, rubbing his hands together and approaching with a sly grin, wanting to trade for the bull. Bai Tin finally understands and is exasperated with Noyet Tam's father. He then notices a strange suit on the ground behind Nanhua, thinking it just appeared. Previously, a raincoat was used for concealment, hiding while observing the moon, which could be used for a sneak attack on Kim Pushkin City. After considering, Bai Tin turns and dismissively waves his hand, rejecting the offer. Nanhua deflates, but persists in pleading. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he shouts, "Do you want to trade for my daughter?" "Absolutely not." Finally, Nanhua decided to give up the exchange and offer Bai Tin the eye box, asking if he wanted to take it. Bai Tin declined, saying one sealed item was more than enough. But Nanhua insisted on giving it to him. He said it was for his daughter's sake. "You have a lot of potential. Don't die young. This can help you." Bai Tin said nothing and took the eye box. He glanced at his jellyfish in its container with the bull. After petting the small jellyfish, he felt the power it brought, and the consumption rate of the shadows decreased. After hearing Bai Tin, Nanhua turned back to his work and couldn't see him off. He pointed the way out while saying, "You'll get out faster from that way. Hurry up." Nanhua continued, speaking about the dark side of society and people's hearts. He warned Bai Tin not to harm his daughter, that "I've known this world for a long time. There's no one good, except my daughter. If you harm her, the consequences will be beyond your imagination." Bai Tin agreed, but in his heart, he was suspicious. Such a sudden change in attitude, and then rushing me out. "What's going on?" Having said that, he stepped onto the windowsill, wings sprouting, preparing to fly, and clicked his tongue dismissively. Bai Tin jumped down, his invisible wings appearing as he flew away, thinking to himself that he still couldn't confront the Tufo Hai Kim group. He would meet Noyet Tam, then continue hiding, and then formulate a plan, all while activating his world vision. Back in the office, Nanhua opened a box containing a rather strange-looking black demon hand. Found it. He held the hand to his mouth, muttering, "Black trick, rank seal." Letting him use the all-knowing Langkin is the second option of that experiment. Saying this, Nanhua put on a red coat and looked at the monitor as if he had discovered someone. On the screen were 4 strangers, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was his younger brother, Namai. First is Namai leading the way, his abilities unknown. Next is Ko Loi with the snake hook ability. On the right is Tran Kong with the zoo ability, and Tun Mu with the white electro power. Seeing them, Nanhua continued, "Inviting so many strong individuals here. No wonder they're so fearless." Nanhua, his face cold and serious, wore a half-cat mask. "If you want to chase me, don't hold back on the contamination level toys. The more contamination power is used, the faster humanity will be destroyed." His hand tightened around the demon hand. "The research will definitely be correct," he affirmed. "But before it's successful, I shouldn't use it." He didn't forget to bid farewell. "See you later." Elsewhere, at a modern, heavily guarded house. Inside a bedroom, Noyet Tam could be seen through the glass door, doing something. It turned out she was clipping her toenails. Just after finishing her big toe, she heard someone knocking on her bedroom window. She turned and asked, and Bai Tin's voice called out, "Ah, Bai Tin." A loud explosion echoed through the silent night, the window blown to smithereens. Bai Tin was left scorched and blackened. He couldn't help but cry out. Noyet Tam, startled, looked around, wanting to find something to bandage him with. Bai Tin waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. He calmly explained that he could heal himself, and this was a good opportunity to try out some other skills. With that, Bai Tin immediately used a combination of 3 abilities: D-rank regeneration, C-rank magic healing, and D-rank complete recovery. Very quickly, he was healed. Bai Tin's body, completely restored, let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wonder if Noyet Tam's ruthless attack earlier had truly intended to obliterate him. Noyet Tam, hearing this, felt embarrassed. She hadn't done it on purpose. She'd been startled. Flustered, she explained what had happened. She'd heard Bai Tin, and turning around, saw those wriggling tentacles clinging to the window. He'd appeared like a monster, so of course she'd lashed out. Bai Tin simply felt that the suction cups on the tentacles were incredibly convenient. Noyet Tam was still uneasy, looking suspiciously at the person in front of her who, moments ago, had been charred black, yet was now fully recovered. Bai Tin didn't care whether she believed him or not. He just wanted to make sure she was safe. Noyet Tam, remembering the earlier scene, felt a pang of guilt. She thought she wouldn't be able to thank Bai Tin. She'd fainted, unable to help, and had even caused him to lose an arm. Bai Tin, hearing this, just laughed cheerfully, saying she was worrying over nothing. For him, this kind of thing was easily fixed. However, Noyet Tam was still worried and called her Uncle Ko Hoa, briefly explaining that the explosion was her fault. Then, she bluntly asked to borrow his arm. Bai Tin was speechless. He already had a plan and really didn't want to bother anyone else. With that, Bai Tin quickly summoned his glider. He still had things to deal with and couldn't stay any longer. Noyet Tam, flustered, tried to stop him, wanting to thank him properly. She just needed to change her clothes, and then they could go to dinner together. But Bai Tin was afraid that if he delayed, Pushkin would catch up. Noyet Tam hurried off, asking him to wait just a moment. Bai Tin was extremely hesitant, unsure if Pushkin was pursuing him. After all, with Pushkin's predictive abilities, he might be intentionally not chasing him. Bai Tin wrestled with his thoughts. One possibility was that Pushkin had anticipated his actions and gone ahead of him. But then he dismissed that, coming up with another theory. Perhaps Pushkin had predicted his thoughts and was currently on his way. Or maybe he was waiting for the right moment, months down the line. Bai Tin still felt like something wasn't right. These thoughts made Bai Tin's head spin. He was frustrated that he couldn't play mind games with people like Pushkin. A face-to-face mental probe might offer a chance, but even that would probably be anticipated. Just then, Noyet Tam returned, calling to him to go, and noticing his worried expression, asked if he was okay. Bai Tin unconsciously mumbled a response and turned to look at her. Noyet Tam was now wearing a beautiful, flowing dress. She cheerfully encouraged him to enjoy the present moment. After all, a good mood would help him think clearly if something unfortunate happened. Bai Tin, finding this reasonable, asked where they should fly for dinner, adding that, being broke, she'd have to cover the bill. Money wasn't a problem for Noyet Tam, but she blushed slightly at the mention of flying. It brought to mind images of couples embracing and soaring through the air like in comics, which felt a little awkward. But of course, Bai Tin's mind was far from such romantic notions. Romance, to him, meant spaceships, and only incredibly cool two-seater spaceships at that. UXIN's disillusionment floated away with that spaceship as Ko Hoa below gaped in speechless amazement. At a bustling shopping mall, UXIN cheerfully asked Bai Tin if he liked buffets like this. In truth, she wanted to eat there herself, but her father had forbidden it, so she used Bai Tin as an excuse. Bai Tin, seeing so much food he could eat freely, was already delighted. At a bustling shopping center, UXIN cheerfully asked Bai Tin if he liked this kind of buffet. Actually, she also wanted to eat here, but was forbidden by her father, so she conveniently used Bai Tin as an excuse. As for Bai Tin, seeing so much food and being able to eat freely was enough to make him happy. While eating cake, UXIN confided that she'd had many thoughts since awakening her power. Bai Tin also thought there would be quite a few side effects. But UXIN was determined to try. With her father and Bai Tin by her side, she didn't need to worry about anything happening. She also didn't want to be so useless that she'd collapse after firing just one thermal energy cannon. In UXIN's mind, if she truly succeeded, she might even be able to help everyone around her. Seeing UXIN's determination, Bai Tin encouraged her to try, as his healing ability was ready. However, the stack of plates in front of her kept growing taller. Bai Tin stared, stunned, as the person before him unleashed a series of abilities, from extracting food calories to emptying her stomach and increasing her food intake. And so, Yuexan, who just moments ago was a slender, gentle girl, was now puffed up like a round ball of dough. She ate so enthusiastically that her buttons threatened to pop. Yet, she was only half full and invited by Tin to continue eating, wondering why everyone was staring. Yuexan recalled how she used to eat sparingly for fear of gaining weight, and now she could happily indulge in so many delicious dishes. Bai Tin hadn't expected Yuexan to use her powers this way. He imagined her looking in the mirror later and cringed a little at the thought. He started searching for abilities that could compress fat and camouflage her body, or perhaps even transfer the fat elsewhere. Yuexan was dying to get some fruit. As she shifted, she suddenly felt her seat had become incredibly cramped. Seeing this, Bai Tin quickly offered to get it for her. He watched Yuexan eating happily, but worried she might flood the restaurant with tears later, so he decided to grab some tissues. Suddenly, a strange puddle appeared on the floor. Bai Tin seemed oblivious as he casually walked over it. The puddle began to churn violently, revealing a dark face that looked exactly like Bai Tin. A moment later, Bai Tin quickly returned, but just as his foot touched the puddle, he suddenly fell in without a chance to react. Yuexan waited a long time, but when he didn't return, she grew anxious. Bai Tin had been transported elsewhere. Above him was the vast sky. Below him, the boundless ocean. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Bai Tin fell freely from the sky, and he frantically summoned his wings. But once they appeared, he suddenly couldn't flap them. Bai Tin quickly turned, trying to create a spaceship. Yet again, his ability was cut off. At this moment, Bai Tin furiously realized he'd been tricked. This was the forbidden empty zone, where flight was impossible. Above was the sky, below the vast ocean. Falling from this height meant death or severe injury, and his other abilities were useless. Facing this critical situation, he rapidly activated a series of skills: D-rank enhancement, D-rank physical enhancement, E-rank ability enhancement, and E-rank sensitivity enhancement. Next, he quickly used two more skills: E-rank shape change and D-rank form dissolution, transforming himself into a sphere. Then he unleashed all his power: B-rank lava field, B-rank deep sea tentacles, F-rank flight wings, C-rank light bone skin, from earth and stone to tentacles, even the B-rank mad light soul skill. E-rank Hunting Hound Exchange, and C-rank Evil Serpent Tail were also summoned. All these skills combined into a massive, powerful entity thrusting downwards. Still, Bai Tin felt it wasn't enough and activated compression, increasing the surrounding air density and amplifying friction. He frantically deployed every skill he possessed. Finally, the skills D-rank flame emission, D-rank constant thrust, D-rank telekinesis, and C-rank magnetic control transformed Bai Tin into a gigantic fireball. By now, he had exhausted every applicable skill. He still had a few others, like water element control and underwater breathing, acquired from his classmates. Bai Tin was now practically invincible. However, he was still frustrated, unable to figure out who was targeting him. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, a monster detected someone and reported to the two figures behind her. She was a Tier 4, Level 3. The cunning Level 3 Tam Tam ordered the other two to launch a sneak attack. Kong Chiu Hoa calmly wanted to choose the ceiling object and ability crystal first. The remaining person was Neum Kabang. He laughed slyly, as he only needed the ability crystal anyway. Tam Tam turned back to give the two a few more instructions. Chiu Hoa then activated her iron defense ability. She summoned a jellyfish and two energy crystals. The jellyfish was a decent ceiling object, though weak and ineffective. The two crystals were a flame ability crystal with a value of 473 and a level 219 energy crystal. Kabang felt everything was ready for the ambush. Hearing this, Tam Tam laughed smugly, preparing for battle. She intended to seize everything after taking down Bai Tin. But looking up, she noticed a power resembling the flame emission she had supposedly stolen. Above, Bai Tin was still blazing downwards. He sensed the jellyfish suddenly and strangely vanish. Bai Tin realized there was another enemy, not Nen Hoa. He quickly activated Mental Probe to locate those below. Their thoughts surfaced. The two were outwardly obedient, but inwardly cursing Tam Tam, who had likely profited greatly from this dirty trick. Tam Tam was contemplating how to counter the flames above. She seemed to have some grudge against the Hung family. Observing the entire scene from above, Bai Tin quickly grasped someone's scheme. He immediately activated reflection, summoning a shadow that shot downwards. Tam Tam was startled to realize the person above was an ability user. She immediately used her mermaid whirl skill, summoning a ferocious whirlpool. Tam Tam was extremely confident that her whirl could tear apart anyone who entered. But in the blink of an eye, Bai Tin's reflection easily passed through the swirling water and wrapped tightly around her fishtail. Bai Tin plunged down faster and faster. Finally, he tore through the surface of the sea and crashed down powerfully. Tam Tam wanted to turn and flee, but it was too late. Bai Tin fiercely held her head. She wanted to say something, but he immediately sent her to meet her maker. Bai Tin then received the A-rank Mermaid Bloodline ability, upgrade 973. Bai Tin felt the bull demon's energy invading his body, but he quickly figured out how to exploit its rules. If he used his shadow to cover and change colors, then in the moment the rules were triggered, he could easily control them. Just then, Bai Tin suddenly noticed strange bubbles approaching. He used mental probe and sensed that the skill Ka Bang was activating was the A-rank sealing object, the gold-silver ring snakestone sculpture. This was a poison system creature, with gold poison corroding the entire body and silver poison causing flesh and bones to rot. Bai Tin immediately became cautious and avoided touching them. But Ka Bang continued to smile cunningly, because even without touching, his skill wasn't necessarily safe. Finishing his thought, Ka Bang made the two spheres explode. He laughed gleefully, as if wanting to witness how Bai Tin would struggle. Bai Tin immediately activated compressed seawater to block the poison. The powerful seawater currents surged forward, blocking the flow of the deadly poison. But Ka Bang remained triumphant, knowing that the rules of the sealing object weren't so easily escaped. Seeing this, Bai Tin thought a method he could use, fighting pollution with pollution. He quickly shouted to the bull demon, asking if it had figured it out yet. Seeing the delicious bait, the bull demon immediately agreed. A poisonous aura emanated from Bai Tin's body, as if wanting to devour them. Ka Bang was startled to realize the entire surrounding sea had become a polluted area. Bai Tin, carrying the polluting creature, looked like a true monster. Ka Bang looked at Bai Tin in horror, seeing how he could hide the polluting substance under his skin. He quickly took out a B-rank sealing object, a strand extracted from the labyrinth wind. With this, he could teleport anywhere. Even if he couldn't escape the whale dream, he still had hope of escaping this place. But in a blink of an eye, the object was teleported to Xiaohua opposite him. She wouldn't let him escape alone. With her plundering hand skill, taking it was as easy as flipping her hand. Xiaohua triumphantly crushed the sphere, but it unexpectedly released a strange gas, causing her to immediately fall into a coma. Ka Bang watched Xiaohua with a sneer. The item she just snatched was a B-rank sealing item, an extract of the Seven Gods' Viper Breath. Inhaling it would induce a 3-day coma, especially effective against contaminated flesh-based entities. He wasn't stupid enough to reveal a real treasure to a thief. Quickly, Ka Bang used a real lost 7 winds. He swiftly teleported right in front of Bai Tin. However, his destination was still bathed in the red of the contaminated zone. Ka Bang trembled as he realized he hadn't escaped. He refused to believe he was trapped. Frantically, he used all his remaining lost 7 winds at once, teleporting haphazardly from one spot to another within the vast ocean. Finally, a horrifying realization dawned on Ka Bang. There was no escape. He looked at the remaining sealing items in his hand, suspecting Bai Tin had already trapped him. Judging by the remaining bubbles, he didn't have many tricks left. He had to defeat Bai Tin. Even out-of-control, contaminated entities could still use rules. If Bai Tin retained control, even near death, his own outcome wouldn't be pleasant. Bai Tin, above, had a strange feeling, as if he held the entire contaminated zone in his palm. Just then, he sensed Ka Bang's despicable thoughts. He'd been ignoring him, yet Ka Bang still wanted him dead. He was practically begging for it. Looking at him, Bai Tin understood how the bull demon could decapitate so swiftly. Instinctive, energy-efficient teleportation. In a blink, Bai Tin appeared behind Ka Bang. He was stunned. Bai Tin had teleported faster than his 7 winds. By 10, finding the teleportation item intriguing, activated the gold-silver serpent ring sculpture he'd just absorbed from Ka Bang, generating a gold-white energy stream. Ka Bang realized something was wrong as he saw his sealing item in By 10's hand. All the bubbles within him were instantly sucked away into By 10's space. He wanted to share this fun with his bull. The bull demon would be thrilled to examine these items. Having taken what he wanted, By 10 didn't bother with Ka Bang any longer. He unleashed 2 streams of poisonous energy. Ka Bang felt the agonizing poison seep into his veins, corroding him from the inside out. He screamed in despair. This wasn't the ending he wanted. He could only curse someone named Quang Diem before dissolving into the vast ocean. By 10 then received the B-rank bubble skill, allowing him to create bubbles of varying sizes to encase anything based on the energy input. Acquiring such a useful ability was unexpected. By 10 then went to find Xiaohua. He immediately took her A-rank plundering hand ability. After all, it wasn't a bad ability. Being able to steal abilities, energy, or any item from others was quite reasonable. Plus, it could supplement his God-given hand. However, this ability required Xiaohua's arm as an activation condition, but this was extremely simple for By 10. He activated the object fusion skill and gently removed Xiaohua's arm. Finally, he just needed to use the body modification skill to attach it to his missing hand. Having been disabled for so long, regaining his arm made By 10 extremely comfortable. Next, he conveniently tossed the jellyfish into his spatial storage. By 10 reckoned that in just a moment, the Monyo's vision would be quickly obscured by the sea creature's black ink. He reviewed the bubble ability he had just obtained. Those things were all extracted from sealed items, making them incredibly efficient for consumption. First was the concealment of presence, an extract from a B-rank sealed item. The B-rank lost 7 wins from earlier was teleportation. The bloodlust mist next to it was swelling poison, turning the target into a bloodthirsty maniac. Bone-melting blood was a part of demonic blood and flesh, causing the target to melt, leaving only blood and bone. Regenerating body was the fluid of the B-rank sealed item ephemeral. Having this was like having an extra life. And finally, the extremely rare rebirth water droplet, which could be used for revival at a certain point in time. These items were incredibly useful to By 10. When Pushkin appeared, he would have a way to save his life. After arranging everything, By 10 thought about how to escape this place. UXIN should still be waiting for him. Thinking back, this place was called the A-rank Contaminated Zone, Dream Whale. Ka Bang had been trapped here by someone named Jiang Yin for 2 weeks, and Xiaohua had also been brought here a week ago. By 10 kept speculating about the true intentions of the person behind this, and later realized that Xiaohua had disappeared at some point. He looked around, searching for her, but since she was in a deep coma, she shouldn't have been able to go anywhere. By 10 then recalled from Ka Bang's memories that there were actually 10 other sealed individuals. Could Xiaohua have been rescued by someone? But at this moment, trouble arrived again. The ink had indeed obscured the Monyo's vision. However, By 10's body was now completely contaminated. By 10 was deep beneath the vast blue ocean, his brow furrowed as he searched for another way to leave, since Renhua's method was ineffective and the rules could truly suppress the fish demon. He had to rely on himself. By 10 used the mermaid bloodline ability to transform his legs into a fishtail for easier underwater movement. With his blue fishtail, By 10, filled with determination and effort, was trying to escape. Carrying his resolve, he would definitely find those who were trapped to gather information. Currently, anyone who dared to stand in his way would certainly be eliminated by him for their power. The vast ocean stretched endlessly. By 10 swam forward a short distance. Suddenly, he stopped, surprised by what was before his eyes. He encountered the A-rank contaminated creature, Dream Whale. Surrounding that dangerous area were countless enormous whales hibernating. By 10 looked towards one of the whales. Based on the established rules, perhaps that object was buried in this place. He slowly approached the whale. Suddenly, a voice warned him not to get closer. By 10 was startled by the voice. Puzzled, he was also quite surprised by his ability to hear a voice from above the surface. By 10 swam towards the surface where the sound had originated. He quickly surfaced, looking toward the ship and asking to confirm if the voice had come from there. A woman appeared on the ship, wearing a black dress and with long, shimmering hair. She was quite surprised that Bai Tin could hear her. She had intended to warn him of danger and save his life, and she also requested that he sell her some food. Bai Tin paused for a moment to think. Indeed, he had brought some fruit with him. The blonde-haired woman on the boat was trembling with hunger. She asked if he was new here and tried to persuade him to trade 100,000 for food, even if it wasn't fresh. Bai Tin crossed his arms, looking somewhat haughty. He wondered how she knew he was new and how she could see through the water. The woman on the boat explained that only newcomers would overuse their new abilities and cause such high waves. Those who lived here couldn't do that because their energy, once used, couldn't be restored. After hearing the reason, Bai Tin realized it was the ability of clairvoyance. He wondered why she was short of food, but didn't catch and eat one or two of the fish below. The woman on the boat continued to insist that he trade with her first. She could worry about starving later. Bai Tin used his ability to conjure some honey, naturally with the intention of extracting more information. The hungry blonde woman, seeing the honey, her eyes lit up with longing. She was also quite surprised that besides being able to move underwater, he could also create food. She complained that someone had tried to sell her a regenerated leg for 10 million, but she didn't want to eat human flesh, so she refused. After enjoying the delicious honey, her mood brightened considerably. She felt very lucky to have met Bai Tin before going mad with hunger. Having eaten her fill, she activated her ability. In a cheerful mood, she introduced herself as Quan Ziwei, the vice president of the All-City Merchants Association. She was making her first move, asking Bai Tin about trading honey for anything he saw there. Bai Tin scoffed, pointing at her and asking if the bow on her hair clip counted. The woman's face became blank for a moment. Then she agreed, but on the condition that she see how much energy Bai Tin would exchange. Bai Tin put on a helpless expression and surrendered, feigning regret and a need to reconsider. Ziwei began her second move. She moved closer to Bai Tin, giving him a seductive smile and telling him to name any price, as they could negotiate. Bai Tin, flustered, quickly pushed her away. He had no interest in Ziwei and just wanted her to tell him how to leave this place. After being pushed away, the girl put on a timid, delicate, and frail act. She replied that if she knew how to escape from here, she wouldn't still be here. Seeing that Bai Tin wasn't swayed, Ziwei used her third tactic. She deliberately moved closer, using her alluring body to seduce him. She asked if he would be willing to stay by her side and protect her forever if they couldn't escape. Quan Ziwei was the only one who managed to enter the whale dream. She was thinking that if she had some underlings to command, she might be able to wait for rescue. It turned out that Ziwei's ability was persuasion. She had succeeded countless times. With just 3 steps of persuasion, she could make anyone willingly serve her. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed Ziwei by the neck, and brought her back to reality. Ziwei was grabbed by the neck and pushed back by Bai Tin. Her face couldn't help but show displeasure as she asked what he was doing. Bai Tin's face turned dark and menacing, a creepy smile spreading across it. It turned out he had used his psychic probing ability to form a mental barrier, which is why Ziwei's ability had no effect on his mind. Bai Tin's frightening face stared intently at Ziwei. He intended to leave quickly, but he was dissatisfied with her behavior. He threatened to send her to reunite with her ancestors. After hearing the threats, Ziwei's face turned pale with fear. She struggled, begging for mercy and promising to obey him. Gathering his power in his hand, Bai Tin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction upon hearing her words. However, he still didn't intend to believe her and was preparing to give her this precious gift. Finally, his B-rank persuasion ability was used. A moment later, the space around the boat became quiet. Ziwei sat obediently on the boat, looking somewhat wary. She hadn't expected that the 6 families monopolizing all resources would also have someone like him. She silently cursed Bai Tin, thinking he said he was giving her a gift, but he was actually bullying her. Bai Tin was using his persuasion ability. He sat opposite her, needing all the necessary information, and demanded she tell him. With a very, very willing appearance, she explained that the whale dream was an indestructible contaminant, and there was no way to resolve it. This place was a prison for sealers, used by the Jiang family to imprison their opponents. There was no food, no day or night, and no other living creatures besides the whales. There wasn't even a continental shelf. Moreover, expended abilities couldn't be recovered. Bai Tin's face was serious. After hearing about the Jiang family, it seemed he had also offended them. According to Ziwei, the Jiang family's main profession was assassination, and they were hired to eliminate anyone not belonging to the 6 families. Upon hearing about the 6 families, Baitin worriedly asked if the Ji family was among them and what their relationship with the Jiang family was. According to Ziwei, the Quan family specialized in commerce, the Ji family in research, the Jiang family in assassination, the Yin family in sealing and dealing with sealed objects, the Kong family in metallurgy, and there was one other mysterious family. Having heard enough information, Baitin stood up and told Ziwei to leave with him. When she asked where they were going, he revealed his intention to visit the sealers of the 6 families. He wanted Ziwei to quickly implement her business plan, hoping to acquire the abilities of everyone here. Hearing Baitin's suggestion, Ziwei became somewhat timid. Even if she was the best in this world, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't be able to escape. Baitin, with a lofty air, ordered Ziwei, and having no other choice, she obeyed. Baitin's appearance seemed harmless, but the truth was, in his heart, he was a rank S-wolf, harboring the thought of killing all the whales. He relished the thought of Pushkin finding out about his impending actions. The school grounds were now a chaotic mess, with fires burning and trees fallen everywhere. Sadly, no students had survived. Police cars and fire trucks had arrived at the scene to provide first aid. The sealing object used in the assessment test had vanished without a trace. The principal sat in a car with a blonde girl whose hair was tied in 2 pigtails. They were observing the chaotic scene at the school. The principal explained that the items used for the assessment were merely derivatives and had been eliminated in the torus pulse elimination. The blonde girl wondered why the principal didn't go in to explain the situation. Outside the school gates, numerous police officers were trying to evacuate people. Parents were wailing for their children, even cursing the officers. They were causing a commotion, demanding to speak to the person in charge. The blonde girl silently observed the school and then turned to look at the principal. He maintained a cold expression and ordered that they leave, stating that this was the era of dangerous creatures, and they had to get used to such losses. Both figures in the car began to fade, becoming illusory. The girl inquired about the memory signal sealing object, praising its convenience, since the signal point could transmit pulses at any time. Principal Pushkin and the blonde girl had now teleported to the principal's office. Hearing the girl's praise of the object's convenience, he immediately refuted it, explaining that pulse transmission was based on the time within the memory point and the distance, thus consuming lifespan. The girl crossed her legs and arms, looking at the principal. Now she understood why the Ku family's research didn't acknowledge the sealing object. It could eliminate enemies, but also harm the user. Fortunately, her bloodline could currently seal any infectious creature. The torus pulse elimination had been sealed by her, hence its name. The principal bowed his head in silence, concluding that the number of enemies eliminated would, at a critical moment, save humanity. The door to the room suddenly opened. The blonde girl followed Pushkin into a dark room. According to the principal, although Baitin had been reborn, he hadn't discovered this room. The blonde girl was surprised that the principal had even anticipated someone being reborn. She stared intently at a golden cabinet in front of them. She recognized that the blood used was stored inside that cabinet. Pushkin, with a mysterious look, observed the cabinet and refuted the girl's previous statement, saying it wasn't simply anticipation. They stood before a small round table, upon which sat an orb. Gazing intently at it, Pushkin reached towards the orb, stating that it was speaking to them at every point in time. Pushkin began activating the orb. The orb glowed from within, reflecting his image. It was the glass orb contagion, containing a miniature world one could enter, capable of revealing glimpses of the future. With a somber expression, the principal continued activating the orb. He chuckled and explained that as he injected energy into the orb, it solidified as a communication space between him and himself. The girl standing beside him was startled and afraid after hearing this, fearing that after he revealed his greatest secret, he would eliminate her to silence her, which was why he had invited her to a meal. The orb suddenly illuminated the entire room. Pushkin ordered the girl to enter it with him. Stepping inside the orb, everything was completely white. The girl fell to the ground, terrified, thinking something bad was about to happen. She cried out that even though Pushkin was the principal, she would not submit. One after another, a Pushkin in a nurse's outfit and a Pushkin in a lecturer's outfit appeared, chiding the girl for overthinking things, as she was crucial to his plan. The Real Pushkin told the girl that today was his ascension day and asked if she believed what he had just said. The girl was panicked and terrified as the 3 Pushkins surrounded her, so scared that she couldn't understand what Pushkin was saying. Nurse Pushkin gestured to lecturer Pushkin to check the coffins behind them. The girl was also quite surprised by these. Inside one coffin was Baitin's body with a golden arm lying beside him. There was a large black hole in his chest. There was another coffin just like it. The girl approached the coffin, and upon seeing what was inside, her face turned pale with fear, her words stammering. Lecturer Pushkin approached, placing his hand on Baitin's past coffin. Meanwhile, the other lecturer Pushkin was looking into the coffin containing Baitin's future. He was still a mutilated corpse. Finally, the real Pushkin squatted beside an empty coffin, as this would contain Baitin's present next time. The girl was astonished by the scene before her and couldn't help but gasp. The girl stood up and asked Pushkin how he knew these were corpses and not disguised contagions just by looking at Baitin's past and future. Pushkin glanced at the girl. Because the rule is greater than all laws. The rule says it is, so it is. For example, the S-class contagion, the missing small town. The A-rank sealers hiding in the country infiltrated it, wanting to seal and take it away, but in the end, they lost their humanity. Now she's just a large humanoid cat. Even her chromosomes are mutated. The rule says she isn't human, so she isn't. The rule says Earth doesn't exist, then Earth doesn't exist. The blonde girl was trembling with fear, believing that humanity could face extinction at any moment. Pushkin began to use his energy, his hands accumulating power. He believed this was the turning point of humanity's fate. Pushkin began using the infectious object's energy, Zhonglu Noyet. This is the sight he most wanted and didn't want to see, appearing with equal frequency. But when retrieving an object from within, the user must pay a corresponding price. Nurse Pushkin approached and looked into the well. He believed the image in his prediction, the sight he most wanted to see, would be judged by this well, and it was by Tin's action. Lecturer Pushkin, on this side, was preventing the girl from approaching, reminding her not to be reflected on the surface. A moment later, the well displayed an image of Baitin sitting on a boat with Ziwei. Nurse Pushkin, intending to retrieve Baitin's organs and right arm from the well, ordered Lin Shi to use golden blood to seal Baitin. Pushkin began inserting sharp knives into the well. Baitin, standing on the boat, suddenly startled and looked around in bewilderment as someone cut into his arm. Pushkin then removed all of Baitin's internal organs. Following this, Pushkin directed the knives towards his own arm to pay with heavy blood, the price for retrieving something from the well. It was Lin Shi's turn. She used her energy to create a golden orb, assumed a throwing stance, and threw it accurately towards Pushkin. After retrieving the organs, Pushkin placed them into a coffin. He managed to stop the flashback, taking Baitin's memories after he withered and transferring them into the present Baitin. Pushkin picked up Baitin's golden arm and examined it. He remarked that if Baitin hadn't been reborn, how could he have felt his power awaken and proactively seal Jinyo? Pushkin believed that in the future, Baitin would achieve true rebirth from Doctor to S body. Baitin, now missing an arm, plummeted into the sea, leaving Ziwei stunned. Pushkin had succeeded. Within past Baitin's body, the circulating infectious object was sealed for 1 day. Within future Baitin's body, the self-replicating infectious object was sealed. Within present Baitin's body, the Jinyo impulse had infiltrated. According to the mythology of humanity's demise in the ancient sea, a god named Tai Sun is recorded. He instantly transformed into past, present, and future, creating a diamond bracelet, riding a black ox, and managing destruction. His rule was to have infinite infectious domains mature, personally analyze, and utilize Jinyo. The infectious domain could split and expand according to an index level, circulating for a week. Setting a time point caused Jinyo, after splitting to its limit, to return to the starting point. By placing Baitin into 3 bodies, the 3 became 1, using the bestowed gift to transmit these 3 rules to him. Pushkin intended to expand the infected area, believing the humans are much smaller than the universe and the infectious object. This solar cell would multiply infinitely until it enveloped the entire universe and returned to its original state. At this point, the original Pushkin clutched his arm and slumped to the floor, his vision overseeing the past and future. All infections would be sealed by him. all destruction extinguished. All three Pushkins stood up, raising their arms high to praise the return of the true God-Thai Son to the mortal world, yet eternally immortal. Baitin, now missing an arm, sank deep into the ocean. He guessed who attacked him and their familiar tactic, but fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Indeed, during the transfer earlier, the mechanical hand used object linking. His body transformed, swapping his left and right arms. But Pushkin's plan wasn't foolproof. Baitin was currently missing an arm and sinking into the ocean depths. His internal organs weren't exposed, but his regeneration power was making him dizzy. Baitin activated his water element control to borrow the organs of a whale. The enormous whale, pained by Baitin's power, awoke and roared. Baitin finally obtained the whale's organs. He used his energy to compress the whale's heart to a usable size. After successfully compressing it, he placed it inside his body. A dark and mysterious expression appeared on his face. Baitin smiled victoriously, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted at Pushkin, asking if he had gotten what he wanted. He used his power to compress and shrink all of the whale's organs. Then he activated his ultimate biotransformation power, regeneration, healing magic, and at the most crucial moment, he used object linking to connect them to himself. A flash of blue light shone, and the gruesome wound on his chest slowly closed. Baitin grinned smugly, as the whale's organs not only revived him, but also provided additional benefits. He took a deep breath, creating a whirlpool in the sea. Ziwei clung to the boat, her eyes fixed on the surface, fearing Baitin would drown. Ziwei felt the boat shake violently, not the boat itself, but the sea impacting it. A whirlpool appeared from below, and needless to say, everyone knew who was responsible, causing her to scream. Meanwhile, the one who created the whirlpool looked up from beneath the surface, marveling at the power of the whale's organs. Baitin touched his chest, pondering the side effects of each organ surge, feeling like he had high blood pressure. Baitin wondered if he should directly use his biotransformation and enhancement powers, inwardly admiring everyone's skills. Seeing the urgency of the situation, he quickly swam upwards, taking advantage of Pushkin's uncertainty about his condition. As he swam towards the boat, he cursed the rules and thought about how to compensate for his lost arm. Startled by Baitin bursting from the sea, Ziwei let out a long scream. Baitin landed on the crossbeam of the boat, the force of his landing snapping the wood in two. Ziwei hesitantly inquired about his condition. Baitin said he was fine, inwardly praising his own strength. He used his enhancement skill on his slightly trembling leg. Baitin told Ziwei he could blow Pushkin's head off and that he wanted to find the others. Ziwei trembled, saying it wasn't a good idea. She was scared because the boat was sinking. Baitin, seeing the spot he stood on sinking, realized it was due to the weight of the whale's organs. He jumped back towards the water, declaring coolly that he would walk on the sea. But perhaps because he hadn't adapted to the orca's strength yet, he almost tumbled head over heels. Ziwei watched, sweating nervously. Baitin, as if expecting to fall, plunged into the sea. Realizing the difficulty of adapting, he used his water element control ability to move. Baitin surfaced and asked Ziwei for directions, also mentioning she hadn't told him all the rules. Ziwei hesitantly asked what he was doing underwater. Baitin honestly recounted killing the whale and exchanging its organs for Ziwei's. Ziwei exclaimed in alarm that killing the whale would turn him into one of them. Baitin was also shocked to learn that humans had transformed among them. Ziwei grimly revealed that only one was a real orca, the rest were human. Elsewhere, Pushkin and his subordinates were sealing a part of Baitin. The seal was complete. The blonde-haired woman asked if he still needed her. She wanted to replenish her vital energy, but he wanted her to stay and witness the birth of the true god. Pushkin pulled a rod from his sleeve and used his power to make his designated target obey his command for 1 second. All three Pushkins pointed their rods at the coffin, ordering all infected objects possessing rules to be bestowed upon him. A purple light emanated from the tips of the rods, and an orb of light flew out from Baitin's severed arm. The hand stood upright on its own, the glowing orb hovering in its palm. The orb split into smaller pieces and flew into the foreheads of the three men. Pushkin, clearly sensing the rules within his body, was very satisfied. Pushkin, dressed in surgical attire, experienced a glitch with his cloning ability and became bewildered, even though he wasn't infected. Pushkin, in black, looked at the coffin, suspicious. The two Pushkins simultaneously expressed their desire to merge and control the three rules. The blonde-haired woman, looking dazed, heard him declare failure. Then, the Pushkin in black grabbed her and ran, the Pushkin in surgical attire seemingly about to explode behind them. He grabbed the woman and touched a teleportation device on the table. A blue light enveloped them, transporting them back. But reality wasn't a dream. He told the woman that the crystal ball was sealed. The woman held her hand over the orb, and a yellow liquid flowed from her hand onto it. Inside the orb was the image of the purple-clad Pushkin and the exploded remains of the surgeon-clad Pushkin. The woman looked on in horror. She turned and asked why they failed, wondering if they had used too much power. Pushkin explained that they couldn't control the rules, and the human body couldn't handle the power of the rules. He said he hadn't anticipated by Tin's situation and couldn't steal his power. The woman, quite dissatisfied, demanded her payment. Pushkin walked towards the door, laughing strangely, mentioning his many failures. He seemed to make a promise that another Pushkin would continue forward, madness in his eyes. Suddenly, he stopped, turned, and asked the woman if she was interested in the blood-sucking ghost soldiers in Country A, his expression returning to normal. A glass eyeball with a crimson pupil rolled around, scouting the situation for its master. A voice asked, did it fail? Someone was observing through this eyeball. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Furious, he kept asking why. He was controlling an eyeball that was actually far away, possibly his own, or an illusion he'd conjured. He was none other than Nan Hoa, a version of himself before being completely controlled by the infectious agent. He stood in a gloomy meadow, a red cloak draped over him, concealing his gaunt face. One side of his face was hidden by a ferocious lynx mask. He seemed to have realized something. When he donned the red cloak, he instantly entered the infected world, a world created by the infectious agent, a world from which humans could never escape. But the cat mask allowed him to see through the eyes of an infected cat. It allowed him to move anywhere within this rainy world. Before him were several treasures, each possessing boundless power. One was an old pair of glasses, called the all-knowing spectacles, which could pinpoint locations and control the cat's senses to guide its search. A pair of demonic hands, carefully kept by him, which the spectacles had given to Bai Tin, becoming the black monkey claws, could grant wishes to find an exit and make it a reality. He looked at the precious cloak beside the lynx mask, wondering why they were lying scattered on the floor. The eyeball revealed its determined intent. Since acquiring the cloak and mask and possessing those eyes, the cat could move at will, and surely a third person could find the exit using the rules of creation. Nan Hoa desperately craved freedom. If successful, he could freely move between the two worlds, evade any attack, and transfer objects into it, even those impervious to the infectious agent. The glass eyeball suddenly noticed something. Approaching a shimmering, luminous object on the cloak, something like a necklace, the man on the other side was startled and amazed. Nan Hoa remembered a previous encounter with Bai Tin in his transformed state. Bai Tin was turning to look at him. Using his tentacles, Bai Tin swiftly reached into his pocket, intending to leave the all-knowing spectacles, but Dr. Hoa quickly noticed. The eyeball focused on the information displayed before it. During the synthesis of 3 powerful infectious agent fragments, a fourth had been added, integrating the all-knowing spectacles. He gradually understood. He was dead, only his consciousness remained, and soon the infectious agent would assimilate him, transforming him into a sentient infectious agent. Losing control of his consciousness was something no one could accept. Having human thoughts, but not being human, he could commit evil acts. The eyeball abruptly moved, a sudden realization striking him. Before losing consciousness completely, he had to deal with himself, lest he endanger his beloved daughter. Using his power of instantaneous movement, he shattered space and arrived in another room. The eyeball, barely arrived and still disoriented, was startled. Looking up, he saw a dead man lying there, mouth agape and eyes wide open. In the distance, Ko Loi crouched down, fearfully backing away. He was petrified, muttering that he hadn't killed the man. Tran Kong rushed over to examine the deceased, snapping at Ko Loi to be quiet. Tun Mu quickly warned everyone to be careful. Nanhua observed for a moment, realizing this was a manifestation of the Black Monkey Claw's rules. It made every wish come true, the price being the life of someone with the closest blood relation. He had wished to control all the infectious agents in his body simultaneously, and the price was his younger brother's death. Him. But if there are no relatives, what will the judgment of this rule be? Without relatives, the Black Monkey Claw will randomly change to another equivalent judgment. A spark of anger flashed in the eyeball. As expected, the one who holds the rules must die by the rules. Only the bodies of the infected can freely use the rules. Tran Kong stood up and turned to the old man to explain the fatal attack, but they now had no chance of winning. Ko Loi's jaw was set like stone, doubting Nanhua because he was a genius of the Ko family. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man was sent flying dozens of meters by Tun Mu's blazing electric kick because he was too confident. Tun Mu gently lowered her foot. According to her understanding, he had used something that consumed a lot of infectious agents and hadn't attacked again for a long time, so there must be many limitations. Ko Loi clutched his injured shoulder, secretly fearing her strength. At the same time, Ko Namai and Ko Noyet Kwong died on the same day. An elder like him could only painstakingly help him take care of the entire estate, and today he was kicked away by this girl. Tran Kong lowered his hat, muttering that he had a plan. Indeed, the two people sent here were not simple. Ko Loi gritted his teeth, warning them, his face full of cunning. Tran Kong, strength is a zoo full of ferocious beasts with terrifying, exaggerated power. A beast in there, after being infected, obtained a type of rule and yet still obeys him. What does Ko Ni-Hoa have to fight against someone manipulated by the infected? Looking at the building with the mysterious blue mark, Tun Mu exclaimed in admiration. Half of the Ko family's assets should be used to revitalize the family. Tran Kong felt that the current situation was very unfavorable for them. Tun Mu coldly proposed a plan: blow up this beautiful building. Ko Hoa was stunned on the spot, as was Ko Loi, his face completely drained of blood. Suiting action to words, she leaped into the air, summoning electric sparks. Tun Mu darted toward the top of the building with lightning speed. Electric sparks immediately surrounded the Ko family building as she ran around, creating electrical marks. Tran Kong and Tun Mu calmly observed the situation with satisfaction. Ko Loi panicked and cursed inwardly. In just a moment, she had left her mark on the walls. Just at the same time, Ko Loi sneered contemptuously and gave the order to detonate. The entire building now echoed with thunderous explosions, illuminating the area. Waves of spiritual power were released rapidly and powerfully. Tran Kong softly called out to the zoo. His mount. Amidst the blazing inferno, a giant falcon swooped down at its master's call. Tran Kong and Tun Mu quickly mounted the beast and calmly departed. They looked down at the inferno in surprise. That Ko Loi was still alive. A giant python was struggling to crawl out of the fire, using its tail to coil around him. The wicked old man still held onto his intentions. Looking towards the ruins, his eyes flashed with greed. Now that both Ko Ni-Hoa brothers were dead, this fortune would sooner or later belong to him. The luxurious villa burned ever brighter, now utterly devastated. Tran Kong, from above, laughed mockingly. He was waiting for the old man to come out to finish him off. With a slight look of alarm, Tran Kong leaned forward. In a blink, they were back to the time when they first infiltrated the Ji family. Tun Mu and Tran Kong were utterly bewildered. Tun Mu was frightened to discover that time had been reset. But why did the time on the clock appear normal? Tran Kong warned, the infected is related to time, not an easy opponent to fight. His patience is limited. Nanhua is also here observing, planning something. Everyone knows the infected's power is terrifying. If we overuse the rules, his consciousness might also be affected. The infected won't break the seal for this building. My simplest wish with the soul-snatching technique within this limited range is that the infection in the upstairs cabinet won't be released. It created an illusion of the building exploding. Especially for him, he can't easily overcome this rule. Tun Mu and Tran Kong prepared to escape. The information between them was almost revealed. Next, they wouldn't need to use the infected. They planned to use human intellect to deal with. Ko Loi. Tran Kong, wearing his hat, asked Tun Mu, should we fight or leave now? Tun Mu took out his phone, wanted to check the progress on the other side before deciding. The The phone rang. The person on the other end asked how everyone was doing. Tun Mu reported the situation and then asked about their situation. Kwang Diem spoke with Tun Mu while looking outside. The direction Kwang Diem was looking was towards Noyet Tam, who was eating heartily, calmly talking about how Nanhoa's daughter still hadn't been found. Watching the plump girl eat until her clothes were distorted, Kwang Diem said she didn't want to involve the Fa people, wanting them to continue waiting for the target to appear. Suddenly, Ha Han, Ha Quiet's older sister, entered with a furious expression. She slammed her hands on the table and fiercely lashed out at Kwang Diem, wanting to make sure that those who killed her younger sister would die, wanting to see their corpses. Kwang Diem, with a helpless expression, tried to calm Ha Han, telling her to wait, that if they truly violated the rules, they wouldn't survive. Then she expressed sorrow for Ha Quiet's death. She also said it wasn't certain that the people Ha Han mentioned were the culprits, reminding her not to forget the main mission was to eliminate the Ji family. Ha Han became even angrier, her face contorted with rage, asserting that those two were the murderers. Tears streamed down her face as she grieved for her sister. On Tun Mu's side, they only heard Kwang Diem's seemingly exhausted voice urging them to be safe before hanging up. Neither of them knew that right where they were, Nanhoa was hidden within an eye, observing them and even cursing them. Nanhoa covered the eye, then appeared in another location. He floated down to a keyboard and began hopping across the keys, intending to activate the building's security system. The entire building suddenly shook. Tun Mu's group looked around in startled alertness. The eye looked at the screen. It hadn't expected to have to activate this against humans. It was the key to an absolute seal. Nanhoa wanted to prevent them from returning. Tran Kong guessed that Nanhoa had overheard their phone conversation about his daughter and had taken action against them. He sighed, lamenting that they had just escaped but wouldn't be able to leave again. A figure ran down the hallway, each step flashing with blue-white electricity. It was Tun Mayat. She ran everywhere, from the floor to the ceiling, leaving electric trails wherever she went. Kwang, hiding with his hat pulled down, praised them. So they wanted to use the power of Tun Mu's electricity to blast the floor and jump to the level above. Tun Mu stopped, turned around, and commanded the electric current to explode. The explosion occurred. The sound was considerable. As the dust settled, the two of them rode on a giant goat, relying on its powerful leap to ascend. The goat was even named Duong Lai. Tran Khan smiled. He wanted to trigger another explosion to reach the top floor. Nanhoa was still observing the situation unfolding before him. He knew they intended to break through to the upper levels. Nanhoa directed his eyeball toward the tin box on a high shelf opposite him. He was trying to pry the lid open quickly. After all, the infectious agent inside the container couldn't escape, but there were quite a few tools he could use. After a while, he decided to drop the box from above. The box gradually burst open, its lid flying off. A few tentacles wriggled, a well-fed octopus. Seeing the outside world, the octopus didn't hesitate to stretch outwards. Suddenly, a loud explosion destroyed everything around, sparks illuminating the entire building. After the explosion, Tran Khan and Tun Mu arrived just in time. 3 ferocious giant wolves advanced at their master's call. A look of fear flashed across Tran Khan's face. Before him and the 3 beasts was a giant mutated octopus, filling the entire room. Its long, writhing tentacles resembled sharp blades, and its eyes glowed with a furious light, as if it wanted to devour everything. Without waiting for Tran Khan and Tun Mu to recover, it extended a long tentacle to attack them. The tentacles rose into the air like giant roots, blocking all escape routes. Thanks to their agility, they managed to react in time, scattering in 2 directions. Tun Mu's face changed color. Could this animal-shaped, infectious creature be subdued? Tran Khan hurriedly intervened. In reality, he could only tame and raise ordinary animals. Even if one day the movement restrictions were lifted, they would still be ordinary creatures. Both Tran Khan and Tun Mu stood by the hole in the floor, looking down at the seemingly harmless octopus in bewilderment. The octopus repeatedly reached its tentacles into the hole they had created. It seemed to like the hole in the ground, but didn't dare crawl in. Nanhoa saw clearly through his eyeball and rejoiced inwardly. His newly acquired little darling seemed to have eaten its fill through the hole they had blasted open, and now it had a new space to grow. Seeing the octopus stop its attack and curl up in one spot, Nanhoa was incredibly pleased. The floors here had all been connected by Tun Mu's group. The octopus's size would gradually increase to half the size of the building, blocking all paths. Nanhoa imagined the group being crushed to a pulp by the octopus's soft, massive, indestructible body, and he was ecstatic. Tran Khan bent down and gestured for one of the wolves to approach him. Its name was Tran 2, a beast he had raised. This creature looked strange. Besides being larger than ordinary wolves, it possessed a pair of deep-set eyes with no visible pupils. The creature growled and stepped forward, now fully revealing itself. It had two pairs of eyes, looking ferocious. Nanhoa realized the creature infecting him had taken control of another infected creature. Tran Khan gently stroked the wolf's head. He needed its help. The creature vocalized, requesting him to describe 4 characteristics of the target. It growled repeatedly. Tran Khan unhesitatingly described the first. The target's height as it approached them was within 3 meters. One of the 4 eyes of the other wolf, upon hearing its master's description, immediately lit up, emitting a dazzling purple light. Thanks to the connection between the infected, they could communicate and exhibit identical expressions. For small circles appeared on both Tran Khan and Tun Mu's foreheads, and one of these circles emitted the same purple light. Tran Khan closed his eyes, lightly touching Tran 2. They were connecting through their thoughts. Tun Mu continued with the second characteristic. The person they were looking for was Ji Renhua, male. Unfortunately, Tran 2's ability was limited and it couldn't comprehend gender. Human names and culture required more detailed characteristics. The person with all 4 selected characteristics would have all 4 lights ignited and would die instantly. Tran Khan changed his target, describing another characteristic of Nanhoa, hatred flashing in his eyes. Ji Renhua observed the 4 black circles and the familiar purple light, silently confirming it was a type of killing rule. Outside the building, the sky remained gloomy, making the signs even clearer. Hat Guy quickly gave an order to Tran 2 before the now engorged octopus attacked. Tran 2, the second characteristic. He is watching you. Ji Renhua suddenly panicked, sensing danger, and retreated into the rain world. The second black circle lit up, causing him some surprise. Still in there. At the same time, the black circle on Tran 2's forehead also lit up. This made Ji Renhua exclaim, "It's truly formidable." Such simple and easily controlled rules are at least B rank. Just by using specific characteristics for filtering, if all 4 characteristics are met, any object can be instantly eliminated. Even contaminants can't escape, and escaping reality doesn't grant immunity. Its filtering range is the entire world. Ponytail suddenly looked at the black screen in front of her. Also surprised, 2 dots have appeared on my forehead. Hat Guy quickly adjusted his hat and reassured her, "It's all right, there are still 2 more characteristics. Next, we'll let you do the filtering." Ji Renhua, hovering above, watched them plotting and scheming, where I can't let him add the 3rd characteristic. Suddenly, Hat Guy hurriedly pulled the group forward. "Follow me." He, Ponytail, and Tran 2 all hid in a corner, trying to avoid Ji Renhua's gaze that he probably has 2 dots now too. Ponytail wondered, what about the 3rd dot? We haven't even seen him. Hat Guy reassured her, "Of course we can't find him. Using the rain world as a springboard, I can easily avoid your sight by freely moving between the 2 worlds." He looked up and glanced around. The 3rd characteristic is... He pointed at a pitch-black screen and declared his reflection on this glass. Ponytail then looked at his forehead in surprise. "You have 2 dots too? And your reflection is on a glass." This is the 3rd time today Hat Guy has reassured her, "Don't worry, there's still room for error. Casualties are normal. After all 4 dots light up, Chun-Si will regain his strength. But what if? And I mean what if he's not here? Maybe he escaped with the help of some sealed artifact." Ji Renhua is a researcher, not a fighter. If our attack is fast enough, the other 2 wolves, one constantly searching for an exit, the other sweeping the entire floor, won't give us time to escape. He followed Chun-Si's every move, analyzing. According to the Mechanical Heart's information, he's wearing a red raincoat to conceal his presence. I'm sure he's hiding here. He patted Chun-Si's head and asked, "Tell me, how many targets are currently on this floor?" Chun-Si's eyes flashed with lightning, and a murderous aura surrounded him. He counted one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Ponytail looked up quickly to count. "You mean the 2 wolves? Plus him. Why is there an octopus? That's strange. Hat Guy immediately countered. Chun-Si isn't talking nonsense. To ensure safety, I'll state 2 characteristics simultaneously and use a saturation attack to kill him in one hit. But something made him uncertain about this plan. Did I guess it wrong? I keep laying out rules just for him to hear, forcing him to react and reveal his weaknesses and intel. Is he really here? And there's that suspicious octopus too. He continuously analyzed the surrounding situation. Don't panic. First, consider 2 more characteristics that apply to both of us that he can avoid. He's using a sealed artifact. I fit that requirement too. Transformation due to using a sealed artifact. He's currently stationary. No, the moment I say it, he could adapt. He looked at the well-fed octopus he was watching and speculated. And there's it. Could hold a clue. Jirenhua suddenly caught a signal wave as the 3rd black circle lit up. This type of contaminated object, he's very good at exploiting the rules. I don't want to be cornered. He looked over the well-fed octopus appraisingly. The first characteristic is being attacked without any means of defense. The second is grasping the psychology of doubt, hiding in the rain world but still unable to avoid detection. The third characteristic, through the exit, he peeked at us without bothering to conceal himself. Human intellect is limitless. We shouldn't underestimate any talent. His caution probably means he has other plans prepared, but you want to use leaked information to provoke reactions and then grasp my course of action? This also allows me to grasp your weaknesses. Well-fed octopus, his rule is to occupy half of the current space and at the same time be able to communicate with the owner of the current space. As the owner who carried it in my stomach for months, I had it use its tentacles to cover the pattern on its head when the first lines appeared. The execution of the contaminant's rules is absolute, and those obedient little octopuses are easily trapped by their vision. The well-fed octopus only has 2 dots. The characteristics it's being targeted with are 1 and 3. Because it's a contaminated object, self-enforcing its own rules, it won't consider other contaminants. He bet he was close, and he wanted to provoke me through Chun-Si's intel, treating me like a child. I know you're here. My escape into the rain world worked. Chun-Si's data did reach me. The China doll is determined to head towards the well-fed octopus. It's time to counterattack. Octopus, let me hide inside you. Suddenly, a sound came from the octopus. Stop. Let's talk. This surprised hat guy and Ponytail that IT can talk. It's just an octopus. Ponytail lunged forward angrily. We should have realized sooner he was playing us. There's no escape. So he turned himself into an octopus. Watch me crush him. She focused power into her legs, but Hat Guy suddenly stopped her weight. Let's hear him out. Jirenhua, seeing his plan unfold, rejoiced inwardly. Why didn't you act sooner? You've already lost. He controlled the well-fed octopus's tentacles that I'm just a researcher. I don't want to fight you. Let those behind this negotiate. Hat Guy wasn't easily convinced. Negotiations only happen between equals. A fish on the chopping block has no say. Jirenhua pointed to the octopus's forehead that were both 2 dots now. If I use the contamination rule to transform into this octopus, killing me won't be easy. Hat Guy realized something. Only 2 dots? Is he missing a characteristic? He looked at the octopus appraisingly point 1 or 2 characteristics. 10 times out of 10, a normal person would fall for it. But why didn't the third characteristic, mirror image, work? Jirenhua felt a burning urgency. Think faster, smart guy. The faster you go the wrong way, the faster you die. Hat Guy carefully probed for information.no. The target Chun-Si reported was indeed 5. If he just hit the octopus, he should be a 6. 5 means he and the octopus were considered one target by Chun-Si. He then noticed something beneath the well-fed octopus's tentacles that IS'd at the red raincoat. He smirked, adjusting his hat. I get it. I almost fell into his trap. Hiding inside the octopus and merging with it, he did both. After lighting up 1 dot, he quickly put on the red raincoat and hid under the octopus. As a result, he lost his vision and didn't see Chun-Si. After realizing the threat from Chun-Si, he merged with the octopus, hoping to use the contamination rule to avoid being instantly killed. Ponytail sensed it was time to act, slamming her hand on the ground. White electrical grid sensor activated. Besides the octopus, I don't detect a 6th electrified life form. Hat Guy signaled to the Sanlung group behind him and Chun-Si. Chun-Si confirmed the characteristics you encountered are 1 and 3. Wolves, tear this octopus apart. Jirenhua and the well-fed octopus, swarmed and attacked by the wolves, thrashed wildly. You still want to kill me? What? while the well-fed octopus was being torn apart by the wolves. Ji Renhua screamed incessantly, "Why? Why?" He continued to wail until the octopus's body was completely mangled, at which point he painfully burst forth. I merged with the octopus and lost my body, becoming this ghostly form. "Why won't you let me go?" Ji Renhua leaped past Hat Guy, ignoring his shouts to come back. He continued to plead, "I have a lot of pollutants. I'll give you all the rules I've discovered. Just spare my life." But Hat Guy had no intention of letting him go. He continued to pursue Ji Renhua. "You have no chance." Ji Renhua ran towards a nearby bookcase. He chose a suitable compartment. "Hide quickly. I have to hide in the rain world." Finally, using his small, slimy body, Ji Renhua successfully escaped before the two of them. Hat Guy looked into the compartment, not panicking in the slightest. "Hidden inside, are you?" He reached out and touched the remaining slime. He touched the lock and easily opened it. He thought to himself, certain of his victory, deception, fallacy, analytical thinking, desire, greed, calmness, impulsiveness. Humans, there's a magic weapon that transcends all souls. At the same time, there's also a way to embrace the death hidden beneath all kinds of thoughts. Ponytail approached and asked about the situation. "Did you catch him?" But all she received was Hat Guy's silence. Inside, although Ji Renhua had escaped, he was still worried that there's still another one. "I can't give her time to think." Suddenly, a large line sliced through Ji Renhua's body. In an instant, he was transported back to the real world, overjoyed. "You can't catch me. In this form, I'm extremely agile." Ponytail quickly followed, turning around. She reached out to grab Ji Renhua, but he wasn't afraid at all. Too slow. He taunted her while standing there. "Try finding me inside this cabinet." As soon as Ponytail got close, Ji Renhua slipped back into the rain world. Suddenly, she realized something. It wasn't like that at all. Both of them were standing motionless. Ji Renhua, hovering above them, wondered, are they dead? But when he got closer, he realized their hearts are still beating. It seems their consciousness has been wiped clean. Ji Renhua floated closer to Hat Guy and sighed. Humans can never resist the rules. This cabinet became a pollutant because rules were established. The cabinet must not be opened. The sealing method is to place it in an absolutely safe location where it cannot be opened. Ji Renhua realized that when the building was about to explode the first time, the cabinet had caused them to hallucinate and abandon their attempt, because the building's collapse would indirectly violate its inherent rules. He observed them again, but now they desperately wanted to open the cabinet. However, the cabinet itself directly prevented them from having the thought of opening it. If their idea wasn't, "We absolutely must open this cabinet," but rather, "Let's just open it and see what happens," they might have only fainted or lost their memory. The mechanical flower flew over to the well-fed octopus, sighing in relief. In short, the danger has passed. "First, let's refurbish a new octopus, then release it, and it'll soon grow as big as a mountain." He looked at the shredded remains of the octopus. Contaminated objects won't die, even if they're ground into powder, and they'll still follow the rules in powder form. Thankfully, the growth rate doesn't double every second. His precious daughter was still waiting for him. She was very clever and, moreover, had newly awakened abilities. Therefore, she would definitely survive. But at this moment, the mechanical flower hadn't noticed that Chun-Si had been standing opposite him the whole time. Suddenly, the mechanical flower turned around. This wolf, why is he still here? He didn't understand. The master who issued the mission was already dead. Could it be that the mission had been reset? The mechanical flower looked at Chun-Si's forehead and saw that one purple that was missing. The spot where the dot had been just a moment ago was now lit up. He must be about to start killing. At this time, an old man leaning on a crutch walked into the building. "Mechanical flower, that rotten girl, she dared to look down on me. Offend that person, she's probably dead by now." He looked around, clicking his tongue in admiration. What a wonderful building, a wonderful building. Even better, both brothers are gone. Mechanical flower still has a daughter, right? "Don't you worry, I'll treat your daughter very well." Suddenly, a nearby mirror caught his attention. Thought, what's this? Then he saw 4 dots appear on his forehead. 2 of them lit up. "Mechanical flower, are you behind this?" On Chun-Si's side, 2 more round dots appeared in succession, making a total of 3. On the old man's side, 2 more dots appeared consecutively, making a total of 4. Suddenly, The old man collapsed unconscious. The mechanical flower, watching the events unfold, understood point four dots lit up. That's the end of one cycle. Then they go out again. He looked at the evaluation screen. Sure enough, the old man was dead. Then he looked back at Shin Si. Its rule is that the master designates someone with 4 characteristics, and it will kill all matching targets for the master. After its master died, its rules changed, for characteristics appear together, and the target is eliminated. Another suddenly lit up on Chun Si's forehead. This game, if it's not under the control of a master, isn't it just randomly killing people? The mechanical flower quickly took action that I have to stop it quickly. I could try putting ceiling objects in the cabinet. A tattered doll interrupts counting an infinitely erasing computer, a blindfold. No, I can't blindly let 2 contaminated materials collide. A tattered doll interrupting the count could cause the number 4 to appear continuously. An infinitely resetting computer might not reset, and a blindfold could reduce the 4 characteristic conditions to 3. The mechanical flower now had no choice but to rush forward. Safe operation, controllable, reversible. There's only one way. Next, he ran into Chun Si's remaining eye socket. That if only I could use this consciousness and body to stop the 4th characteristic from being completed, he thought. The 3 connected eye sockets suddenly broke off at the 4th, where the mechanical flower resided. Stop. It stopped. But he realized something was wrong. That IT keeps asking me about the 4th characteristic. It's trying to use the omniscient prism, as if it wants to control me. The mechanical flower decided, let the other humans die because my daughter is still waiting for me. But if the contaminated objects are allowed to kill indiscriminately, will the human part inside me still exist? Suddenly, he panicked that, people are dying every second in this world, and my daughter is the only one left. This is wrong. Only when humans kill each other can a king be born. The love that humans have for their children is true love, and it exists only in humans. Humans are slaves to their genes, and genes make humans value blood relations. We're humans. Am I human? But now I'm. Then came a series of miserable cries from the mechanical flower. Somewhere with a blue sea, cool breeze, and golden sunshine, a voice echoed, "Come here quickly." Blonde and Bai Jing were traveling together on the sea when Blonde suddenly pointed ahead. "Do you see that large ship floating on the sea over there?" Bai Jing also looked in that direction. She explained, someone with an ability from the Kong family is also imprisoned there. His ability is the ship covenant. He can link his life to the ship and control it at will. Bai Jing looked towards a ship, puzzled. Why not make a contract with a stronger ship, like an aircraft carrier or something? Blonde replied, he was a core figure in the Kong family's offshore gold mining business. So that bitch Jiang Yin imprisoned him as soon as he ascended to A-rank potential. Bai Jing turned to her, slightly annoyed. Damn, internal power struggles are so troublesome. Was your case like this too? Blonde sighed. Yes, actually I was just promoted to vice president of the city's merchant guild. He stood up proudly. Despite his severed arm, I don't care about the boring internal struggles of humans. Tell me about some powerful figures. Blonde recalled what she knew. Besides Kong Hao with the ship covenant, there's Zhang Kopao, a rank diamond bodyguard. Kong Xiaoyu, a rank and S rank, gift of the middle tower of life. Also, some people stay in the cabin year-round and never come out. Where their ship stopped is the center of the whale dream. The number of whales under the sea is the largest, with external resources and newcomers, and many of them will land in the center. The city here has no power at all. After exploiting all my assets, they gave me a small boat and let me go out to forage. Otherwise, they would eat me. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, but Bai Jing's smile immediately dispelled her fear. The reason they didn't eat you right away is because they had the desire to go out but didn't dare to do it. Now it's different. I'm here to protect you. He turned towards the ship, determined to let's get on board. A foot soundlessly but confidently broke the water surface. Bai Jing flew through the air, quickly leaving the water and landing on the deck of the ship. He greeted the deck by stomping a hole clean through it. Bai Jing glanced forward. His impressive entrance had clearly surprised the boisterous group on board. A fat man immediately questioned him. What's that Jiang Yin thug trying to pull now? A thick-lipped man named Yin Wei, an A rank with the ability Open Mouth Cannon and a power level of 6,084, eyed him. Another newcomer? What a nuisance. The fat man from before, Kong Xiao, an A rank with the ability Diamond Bodyguard and a power level of 9,983, chuckled, don't say that. We're bored anyway. Hopefully, he can provide us with some. Entertainment. The most formally dressed among them, Kong Hao, an A rank with the ability Curse Contract and a power level of 21,569, addressed by Jing in a serious and polite tone, an unfamiliar face. Young man, which family are you from? Bai Jing smiled back defiantly. No family in particular. I heard you guys were quite the movers and shakers, so I came to see for myself. Kong Xiaoyu immediately noticed the boat Blonde was sitting in on the sea and recognized it as belonging to the city's merchant guild. Suddenly, Yinwei took a deep breath through his mouth. This strange action piqued Bai Jing's curiosity. What are you doing? Yinwei suddenly roared towards the sea below. He was clearly targeting Blonde, causing her to panic. They had no intention of negotiating. Where societal rules didn't apply, they were the rules. Blonde was surrounded by the vast ocean. She knew she was about to die. At that moment, Bai Jing also roared towards her, using his C-rank sound manipulation ability, Sound Burst. The attack intercepted Yin Wei's attack, deflecting its trajectory down into the sea. Yin Wei was slightly surprised that his ultimate move had been disrupted by Bai Jing. But more importantly, the resulting shockwave completely shattered Blonde's boat. Blonde sank into the sea along with the wreckage, but a bubble enveloped her body. She looked at the scene in disbelief. I'm not dead. He saved me. He actually saved me. I'm the one who understands the power of persuasion best. I deliberately changed the subject, concealed information, basically trying to get him killed. She looked up in bewilderment. What is he trying to do? Fight an entire ship by himself? He actually dares to? Does he really believe my words that much? Why is he so foolish? Despite her thoughts, Blonde silently prayed for him. Please survive. Bai Jing felt a surge of satisfaction at having rescued her in the nick of time, using his sound manipulation to create the air bubble that encased her. Then, using water element control, he guided her down to the seabed, effectively combining multiple combat methods. That I'm getting better and better at this. Bai Jing turned back to the others and spoke softly. Gentlemen, there's no need for intimidation tactics. If you want to fight, just say it clearly. I could take you all on. A bee suddenly appeared, repeatedly dripping honey onto Bai Jing's hand as he tried to reason with them that I need information to get out of this place, and I have something you want. Yin Wei crossed his arms and scoffed. Very interesting, sound manipulation. So, you've encountered a fellow sound manipulator, but you're a bit weaker than me. If you can compete with me, it means your level is quite high. Bai Jing, catching the implied challenge, didn't back down. Even if it's a low-level ability, you should still maintain some decorum. Your ability isn't bad either. It would be great if you could trade it with me. But Yin Wei wasn't one to easily trust others. You're quite humble. As everyone knows, power is related to the user. The classic spatial ability evolution line, F rank vibration, E rank propulsion, D rank constant force, B rank instantaneous movement, S rank wormhole management, SSS rank personal dimension. With enough power, even vibration can rupture personal space. Bai Jing retorted, I understand your point, but what I want to express is its external meaning. At this moment, Kong Xiaoyu came over and slung an arm around Bai Jing in a seemingly friendly manner. This brother really has a knack for gathering information. In that case, I'll give you a few choices. He presented 3 options to Bai Jing. First, contact your elders outside and have them send something, anything to ransom your life. Second, provide us with genuine information about the contaminated objects outside. Third, become food. Bai Jing looked at him coldly and asked, there's no option for cooperation? The group burst into laughter. Maybe you don't know. Our captain is on the middle floor, unaware of how miraculous the gift of life can be. Did you really believe Zhang Kopao's jest about his ability? The weak will always be weak, while those with S-rank abilities are existences that can be called demigods. Kong Xiaoyu suddenly pulled out an ugly, lumpy creature. See this? This branch, after being bestowed with life, can regenerate and be used as food. Another, named Jiang Wei, took out something that looked like a loaf of bread and made a greedy expression. Although this was originally a baguette, it can regenerate and has the taste of meat. Kong Hao then held out a hand with a human face on it, boasting, I prefer a chewier texture. After they finished showing off, Kong Xiaoyu looked at Bai Jing coldly. Want to rely on the power to create food to exchange for equal status? How delusional. Bai Jing could only force a smile and wave his hand that I understand. In a place where people eat people, there's no point in talking about reason. Please don't eat me. Yin Wei crossed his arms, quite satisfied with Bai Jing's response. Good, young man. You're quite sensible and obedient. Kong Xiaoyu was equally pleased that a wise man submits to circumstances. If you're given the chance to go outside, will you choose to contact your elders? But Bai Jing had no such intention. He immediately retorted with an earth-shattering reply. My choice? I choose to eat all of you. Before they could react, he charged forward. Bai Jing landed a swift punch on Kong Xiaoyu's chin. The hefty man was sent flying 8 meters, screaming in agony. Such immense power! Yin Wei seemed more excited than worried for his companions. Want to resist? Looks like you're eager to become food. Bai Jing raised his bloody fist in defiance. There's an enemy out there waiting for my revenge, so I wanted to conserve energy and borrow your power peacefully. He shot upwards with incredible speed, but the phrase, I am a whale, that had been echoing in his mind this whole time, suddenly surfaced. This is so annoying. Another life-threatening situation. Bai Jing chased after the airborne Kong Xiaoyu, his mind racing. Whales can't fly. This place is restricted airspace. Activate 58 D-rank flame emission sprays. Using psychic force, fire outwards. He lightly kneed Kong Xiaoyu directly in the back, sending him arching forward in flight. Not stopping there, he activated 14 D-rank plant manifestations in his palms. Then the gnarled, ugly thing Kong Xiaoyu had previously shown off suddenly crawled out of his pocket. It rapidly grew into a thick, sturdy tree, wrapping around Kong Xiaoyu's body. Bai Jing quickly caught a signal. Trying to counterattack? I won't give you the chance. Kong Xiaoyu only had time to yell, Diamond Bodyguard, to surround himself with a protective shield. Just in time, Bai Jing fired laser beams from his eyes directly into Kong Xiaoyu's fleshy stomach. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kong Xiaoyu couldn't understand. Powerful ability. How can it be limited to one fighting style? Kong Xiaoyu increased his power, solidified aura, diamond sword. As he finished speaking, a surge of energy attacked Bai Jing, but he quickly dodged. A pair of wings suddenly sprouted from Bai Jing's back, combining psychic force and wall walking. He propelled himself outwards, skillfully maneuvering through the air, preparing to battle Kong Xiaoyu. Bai Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of the upcoming fight. Not bad. If I can obtain his Diamond Bodyguard ability, my body can unleash another level of internal organ strength. Kong Xiaoyu roared angrily. You're going too far. But Bai Jing ignored him, continuing to fire laser beams, which were blocked by Kong Xiaoyu's shield. Kong Xiaoyu laughed arrogantly. Very well. I don't know where you got these low-level abilities, but they're nothing more than a fly buzzing around. They can't even hurt me. He spread his arms wide, expanding and reinforcing the shield around him. The energy level here can't be replenished. Let's see how long you can run around and waste your energy like this. But Bai Jing just chuckled and continued with his next attack. Telekinetic hand. A massive, hand-shaped energy construct appeared, hurtling towards Kong Xiaoyu. The hand quickly enveloped the sphere containing him, leaving him terrified. Then, Bai Jing simply clenched the shield and flew towards the sea. The shield that once protected Kong Xiaoyu had now become his prison. The crowd below erupted in chaos. Even Kong Hao lost his composure. Kong Xiaoyu has been captured. Yin Wei watched the situation unfold, fear gripping his heart. How can someone possess so much power? He suddenly yelled to Kong Hao, hurry, chase after him. He's trying to scatter us. But Kong Hao refused the suggestion that we must hold our position. Have you forgotten whose orders these are? However, Yin Wei cared more about his friends than he let on. Give me a small boat, I'll go myself. True to his word, he immediately launched himself into the sea. Though Kong Hao had initially refused, he still assisted him that I'll use a bit of my yin to control the boat for you. Hold on tight, don't let it capsize. He then controlled the small boat, carrying Yin Wei swiftly across the water surface. Up in the sky, Bai Jing, after toying with Kong Xiaoyu to his heart's content, threw him straight down towards the sea. Kong Xiaoyu spun as he fell, cursing incessantly. You think you can deal with me this way? Just let me reach the ground, and I'll tear you to shreds. Bai Jing swooped down, flying close beside him. Well then, all right. He touched a foot to the sea's surface. Thermal regulation, absorb. Instantly, that entire section of the sea transformed into ice. Kong Xiaoyu landed hard on his backside, the impact causing the ice to crack. Kong Xiaoyu glared at him, veins bulging on his face. Well, with abilities like that, you'd be perfectly suited to survive here. But unfortunately, the ship ushering in the new era just recently filled up all its spots. Bai Jing's nonchalant shrug only further infuriated Kong Xiaoyu. Hey, what's with that arrogant attitude? He suddenly jabbed his elbow into Kong Xiaoyu's shield, startling him and widening his eyes. But when he saw that he couldn't break it, Kong Xiaoyu spread his arms in challenge. Trying to break my protective chi with just your physical body. You're delusional. Suddenly, Bai Jing's right arm turned to stone, fist of stone. From the massive boulders, he commanded, compress, making it instantly harden. Then, with all his might, Bai Jing threw a punch. A single blow was all it took to crack a corner of the shield Kong Xiaoyu had been so proud of. The shock was beyond Kong Xiaoyu's expectations. Such incredible strength. He started to negotiate. What do you want? Let's talk this over. But Bai Jing didn't let a single word reach his ears. The greatest thing isn't strength, but explosive force. He punched again, shattering the shield further, draining the color from Kong Xiaoyu's face. Bai Jing continued his monologue that you're right. Low-level abilities are plentiful, seemingly capable of covering everything, but in reality, they're difficult to use. He punched again, continuing his reminiscing that I was thinking, if humans had enough ability and strength, could they deal with contaminated objects more easily? Seems like the answer is no, because someone just taught me a lesson. His eyes widened with a crazed look on his face. I don't even know where you are, in what distant contaminated zone, that you lost all your internal organs and an arm. Only a contaminated object could do that. This final punch completely shattered the shield, leaving the man inside with eyes bulging in disbelief. A burst of purple octopus tentacles suddenly appeared. He gently wrapped them around Kong Xiaoyu and lifted him up. Contaminated object. I need more contaminated objects. Tell me where they are, or you die. Kong Xiaoyu immediately lowered his pride and frantically explained to Bai Jing, my power level here has dropped to 10,000. I can't beat you now. Information about contaminated objects is a family secret. Hearing this, Bai Jing knew he couldn't extract any more information, so he decided to finish him off. Using his spiritual probe, he sensed Kong Xiaoyu's thoughts through his expressions and punched him directly in the stomach. Only then did Kong Xiaoyu beg for mercy. Spare me. I'll talk. But blood was already pouring from his mouth. Bai Jing mercilessly pulled his hand out of Kong Xiaoyu's stomach. Forget it. I already know. 68th level Vajra body protection. Power level plus 9983. Bai Jing tossed him into the sea. Because of his injuries, Kong Xiaoyu quickly sank. Down below, his eyes grew hazy, and his consciousness gradually faded. He knew what would become of him. Upon death, he would transform into a whale. His body began to swell and become slippery. Finally, he transformed into a whale and plunged into the abyss. Bai Jing watched everything from above. The probe confirms my predictions. At this moment, a furious voice reached his ears. Yin Wei finally arrived by boat. His previous lion's roar had caused the ice to break. You bastard, you actually killed Kong Xiaoyu. But Yin Wei's attack didn't affect him at all. Want to trade information for your life? Bai Jing's body was enveloped in a protagonist's halo, causing Yin Wei to cough up blood in frustration. You don't know what a grave sin you've committed. Come back with me to face Captain Zhonglu, or you'll regret it. Bai Jing quickly lunged forward, leaving Yin Wei's face bloodied in less than a page. An ordeal then. Having finished, he quickly turned back towards the ship. So weak, a bunch of weaklings. Wasting my time fighting you one by one. I hope that captain can grasp the situation. Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Bai Jing's body suddenly reacted violently. Although he had survived consuming the whale's organs, it continued to try and alter his perception. Get out of my head. I'm not a whale. I'm not. I am Bai Jing. Kong Hao waited for his companions to return, but they were nowhere to be seen. Instead, he saw Bai Jing flying frantically towards him. He landed forcefully. Kong Hao panicked. Why are you alone? Where are the others? Bai Jing didn't answer. He acted. He grabbed Kong Hao's face firmly. Bai Jing then turned his head inward and shouted, Zhonglu, is it? Come out here. A figure strolled out, trying to appease him. Hold on, let's talk this through. A young man with short blue hair appeared and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Zhonglu, former captain of the Sealer's Squad, now captain of this ship. Bai Jing glared down, looking at him seriously. Keep it short, he said that I want your ability, and then I'll tell you how to get out of here. Zhonglu didn't seem worried at all. Pretty boy, he said, you've hit the nail on the head, but it's not a good idea. Bai Jing angrily tossed Kong Hao aside. You can't beat me, he said. Don't force me to take action. No one will help you. The others on the ship probably won't wake up, will they? Zhong Lu seemed impressed by Bai Jing's knowledge. Astonishing, he said. You've only been here a short time, yet you already understand the rules? He turned his back dismissively. But I can tell you, you're not the only one who understands the rules. He gave Bai Jing a sly smile that we're not getting out simply because we don't want to. I'm going to stay here and create a new era for mankind. He extended a hand towards Bai Jing with a smile. Join me, he said. You're talented, and I appreciate talent. Bai Jing smirked. You killed 2 of your own men, he said. Their deaths were meaningless. And you still dare to invite me? Zhong Lu replied calmly. In this whale's dream, no one truly dies. They're just immersed in dreams, like whales. Bai Jing snorted. Trying to make peace? He asked. Give me your ability. It's called life bestowal, isn't it? Copy, steal, and devour, Zhong Lu said. You must be very proud of that, aren't you? Then show me something interesting first. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. Diamond bodyguard. Bai Jing's face was etched with surprise. But Zhong Lu didn't stop there. Next, he continued. Laser eye release, C-rank ability, radiant eyes. Blinding light erupted, making it impossible to see. Bai Jing gritted his teeth. This is bad, he yelled. Burst shot, diamond bodyguard, activate. Faint white rings advanced towards Bai Jing like a whirlwind, engulfing him. Zhong Lu walked forward, his hand shimmering. Steel imprisonment, he said. A large hand reached out and grabbed Bai Jing. Before he could react, he was caught between life and death. Zhong Lu tightened his grip. Now, are you ready to talk properly? He asked. Bai Jing glared at him, thinking form shift. His body flowed like liquid through Zhong Lu's fingers. Free from his grasp, he returned to his original form and shouted, Metamorphosis. A massive sword, 3 times his size, materialized. My turn, he said with satisfaction. Cloud gathering strike. Zhong Lu simply smiled. Impressive, he said. Just how many abilities are you hiding? A thick fog enveloped the ship. Bai Jing flickered in and out of sight within a mist. Zhong Lu raised a finger. Let's see how you deal with this, he said. A rank ability. Lightning recall. A bolt of lightning struck down instantly. Bai Jing, sword in hand, cried out, This is bad. My sword's become a lightning rod. He gripped his sword, crouched down, and said, Lightning sprite. Lightning crackled around him. He gritted his teeth, his face pale, thinking a B-rank lightning sprite can't completely negate A-rank lightning. Zhong Lu watched him struggle and said calmly, Are you all right? Go on, lightning recall. The young man raised his sword. Metamorphosis. The giant sword instantly transformed into large darts that flew forward. Telekinesis. The young man used the lightning to attack Zhong Lu. Zhong Lu remained unfazed, chuckling softly. Dissipation. The darts plunged harmlessly into the ground. He glanced at them and said, It's truly unbelievable that you can switch between so many abilities and combine them so simply and easily. The young man exclaimed in disbelief. What else can you do? The number and level of your abilities are exciting. This fog seems useless. Let's disperse it, shall we? He looked on, thinking, could he also be a multi-ability user? That's impossible. What about life bestowal? I've already killed the users of Diamond Bodyguard and Radiant Eyes. Could it be that when another ability user dies, I gain their ability? He glanced at the trembling captain on the deck and activated his mind probe. The young man thought, no wonder he's the captain. This is the driving force behind a new era. Our abilities will shine in his hands. This kid might bring the captain a breakthrough. A fool with no real information. Confused, he sent a message through his mind. Z-Way, steel imprisonment, lightning recall, and dissipation. Do you know who possesses these abilities? The girl was startled, then said, Can you hear me? I know them. They are all recent missing persons from the 6 families, and they are all newly awakened A-rank geniuses. I see, he snorted. What a dirty trick. Standing on the deck, looking at something yellow encased in a blue light, he said, as soon as the darts were thrown, a soul worm crawled down below. The lightning killed 2 soul worms, leaving only 1. Go around the cabin and check. I want to confirm if the other ability users are still alive. The young man's face darkened. He thought, if I'm right, analyzing this Zhong Lu, he's the contaminated one. In the whale's dream, gaining the abilities of outsiders after they die. Of the 4 issues, the one most likely to grant him multiple abilities is the law of the whale's dream. First, harming and killing the whale will result in death and cognitive contamination, hence the need for constant resistance. If you fail, you become a whale. Second, losing consciousness, falling into a coma, or entering a dream will make you disappear from this place. But you absolutely cannot leave here. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be a prison for the 6 families. Or there's a deeper dream within this dreamscape. Third, only rules understood by the whale can be applied, stemming from the inability to fly. And I guess the 4th rule is the most crucial one, the key to the whale's dream becoming a prison. Humans can't wake up from the whale's dream. Only another whale can wake up after a whale's dream. When a whale feels like it's sleeping, it creates a dream within a dream. Even if a human is contaminated and turns into a whale, they'll repeat the rule and never wake up. The two stared at each other, the young man unconsciously breaking out in a sweat. But even with these rules, how could he still find loopholes and manipulate them? He remembered the soul worm. Sure enough, the missing people from the 6 families in the cabin were all sound asleep, but they hadn't turned into whales. Feeling like he had uncovered all the mysteries, a smile spread across his face as he thought, what would happen if I put all the sleeping people into the spatial backpack and took them away? Or maybe I'll absorb all their abilities first. Suddenly, Zhonglu raised his hand. Seeing his posture, the young man wondered, what is he going to do? At that moment, a man appeared and said, that move, I haven't seen it in a long time. Then he turned to the young man and said, what are you looking at? You can't learn it, not with you missing your right hand. Deeply offended, the young man gritted his teeth, thinking, I'll kill you first later. Zhonglu glanced over and said, then let's use this move to decide the victor. After I win, you'll be mine, and I won't treat you badly. The young man sneered, in your dreams. Even if I die, I'll never submit to anyone. I want to see what makes you so arrogant. He decisively raised his hand towards the sky, signaling something. The other man exclaimed excitedly, this is considered the strongest offensive move among A-rank abilities. Even an A-rank contamination domain will be split apart. Zhonglu's eyes sharpened as he shouted, divine retribution. A large blade appeared in his hand, accompanied by crackling lightning. Throughout human history, godlike beings have been born. This blade was borrowed from a god's arsenal. It can sever the very rules. He swung the blade down towards the ground. The young man was stunned by the resulting shockwave. He gritted his teeth, thinking he definitely borrowed this blade when exploring the rules of the whale's dream. Then, he created a swirling sphere of air in his hand. Bubble A. He thrust his hand forward to counter the attack, shouting, Labyrinth Wind. A long streak of blue lightning seemed to tear through the deck of a ship. Despite his efforts, the young man was blasted backward. Zhonglu looked up and said, I can use up to 2 abilities simultaneously. With your help, my plan will be much more complete. It can be used anywhere there's light. No barrier can withstand it before being shattered. He still wasn't finished. Tightening his grip on the blade, he said, with just yin-na's derivative, how many more times can you escape? Let's sit down and talk. Jumping off the deck, the young man retorted, I already refused, didn't I? Are you deaf? Then he plunged into the ocean. Acrid. Underwater, he thought, Van Vu Thien Kai. Looking down from the ship, he gripped his blade tightly and said, you mean after using the barrier and borrowing the blade at the same time, I can no longer use a 3rd ability to see through obstacles? The man standing next to him yelled, no need. Divine retribution will automatically lock onto that target. He continued, it's rare for the captain to offer you a drink, but you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're courting death. But at this moment, the young man, hazy within the mist, silently appeared behind him. He swung his fist directly at the man's head to finish him off. He said mockingly, is the pay good for being a commentator? Blood splattered from the man's head, staining the young man. He swung his sword towards the young man, saying, so you boarded the ship after all? No one bathes twice in the same river. This time, the young man was prepared and easily dodged the attack. Labyrinth Wind. Then, slightly worried, he muttered, only 4 Labyrinth Winds left. If I can get into the cabin and harvest first, I still have a chance to defeat him. The total upgrade level is 44,874. Deduct 4,847 for the bestowment. He then swung a rope towards him. He quickly raised his sword and slashed back. Divine Retribution, Labyrinth Wind. The 2 powerful techniques clashed once again. This ship is incredibly sturdy. Despite enduring so many blows back and forth, it hasn't suffered any serious damage. Now, the young man, surrounded by a swirling vortex, extended his hand towards him and said, "Upgrade, retrieval. Bring his ability to me." His face darkened. Then he laughed and roared. "So that's how you collect your abilities. No wonder they're all such low-level stolen powers." The young man wondered in astonishment. Retrieval failed? This is the first time I've encountered this situation. He remained standing defiantly, hand outstretched. Your so-called bestowment and retrieval powers stem from your upgrade level and mental strength, correct? Against someone whose upgrade level and mental strength far surpass yours. It's nothing but a free gift. Coincidentally, I have the A-rank psychic ability, Lone Psyche, which grants me an additional psychic body and doubles my mental strength. After hearing him, the young man laughed loudly and to his astonishment vanished. He took a guarded stance, looking around. Where are you teleporting to this time? Why is the mist and fog dissipating? Come out and fight me head on. My blade will never lose to you. The young man appeared right behind him, sneering. I'm right here. His face darkened as he spun around, swinging his sword. Why has your movement suddenly become so fast? The young man sat casually on the ship's railing, one leg crossed over the other. Has your thinking slowed down too? After using divine retribution and lone psyche, the luminous barrier can't be maintained. Isn't that right, you idiot? Forcing mediocre aptitude. Using it is like wearing a lock. Weakened mind, fractured logic, loss of emotional control. Are you feeling it yet? Beads of sweat began to trickle down his face as he replied, "The gift bestowed upon me also resides within you. So you've been fighting this whole time in such a negative state, haven't you?" The young man laughed and said, "Not the whole time. Not even a full day. The barrier is gone. How could it possibly hold me back?" He stood up from his seat and continued, "Isn't long-range killing quite taxing? I've teleported 1,000 meters away. Do you still dare to attack me?" The man roared angrily, "Are you mocking me?" As the young man turned and walked away, a wicked smile crept across his face. He thought to himself, now that he's hesitating, I should get to the cabin and harvest the new ability. Meanwhile, the man's face darkened, his whole body trembling with rage. "It seems you're determined to oppose me. I'm truly disappointed." His eyes flashed. "I originally wanted to make you my right-hand man, a dream come true." As he finished speaking, a gigantic, reflected image of his head appeared, blocking the young man's path. The young man cried out in astonishment. This is rule power. Can he already utilize the whale dream to this extent? No, it seems to be emanating from above him. Is this image flooding my mind from Zhong Lu's memories? A scene from the past flashed before him. A man with a sinister face was saying, "Zhong Lu, your B-rank life-giving ability isn't bad, but if you want to join the family's sealing squad, you understand, right? That's good. It just so happens the transport team needs a replacement. This is using trucks full of contaminants to transport food." The blonde young man pointed at the truck and exclaimed, "Wouldn't people be affected by the contamination if they eat this stuff?" The man took a drag from his cigarette and said, "The family has been running this route for over 10 years, and no one has dared to oversee it. Replacement, or are you here to point fingers? Speak up again and get out. No one has died yet, and besides, you're not the one eating it." The young man continued, "Captain, the money collected from the transport escort will be paid, right? The commission we agreed on earlier?" Hearing this, the man turned and glanced at him, asking, "What commission? With such poor performance now, we still have to deal with a bunch of higher-ups and elders." He then scoffed, "Dream on. Anything is possible in dreams." One day, he answered a phone call and yelled angrily into it, "The transport route is blocked, and you're here to arrest someone? We'll conduct a thorough internal investigation." Then he bowed his head before his superior and said, "The investigation is complete, Elder. It was Zhong Lu, the replacement in the transport team. He was greedy for the truck cleaning fees, and so he was imprisoned. In prison, he sat in a daze, recalling the captain's words from before. Anything is possible in dreams." His eyes changed. Dreams certainly won't be as disappointing as this world. He curled up in the dark room, muttering, "Just dream. In dreams, there's freedom and light." Zhong Lu, in his fantasy, stood beneath the vast sky, breathing in the fresh air. It was so peaceful, carefree, thoughtless, without having to remember the things that exist in that filthy world. The filth. I don't need to exist anymore. My dream, live in my place. I will use you, grant you life. A voice echoed along with a bright light, like the salvation of mankind. Hello, Zhonglu. He looked up, wondering to himself, is it a contaminant? The contamination from the truck seeped into my body long ago. The bestowed life carried the power of contamination, and it successfully infected, becoming a contaminant in my dream. So, is this contaminant a representative of my will? A hand reached out as he said, let's create a beautiful world, just like in our dreams. The dream avatar is a regression in my consciousness and still a part of me. The power of contamination continued to be transmitted ceaselessly. 3 days later, I ascended to S rank. Zhonglu, you've reached S rank? Good, good. The family must find a way to clear your name. Zhonglu, do you want to be a captain? The higher-ups are very optimistic about you. Receiving the light and his path, he gradually changed. Reminders echoed in his mind every day. Zhonglu, the one who framed you was. Zhonglu, this world is contaminated to the core, incurable. Humanity needs to usher in a new era. A mysterious woman with purple hair appeared. She said, Zhonglu, right? You've been attracting a lot of attention lately, so I'd like to invite you to have a seat. Back in the present, his eyes shone. He smiled amicably, extending his hand and saying, join me, and let's build a free and uncontaminated era. The young man was now extremely panicked, his eyes blurring, unable to see Xiao Chu. Everywhere he looked, he saw Zhonglu reaching out to him. He clutched his head in pain, kneeling on the ground. The voice continued, you want to use dreams to spread your will and make me like those in the cabin, then take away my abilities? Your sense of oppression is far worse than Pushkin's. Therefore, rebirth water droplet. He held the bubble in his hand and suddenly crushed it. A black gas emanated, constricting his entire body. He said, no need to go back 3 years, just go back. Opening his eyes again, he was underwater, a smile appearing as he thought to himself, rebirth successful. Just now I used cloud mist heavenly chi a second time to hide under the sea and conveniently retrieve the rebirth water droplet, the droplet of regeneration. I must use extreme devouring mouth. Bring Z-Wei entirely into my stomach. When I bring her out, it will be very useful to me. Thinking this, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed Z-Wei. The scene replayed just like in his previous life. He reappeared hazily on the ship behind the arrogant man. At this moment, he thought, image transformation seized the ship contract ability. After dealing with the man, he held a jade green orb in his hand. Use the rebirth water droplet. Rush in at this moment. Now is the time. Everything is arranged. 70 A-rank ship contracts. Upgrade 7982. Attached to a ship, your life will merge with it, becoming an avatar. He raised his blade, just like before, saying, trying to board again. At this moment, the young man hurriedly raised his hands and said, wait, Captain Zhonglu, have you noticed anything missing? He asked in surprise. Calling me captain? Are you finally willing to negotiate with me? He thought to himself, what? Missing what? While Zhonglu was thinking, he raised his hand, manipulating a few large darts, and said, controlling the magnetic field. He frowned, breaking the control, and said, stop messing around. The young man laughed and replied, sorry, I have to win. Hearing this, Zhonglu laughed as if he'd heard something amusing, then said, just relying on those 3 darts you had earlier? Are you delusional? Even if the darts were coated with a poison that could kill anything instantly, they wouldn't even touch me. Then, right in front of him, the young man held a dart in his hand and said, what you fear isn't something as simple as poison. Finishing his words, he stabbed the sharp dart into his own stomach and collapsed onto the floor. Zhonglu, looking at this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. He said, what are you trying to do? Commit suicide? If you die in this dream, you'll become a whale, merging with the dream, and your abilities will be controlled by me. But then he cried out in alarm, wait, what are you doing? The young man, lying in a pool of blood, a smile on his face, said it's just that the internal organs are connected to the ship using a linking object. Your dream clone is like plugging into someone else's dream, arranged like the whale dream. By controlling the dream, you can use the abilities of those who are dreaming. The reason you can do this is that the clone is born within the dream, so it's not affected by the whale dream's influence on human consciousness. Your body, we've established a connection with the whale dream, allowing the dream clone to exist and be immune to the negative effects of the mutation. Nonsense, the young man said, turning his head 180 degrees. After obtaining the ship contract, I can sense that this ship is simultaneously bound to you, me, and another being. Then he yelled, "Capsize the ship." Immediately afterward, the large ship tilted to one side and slowly capsized. Submerged in the seawater, the young man looked excitedly at Zhonglu, who was desperately clinging to the side of the ship, and said, "So Zhonglu's true form is here? Along with the first person, the one who created the whale dream, is also here. You've linked with the dream, and I've merged with the whale's flesh." Beneath the ship, countless whales were lined up. Zhonglu, in his pseudo-body on the side of the ship, was extremely anxious. He roared, "What are you trying to do? The outside world is already filthy. Join me in creating a dream world, the only hope for humanity's future. Do you want to witness the world's destruction?" The young man laughed and replied, "Humanity's filth is all a matter of mutual understanding. As for the rest, give it up because I won't just destroy this place." Holding 2 orbs in his hands, he said, "But also take one thing. I will use the divine sacrifice hand, taking the bestowed life force and the bestowed spiritual energy of those resonating within the dream for myself." Then, with all his might, he shouted, "I am the whale. I want to break free from my dream." A dizzying vortex. The young man returned to his home, but his entire body was in pain. Staggering, he thought to himself, "I must endure." In just a few minutes, Zhonglu has shared 2/3 of the cognitive pollution, but there's still 1/3 left. After all, that's the law of pollutants. I've already undergone cognitive reformation. I must immediately. But at this moment, his face was gradually transforming into the head of a whale. He said, "No, there's still hope. Just now, I obtained an extremely important ability." He lay at the bottom of the sea, looking up. Huge slabs of rock and the ship obscured his vision. He murmured, "He's gone out." The other man standing beside him said curiously, "That's truly terrifying. How could he understand everything and find your location in just a moment?" He thought to himself, he clearly hasn't fallen into despair, so why did he suddenly risk everything like that? It seems he also knows the recurring dream technique. No, we've already succeeded. Everything in the whale's dream will be recorded by the whale. Due to my connection with it, I've obtained everything. He continued to lie there, murmuring weakly. He used the drop of rebirth. The other man suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Because we lack powerful abilities like dream control and thought grafting, sharing memories allows the person entering the dream to also gain this ability. We need to strengthen this immediately. He seemed to regain some strength and sat up. Jiang Yan's efficiency in capturing people is getting lower and lower. We should take the initiative to search for them ourselves. After all, the selection of the next director is about to begin. He stood up beside the other man that it's time for the entire whale dreamland to be explored, and it's time to reveal our plan for a new era to the world. His feet stood firmly on the seabed. Immediately, the surrounding water enveloped both of them. The water, as if possessing power, formed 2 large water columns, lifting them upwards to the second dream layer. He saw a girl in modern clothing floating in the water. The girl seemed unconscious, adrift in the ocean. He extended his hand forward, a blue light enveloping it. His power shone directly onto the unconscious girl in the water, causing her to sway. Suddenly, her body transformed grotesquely, neither human nor ghost. Then she transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black entity in the water before their eyes. He said the third dream layer. Then he stepped closer. He said, "As long as the whale exists, we can use its dreams to enter a deeper level dream, a dream within a dream." The 2 of them continued to stand there, conversing for a long time. There are currently 9 dream layers. We can establish the 9-fold heaven. Pollutants or gods, the sealed ones, ordinary people. Their figures flickered in and out of existence within the space. All beings will be classified separately. The other man asked curiously, "Why should we care about a sealed person escaping? Why are we only concerned with the director's position? What we have is a preliminary framework to end the era of pollution." He replied, Let's go out into the outside world to search for pollutants that can complete the 9-fold heaven." And then the images of the 2 gradually disappeared. Bai Jing saw a faint, white figure in a corner, trembling in pain. One of his arms had transformed into octopus-like tentacles. He cried out in agony. Zhonglu's method had almost succeeded. He had placed a portion of the pollution within himself, hoping to indirectly control other polluted objects. Who would dare do this? He thought. Between me and the bull demon, I barely have room to breathe. He thought. He activated consciousness in the dream and became a carrier of the pollution. But the resentment that created a new, unpolluted era has become the law of the dream clone. 15 minutes ago, the sky turned completely dark. Uxin was in a restaurant, eating as if she hadn't eaten in days. Between bites, she muttered by Jing, he's gone. He hasn't come back in half an hour. I wonder if he's in danger. She continued to shovel food into her mouth. Suddenly, she sensed something and used her thermal perception. Looking around, she thought there are only 2 other tables of customers, 6 people in total, a couple and a family of 4. There's the staff at the reception desk and a chef chopping vegetables. He's nowhere to be seen. I have to do something. Whether it's an enemy or a polluter, I'll have to face them sooner or later. Her eyes hardened. Eating this much food will result in a lot of calories and nutrients, causing my body to synthesize a large amount of fat. Is my current weight 100 kilograms or 150 kilograms? She headed towards the restroom. The fat, metabolized and under the control of her ability, became as light as an armored coat, seemingly floating. She pushed the restroom door open with considerable force. Anyone else. She thought, my punch would definitely be no less powerful than the world's strongest martial artist. Uxin entered the restroom and turned on the faucet at the sink, controlling the heat. The hot water flowing from the faucet increased in both volume and temperature, steam filling the room. Elsewhere, a woman sat drinking tea and talking with Xiaohan. Seeing Xiaohan's worried frown, she said, don't worry, we'll have the results soon. Those 2 won't fail, and Jirenhua will sincerely join us. If that last thorn among the 6 families relents, they'll have a high chance of being promoted to dean in the future. There will definitely be a place for us in Huaxia then. Xiaohan asked curiously, really? How long does it take to deal with a researcher who can't even tie a chicken? The woman seemed to consider something, then quickly picked up her phone. She called someone, but the phone just rang. No one answered. Perhaps the phone was damaged in the fight, she thought. Xiaohan frowned deeply. The girl we were protecting has also disappeared. Suddenly, the restaurant was enveloped in a thick fog and hot air. The people inside panicked. What's happening? They cried at is there a fire? Get out! Oh my God, I thought those were steamed buns in the kitchen. Uxin, still in the restroom, seemed to be enjoying herself. The steam is white and doesn't have a pungent smell. It seems pretending there's a fire to get them to leave isn't very effective. Fortunately, they're still leaving, going through the main entrance. If someone is targeting me, they'll probably focus on the front door. She absolutely wouldn't have guessed that she'd be climbing out a window. That IT seems like my oversized body, plus eating too much just now, is preventing me from getting through. Uxin yelled, I can't get through. Then she decided to use brute force to break the window. Sorry, restaurant. I'll compensate you later. She pried the window open and jumped out quickly. Uxin pulled out her phone. First, I need to make sure Dad's safe. Then she dashed towards the stairs, running through puddles that splashed water all over her shoes and clothes. Uxin was surprised. Why has this place turned into a lake? I don't remember any heavy rain. Hey, chubby girl, where do you think you're going? And then 2 people, the other girl and Xiaohan, both blocked Uxin's path. She stood there, stammering, who are you? The other girl immediately replied, you don't need to know. But if you don't answer my question properly, this will be your deathbed. Uxin seemed angry. What's that supposed to mean? Where's Uxin? I am her. Xiaohan lost control and shouted, do you want money or your life? Tell me the truth, quickly. Where is she? Uxin stood rooted to the spot. Since no one would believe her, they don't recognize me? My awakened ability actually changed my appearance this much? It's only been half a day. They've obviously investigated what I looked like before. They want to pressure the Ji family to force my dad to come here. By Jing, I've dragged him into this. Again, like this? Still like this? Just because I'm weak, I can't protect the people around me. She stood there, lost in thought. Could I lie and say I'm not Uxin? Make them look somewhere else? Protect my own safety. But what if they can't find me and go after my dad? If I want to protect everything I cherish in this polluted era, I can't keep running away. Then, angrily, she clenched her fists, her hands seeming to glow. I am Uxin. Come at me if you dare. Uxin thought to herself, I already know your plot. To make my father obey, you won't dare kill me. If you don't kill me, don't even think about leaving today. And if you do dare to leave, I'll kill myself. She charged forward fearlessly. In a private house, a wooden sword swung down powerfully. Uxin repeatedly practiced this movement. The bodyguard standing next to her spoke up, Miss, you've swung the sword 10,000 times today. You can rest now. But she showed no signs of stopping, continuing to repeat, I can still continue. 10,000 times isn't enough. Ji Guang sat beside her, biting into a pastry and sneering, pretending to work hard. In the end, if you don't awaken, you're just trash. You'll die just the same. Uxin glanced back at him and suddenly lunged. The wooden sword pointed directly at Ji Guang's face. He yelled angrily, what are you doing? His hand emitted a purple aura. Looks like you want a lesson from your older brother. The bodyguard calmly reminded him, young Master Guang, you've only practiced for 10 minutes today, and I will honestly report this to the Daju. He seemed annoyed at this, but relented. Ji Guang reached out and touched the tip of his nose. Sword. He laughed again and demanded, try to move it. If you can move it, I'll admit defeat. Uxin heard this and silently pondered. She used her strength, but even though she strained until her whole body trembled, the sword didn't budge. Finally, she had to admit, I give up. Ji Guang laughed again. His expression became contemptuous. Have you seen the difference between those with sealed abilities who have awakened and ordinary people? As long as you haven't awakened, you're just an ant. Uxin retorted, my father said that no matter how strong a sealed ability is, it's just another tool when facing contaminants. Can you eat without teeth? Can you walk without legs? If you don't have hair, why wash it? She shouted with determination. Humanity's strongest weapon is the will to overcome any desperate situation. Back in reality, Uxin drew a sword. A dazzling golden light emanated from it. This is a desperate situation. I want to say by Jing. Resolving the Ji family's disaster starts here. She started running. Uxin charged towards Xiaohan and Jiang Yin, sword in hand. The strike I make now will definitely be incredibly powerful. But Jiang Yin remained calm and yawned, too weak. Water began to condense in her hands. They reached towards Uxin, startling her. Jiang Yin stood to the side, looking languid, that I'm very good at trapping people, but when I catch you, it won't be as simple as questions and answers. She's A rank, water element control ability, power level 29.638. The sword flashed, slicing through the water hands. Uxin struggled to fight back. Water control. Your power isn't strong enough yet. I can evaporate water, just like before. After dealing with those, Uxin lunged towards Jiang Yin. Round droplets of water condensed in Jiang Yan's palm. That I'm very good at trapping people using these sealed objects, little girl. They formed the shape of a flower. Release seal, narcissus flower. Uxin looked down at her reflection in the water. As soon as you see your reflection in the water, you'll be pulled down. Her body began to sink into the water. She struggled, breathing out bubbles. Jiang Yin watched her trapped in the floating sphere of water. Such a weak power level reaction. And you want to evaporate my water? Uxin began to think. Evaporation isn't effective, but there is a method to break a sealed object controlled by someone else. I've been thrown into another water sphere? No, not thrown. In normal bodies of water, the narcissus flower's rule would make me sink to the bottom until I drowned. She's using her water control ability to move me between multiple water spheres while I still have air to breathe. Because she wants to imprison me, not kill me. Uxin grimaced. It's not easy for a water controller to directly kill someone. If I can escape this sealed object, I'll have a chance to kill her before she can react. The condition for being locked by this sealed object is seeing my own reflection in... What about the water? A light appeared on her left hand. What if I become unable to recognize my own reflection? The light shone, and the water sphere exploded, startling Jiang Yin. She looked at Uxin in disbelief. You destroyed your own face? The right half of Uxin's face was scorched, even smoking. Releasing her reserves, her body returned to its original form, radiating intense light and heat. Uxin went on the offensive, launching a violent attack. The light around her converged into a sharp point, hurtling towards Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin hurriedly cast a spell. You want to perish together. Water shield. The water sphere collided with the light. Jiang Yin screamed, "Save me! A hand reached out, blocking the tip of Yu Xian's attack. Xiaohan stood protectively in front of Jiang Yin. Yu Xian was taken aback. The light dissipated, and she collapsed onto the ground. So strong. She struggled to get up. It's okay. I can still fight, and then go back to the restaurant to eat. A foot slammed down on her head. Xiaohan glared down at her furiously. I believe your identity. Unfortunately, my ability counters yours. What's even more unfortunate is that you know the whereabouts of my younger sister. Someone unseen, likely Jiang Yin, trembled slightly. Xiaohan's agitated. This is bad. I need to report this immediately. I don't care about the struggle between your 6 families. Even a small position like headmaster, I can still compete for. Yu Xian glanced up at her. Xiaohan's expression grew even angrier. But you people made my beloved younger sister disappear. She grabbed Yu Xian by the collar. It doesn't matter if I can't get you to talk. Xiaohan lifted her up. I'll find the most vicious pollutants to torture you, skin you alive, and extract your soul vein. A voice echoed, you dare. Footsteps approached. Bai Jing charged in, attacking Xiaohan. He snarled, you and the one behind you. None of you will survive. Jiang Yin watched in shock as Xiaohan was sent flying by the attack. Bai Jing turned slightly and asked, are you all right? Yu Xian, trembling in pain, managed to sit up. Run now. Bai Jing stepped closer to her. I can't believe they hurt you this badly. Yu Xian, her whole body aching, looked directly into his eyes. This has nothing to do with you. I'll hold them off. You need to escape. She stood up, shielding Bai Jing. This isn't over yet. I don't believe you dare kill me. A purple hand cupped the burned side of her face. Bai Jing activated his ability, regeneration, healing magic, restore. The wound instantly healed. He smiled that don't worry, they're definitely going to die. Jiang Yin recognized him. That face, so familiar. No way. Xiaohan, having recovered, approached. It seems the so-called whale dream cage wasn't completely sealed. Jiang Yin panicked, and oh, how is this possible? That's an A-rank seal. No one has ever escaped. It must have been a mistake earlier, letting him escape midway. A flower of energy materialized in her hand. Bai Jing, Narcissus water. My Narcissus seal can bring anyone whose reflection appears on the water's surface into the designated water area for me. Bai Jing raised his arm, as if extending it to cast a spell. A purple light appeared among the 4 of them. Xiaohan and Jiang Yin looked around cautiously as a purple, perforated sphere enveloped the area where they stood. Bai Jing smiled. That water's here. Where's the reflection? Jiang Yin panicked. Narcissus seal, rule activation failed. Primekan sin san bate. Xiaohan angrily kicked her. Useless thing, only relying on seals. Get out of here. You're an eyesore. She became serious. The space created by this light already has the initial form of the abyss. I used this ability to transfer here, just now. Now I'll transfer all the materials in this space out, especially the water. Senza, you broke the whale dream? Jiang Yin knelt down, clutching her head and trembling. This is bad. The people trapped in the whale dream can escape now. I'll definitely be severely punished by the family. And those people trapped inside, those people. She angrily pointed at Bai Jing and Yu Xian that there's still a way to salvage this. Capture him. Interrogate him about how he got out. Then kill him. Kill both of them. News of the whale dream being broken cannot get out. Xiaohan slapped her head. Shut up. She then looked at the 2 in front of her. Good. The only 2 surviving students are both here. I'll ask you, is the examiner of the sealer's exam still alive? Bai Jing replied nonchalantly. That teacher? Dead. Xiaohan's hands clenched, trembling. How did she die? Bai Jing gave her an amused smile. You 2 know each other? Are you her daughter? Anyway, I didn't kill her. I've only recently awakened. How could I fight someone as powerful and influential as her? Xiaohan couldn't restrain herself any longer and threw a punch at him. Strange words. You're courting death. Her fist flew forward, but Bai Jing remained calmly in place. He instantly teleported, dodging the blow. He then looked down at his hand. As expected, the contaminated area is under my control. The whale's internal organ contamination constantly pollutes my body, but my essence remains steadfast on its path, immune to the changes in the whale's identity perception. Within this mechanism, the power of contamination is entirely under my command. Small spheres appeared on his hand. The fruits of my path, the light of confidence. The darkness of doubt has condensed into 3 ability groups, each containing different powers of deduction. The first sphere of light, optical domain. Xiaohan lunged at him again. He easily teleported once more. Where's the path? The path is beneath my feet, where the light covers, allowing free teleportation and control of matter. In his hand was a sea blue sphere, the second sphere of light, penetration. It instantly transformed into a sword, thrusting forward, unstoppable. Confidence is a sharp weapon. Bai Jing aimed the weapon at Xiaohan. She glanced back in alarm, her hand blocking the tip of the sword. Unexpectedly, it can withstand the penetration from the rules. Xiaohan grimaced in distress. The contaminated object isn't only with me. Xiaju is my younger sister. I can't lose her. Tears streamed down her face. If you're not the murderer, then please tell me who killed her. I beg you. Bai Jing continued to smile mercilessly. That you're her older sister? Quite the contrast, aren't you? But don't you also have someone to worry about? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Oh, why would you be so cruel to others? Don't worry. I'll tell you when you're on your last breath. The clang of weapons clashing rang out. Bai Jing and Xiaohan landed simultaneously. He threatened the girl. Report everything you know to me. Uxin added her persuasion. Don't be afraid. Speak boldly. They can't hurt you. But she also paid attention to the person in front of her. Bai Jing seemed to have changed. Back at school, he was clearly... Uxin suddenly remembered something. She leaned into his ear and whispered, "Be careful." Her hands seemed to be able to nullify attacks. Xiaohan used magic, causing her hands to glow brightly, attempting to dispel Bai Jing's abilities and his seal. She crossed her arms. Let's try this. Two large gauntlets appeared, encasing her hands. Bai Jing wasn't afraid at all. I'm also very curious. Is my sword sharper, or is your turtle shell harder? His manic nature surged. Or is a demon bull's head harder? Xiaohan saw purple orbs floating around Bai Jing. She assessed him. His abilities manifest in 6 light orbs. The first orb's ability is Penetrating Abyss. The third orb's ability is Undetermined. The rules are established based on common human perception. Light and darkness are opposites. The dark orb's abilities are likely Abyss and Attack. She charged forward. I just need to force him to use the third orb. Then the 6 abilities can be transformed. He swung his sword, launching an attack. However, the blade was caught by Xiaohan's hand. She seized the opportunity to restrain him, gripping his hand tightly. A swift, treacherous uppercut followed. Bai Jing shifted behind his opponent. He gritted his teeth. An attack my hand can't receive. His blade lashed downwards, but was blocked by her ARMT. Can nullify that too? He quickly redirected his attack toward her neck. Her sturdy armor frustrated him. Even her neck has armor. She gloated. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have. Xiaohan turned to scold Jiang. Why? D. Oh, you want to keep lying there watching the show? Using your space ability won't kill anyone, will it? She scrambled to her feet and headed towards you. Excellent. Right, I have a mission. I have to capture this girl. Bai Jing switched his attack to magic, manipulating the dark orbs. Xiaohan's gaze immediately followed. The third orb, there it is. The orb, under his control, shot straight towards Jiang Yan. She became panicked, thrashing wildly. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Spare me. I'm sorry. How did you all get out? Bai Jing smirked. The third dark orb's ability is Nightmare Assault. She's now facing internal torment. Horrible mindset. Bai Jing picked up another orb, a newly acquired ability. When using it, you must maintain a balance between confidence and doubt, meaning the number of light orbs and dark orbs must be equal. Its shape distorted in his hand. When using 2 light orbs, one unconsciously becomes arrogant. By simultaneously deploying 2 dark orbs, one's mentality can return to calmness. Bai Jing swung it downwards, transforming it into a sword. 2 more dark orbs created sword image. Xiaohan observed every action and memorized it. He's already used 2 dark orbs. Besides the new ability, sword image, another ability is either illusion or a mental attack. If she used her telepathy to observe him, she could confirm this answer. She pointed at him and sneered. Domain, physical attack, mental attack. The combination of these 3 sets of abilities is truly not weak. If my sister were here, she would give you a very high score. Xiaohan's power began to surge. If this is the limit, then die. Uxin, behind her, was stealthily distracting her. What are you doing? The girl explained shyly. Her collar was crooked, so I helped her adjust it a bit. Yes, that's it. But Xiaohan was enraged. You want to steal her sealing object? She quickly manifested a massive statue. S-rank ability, external body avatar, Great Earth War General. This ability comes from bloodline. Only when holding my sister's hand can the Great Earth War General transform into its complete form. Xiaohan's emotions were surging, and now my sister is nowhere to be seen. The dazzling light from that power illuminated the surroundings. You too shall suffer this pain. Killing intent infused her hands. When they clasped together, a deadly storm is unavoidable. The statue's hands clasped together under her control. A red magic circle spread throughout the vast space. Bai Jing hurriedly shouted, "Not good, Jiang Yu Xin." He rushed towards her. "This place is too dangerous. We need to get out." Xiaohan raised her hand, preparing to strike. Bai Jing grabbed Yu Xin and dashed away with incredible speed. Light path. The entire area exploded with terrifying power. The young man luckily reacted in time by taking flight. He held Yu Xin in his arms and instructed an S-rank ability. "If it's not easy to deal with, let's go back to my father first." But she warned him, this is just her ability. She hasn't even used the contamination object that can nullify attacks. Xiaohan also emerged into the outside world, following them. The light domain is dispelled. Finally, I won't be like a monkey jumping around anymore. My sealing object can kill you in an instant. The iron ring on the statue's hand activated. I rank sealing object, imprisonment lock shackle, nullifies attacks. No, it makes all force on an object disappear. Xiaohan issued a command. "This building, huh? I'll remove the force on it," including. The building was lifted off the ground, free from the Earth's gravity. It quickly transformed into a massive burning meteor. The entire building was engulfed in flames and hurtled towards them. Bai Jing was also astonished. The night sky exploded like a massive collision. The remaining debris of the building smoked and fell. From within the warm smoke, the light from Bai Jing's sword still shone. His body was heavily wounded, yet he still smiled, strong indeed. A completely different sense of oppression compared to other opponents these days. Just blocking that attack with penetrating light is already my limit. Yu Xin hurriedly said to him, "Bai Jing, put me down. You could have dodged that on your own." Xiaohan asked him, "Do you dare let go?" Bai Jing remained defiant. "Of course I don't dare." However, this made Yu Xin upset. "Am I a burden again?" He turned to comfort her. "How could you be? You're my secret weapon." Xiaohan snorted disdainfully and raised her hand again. "Newbie, try and break through my domain." She strained, radiating a magical circle, imprisoning force field. That power swept out like a wind, enveloping everything in its path. Even Bai Jing shuddered under the terrifying pressure. Xiaohan pointed at them and laughed triumphantly. "Ready for the next attack?" Bai Jing gritted his teeth, enduring. This is a desperate situation. He started thinking about what had happened. From the beginning, I used spiritual detection to observe, and I've already analyzed her abilities and contaminant. Her power manifests in 6 orbs of light. The abilities of the light orbs are domain and piercing. The third orb's ability is still unknown. The rules are established based on common human perception. Light and darkness are opposites. The dark orb's ability could be domain and attack. Then the scene of Xiaohan summoning the enormous statue replayed in his mind. Her inherent ability is to summon a warrior statue capable of both close and long-range combat, and it's incredibly powerful. For some reason, she has to hold her sister's hand to summon the complete form. He also paid attention to the item she used. The contaminant she controls is Imprisonment Lock Shackle, an ability that can be cast on herself, transferring. Besides that, there's the wide-range red attack. The purpose of using the War God Statue's long-range skill was to force me to deactivate Light Leap and move to Yu Xin. Because of that, I had to quickly escape. Moreover, it's not the first time Yu Xin has left and still been within the attack range. I was already at a disadvantage. He realized something that in a battle using rules, there shouldn't be a thirst for war or greed. The current situation is entirely due to my lack of experience. Xiaohan was still brimming with power, summarizing her abilities. First, her personal ability, external body avatar, War God Statue. Not to mention its close and long-range capabilities. Second, the domain rule, imprisoning force field, transferring all energy, including the Earth's rotation. He calculated the critical hit he had just received. The Earth's rotational speed seems to be 0.4 meters per second. So, the speed those buildings were flying at was supersonic. He looked at the orb radiating light energy. Right now, she's thinking that if I use any of the light orbs, I'll launch an attack. Then Bai Jing spoke, "My fate is to be here. Is that what you're thinking?" She was incredibly arrogant that if you already know that, why don't you just surrender? A strange red aura escaped his lips. Oh, you think that's possible? Xiaohan didn't respond, but directly attacked. Earth cannon. The buildings and structures around her were pulled upwards. This time, the sheer quantity mobilized was so great that the space trembled. They merged together and transformed one after another into scorching meteorites. Elsewhere, the tranquil night sky continued to drift by. Police cars parked in front. The sirens of Huawen City's number 2 middle school blared. Lei Qing, representing that area, reported to the other person, "The peace office has sealed off the investigation, and anyone who crosses the line will be considered as challenging the authorities." Lei remained firm in her demand. "My people died inside. What if I have to go in and see?" She challenged him. "Then you'll have to step over my dead body." Her words silenced him. Then Lei gave a friendly smile. "Stop pretending, Chief Lei Qing. The esteemed chief of the security office in one of the 34 cities nationwide is playing this little game with me." However, the girl wasn't joking when she actually gripped the handle of her whip. Lei Qing, a promising candidate for institute director, mistook someone one day. Lei Qing slammed his whip on the ground. "I'm not the chief. I'm just an ordinary person fighting for my duty." She faced him head on. "What? Want to fight?" Her attitude left him speechless. At this moment, someone in the police force hurriedly shouted, "Chief Luo, the demonic mirror imprint has appeared." Discontinuous images within the school grounds can be seen. As soon as he saw the two of them, he flinched. "Chief, you told me to report the news to you first." Lei Yu still regarded her with disdain. "Chief Lei Qing, are you challenging me to use my annihilation ability?" He pointed at her weapon and said, "You want the pollution rules of this whip temporarily removed and then fuse the abilities, right?" Lei Qing stretched out her hand and pulled it taut. "So what? What if I am? I also want to weigh the significance of the title Black Earth Annihilation." He lifted his glasses and began to analyze. "Chief Lei Qing holds a high position, and your ability to imprison the will is well known. Objects of your choosing become animated and imprison the target at all costs. So far, Chief, you've imprisoned dozens of polluters and achieved outstanding results." A warning was issued to the young woman. "But Lei Yu, I have a ranking list, half of which are names and things you can't afford to provoke. So be careful." Her expression turned serious. "All right, now you know my identity. Then leave here and don't interfere with the office's work any further." Then Lei Qing ordered her subordinate, Xiao Zhang, drive Lei Ho home. He exclaimed in surprise. "Me?" The middle-aged man before her persisted. "Let me reiterate. My subordinate died inside, and I have the right to know. Examiner Xia Ju, you're responsible for evaluating sealers and are also a researcher listed in our institute." He wasn't joking either. "This is related to my research topic for promotion to institute director. Surely you've heard of this name, the ancestral god hidden within human blood. Or do you still want to continue obstructing me?" Lei Qing grabbed the mirror beside him. I didn't dare stop him. Obstructing a candidate for director's research is a serious offense. But we know whose territory this is. The photo of the principal you showed, Buskin, the principal of Huawen City number 2 middle school, is also ranked in the top 3 of the 12 directors nationwide. Chief Lei Qing used provocative words towards Lei Thak. "Why don't we watch together?" The director has arrived and might be resting in the office. He stood, pensively looking at her. Lei Qing jokingly said, "Don't be afraid. This is just a demonic mirror imprint, a derivative of a sealed artifact. It can only display what happened within a certain time frame. Even scenes within contaminated areas can be monitored." She invited him to watch. "Come and see." "Do you think the director anticipated your arrival? Could it be that after sealing the contaminants, the director left something for you?" She spoke coldly. "Or, try to guess, the project called Ascending to Director, reviving something about the ancestral god. Has the director already experimented on it in your place?" He ignored her as if he hadn't heard, letting it slide. "All right, since the director is here, everything will surely be concluded. I'll wait for the final notification from the office." Looking into the mirror, Lei Thak was startled when he saw everything that had happened at the scene. When the image of a scantily clad girl appeared, she quickly took out a whip and struck the corner of the mirror, causing all the images to disappear. She didn't forget to exclaim, "This broken mirror has never worked so well before." Lei Thak chuckled, preparing to say goodbye. "Farewell, Chief Lei Ching. I'll go meet the man and woman who appeared in the mirror for a chat. I assume that's legal, right?" She was furious, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, a strange red light attracted their attention. She wondered, "What's that?" Tossing the mirror to a subordinate, she hurriedly said, "Continue the lockdown. I'll go check it out." The subordinate caught the mirror, yelping. Getting into her vehicle, she said, "Imprisoning will." And with that, her car sped off like a rocket, weaving through the streets. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw Lei Thak following her. She snorted. She was disgusted that he uses his annihilation ability to dig a fixed hole for his hand, and the light membrane formed by the annihilation power on his body negates all the high-speed, oncoming air. Lei Ching fumed. Such a powerful ability, used for power struggles instead of protecting people. It's clear the casualty rate of the sealers is increasing. Those who've only been on the job for a month are being sent to handle B-rank incidents. She was determined. "I must find a way to absorb his power, even if it costs me everything." Returning to the main road, she ordered ability recall. Arriving at the scene, she looked at the devastation outside. She worried. Another large-scale S-rank contamination incident like this. Seeing him about to enter, she yelled, "Lei Thak, stop! I'll summon the office." He replied calmly, "No need. My people are inside. I'll take care of this." She said coldly, so arrogant. Lei Ching followed him, walking through the contamination barrier. She gasped that is, seeing Bai Jing's thin, contaminated body, her brother, brimming with power. Xia Yun lay sprawled on the floor, in pain. What is this? Before she could even react, she struggled to defend against his blows, the great expeditionary general defending. Seeing him like this, she realized, is he being corroded by the contaminant? Is that it? So that proves. Bai Jing, looking at her like a madman, said, "Feel good?" She was annoyed. Here we go again. Suddenly, Lei Thak stood in front of her. Never seen a sealing artifact before. He smiled at him. How interesting. He used all his strength, attacking the two of them. Lei Thak used the power of the iron statue to block it, but his power shattered the iron hand into hundreds of pieces, and the statue crumbled. Xia Yun shouted, "He can't use that kind of attack many more times. Kill him. Kill him for me. My sister's death is definitely related to him." Lei Thak chuckled coldly. "Indeed it is." He launched an attack. Abyss from the love extermination curse. Lei Thak recalled his past. "I am a hero." No one could deny that. Looking at the buildings, he sighed. These boring schools are cages created to imprison children. He said coldly, "Therefore, it's time to destroy them." He cast a spell, annihilation. Huge black holes appeared, sucking in all the buildings. Witnessing the ruins, he sighed, "That I'm doing this to save the younger generation, and also to save my own hide." His father, learning of this, was furious. "You still refuse to admit your mistake." He yelled at him, "Because of your mistake, I have to pay for an entire building tonight. You've embarrassed me in front of those sealers. Do you understand?" He said indifferently, "Does right and wrong even matter, Dad? There's no right or wrong in this world. Only when there are more powerful people do they define right and wrong." He asked, "Who dare to laugh at you? Tell me their name." He said mockingly to his father, "This is the era of individual power, old man." Giving his father the middle finger, he said stubbornly, "And I will stand at the peak of power, the one who decides what is right and what is wrong." As he finished speaking, he was promoted. Lei Thak, 16 years old, rank A, awakened with the annihilation ability, power level 8493, awakened on the 7th day. Back in the present, he said to Bai Jing, "What are you afraid of? I'll show you my immeasurable power. You only have one choice. Submit." Lei Thak conjured multiple black holes, laughing. "Your abyss isn't small, is it? So how about this?" He boasted, "I've obtained 10 sealing artifacts. If you've only got 3, you have no chance of winning." He presented the items. First, the rank B sealing artifact, chalk cam scissors. Second, the rank B sealing artifact, red-eyed plaster. Third, the rank A sealing artifact, God's hand sickle. Gang Yueshin was stunned. Impossible. No one can control so many sealing artifacts at once. Xiaoyan scoffed at her. How narrow-minded. She explained, with a compatible ability like his, the sealing artifacts can be used with fewer side effects. Lei Thak's annihilation is a god-level ability that can crush contaminants and reset the activation conditions of the rules. Lei Thak sneered, "Ready to die yet?" The scissors flashed past, startling Bai Jing, fast. The old man chuckled, Be careful now. These orange-pink scissors, when the conditions are met, will activate the kill rule. Bai Jing struggled. This is bad. He attacked the scissors, but failed. Surprised, he thought, it can dodge. The scissors flew towards Gang Yuexin, catching her off guard. He quickly transformed into a large mouth, shielding her. The old man threw a statue at him. Bai Jing worried. This is dangerous. I can't let him deploy the rule. Lei Thak, holding a knife, laughed loudly. Interesting skill, but you're finished. As the knife was about to finish him off, Luo Qing blocked it with her whip. She intervened. Lei Thak, stop. I'll take over from here. He paused. Fine. Then I'll tell your colleagues that you've taken over. Lei Thak added coldly. That is, when they receive the news that you died in the line of duty tomorrow. Chief Luo angrily said, you. Bai Jing got up. He suddenly swallowed her whole. Get in here. The old man laughed. That you're getting more and more interesting. Perhaps I should consider giving you a chance to surrender to my power. Bai Jing thought, I only needed to swallow Gang Yuexin, but this woman bought me time, so I should save her too. He recovered and looked at the old man. Now it's just me. No more worries. Lei Thak continued to taunt him. Just you? Don't want others to see your corpse? Kids these days are really concerned about appearances, aren't they? Bai Jing retorted angrily. The one who'll die is you, you pretentious old man. He launched a series of attacks. Abyss. Taurus charge. Full power. Bai Jing's power surprised Lei Thak. How can anyone control this level of contamination? He persisted. Illusions can't scare me. Bai Jing clashed directly with his knife. The old man was stunned. Such a high level of rule power. Not even the god's blade can stop it. He resorted to his ultimate move. That I have to use the gate. Their powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Bai Jing struggled to his feet, flames surrounding him. Looking at the devastation, he worried the incursion is getting worse. He conjured an arrow. I can't die here. He yelled, piercing light, and stabbed himself with the arrow, painfully pulling out the blood and gore from his insides. Bai Jing used his power, healing his wounds, regeneration, healing magic, restore. His wounds closed, and he vomited out the 3 people. The blonde-haired woman sighed in relief, finally out. What a headache. Gang Yuexin worried about him. Bai Jing, are you okay? Your head. He looked at her coldly. I'm fine. Chief Luo Qing, furious, moved to hit him. What have you done? She yelled. You killed a candidate for director and destroyed half the city. Do you know how many people died? He calmly replied. What do you think we are? I don't mind telling you. This is a wilderness on the outskirts. Bai Jing explained, my barrier level is higher than his. When the attack happened, both he and his barrier were spatially shifted at the same time. Is there a problem with that? Luo Qing looked on with a hint of admiration. Although I didn't see the process, with the scale of the fight between you and Lei Thak, you still had enough energy to care about the safety of the people around you. He retorted, annoyed, the people around? What do they have to do with me? His hand fiddled with Lei Thak's saber. He thought, the demon bull's contamination barrier can envelop a city in the blink of an eye, and he can teleport within it at will. The fight in the city caused too many casualties. Buskin will definitely notice. So how can an assassination be possible now? He looked at the saber with a smile. That I thought this knife looked familiar. As expected, it's related to the one Zhong Lu used on the ship. It's mine now. Turning to the side, he exclaimed in surprise, plaster head. Not only that, but he also found the scissors. Luo Qing assessed him. He looks fierce, but unexpectedly he's arrogant. He's already protecting ordinary people and holding onto an unimpressive object like this. Bai Jing was still diligently searching. I remember he also summoned a folding fan gate. Where did it disappear to? Suddenly, a teddy bear popped up from the ground. It was Lei Thak's group of 3. He chuckled and said to him, Hey, I can't give you the gate. Luo Qing quickly shielded him, reminding Lei Thak, this is as far as you go. You've crossed the line. The office won't stand for this. Lei Thak praised him, kid, not bad. You were able to push me this far. If it weren't for the protection of Master Little Bear, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He continued, but you helped me push open the door I couldn't open for so many years. Lei Thak didn't forget to leave a message. Just figure out the situation behind the door, and the principal's position won't be far off. He laughed loudly and left. Bai Jing yelled, come back. He was furious. He used me for the door. After the battle, his abilities had greatly increased. He became even more curious. What's behind that door that made him so hasty? Having just been revived for less than a day? Compared to experienced sealers, I can't even eliminate my opponent, let alone Buskin. I need to become even stronger. Luo Qing interrupted his thoughts. That your Gang Yuexin's classmate, right? She extended an invitation. Do you have any interest in becoming a candidate for principal? A candidate for principal? Bai Jing asked seriously. The blonde girl urged him, quickly agree with her. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuexin pointed at the blonde girl and asked Bai Jing, who is she? He turned his head, dismissive, not close. The blonde girl's heart shattered upon hearing this. We clearly helped each other escape, and yet you're pretending not to know me? He yelled angrily. Helping each other? You wanted to enslave me, didn't you? Escaping together? I risked my life fighting and brought you out as a bonus. The blonde girl put on a pitiful expression that I had no other choice at the time. I'm not ungrateful. I'll definitely repay you. She suddenly remembered something, and then warmly introduced, this is someone with real power in Haowen City, Luo Qing, the chief of the peace office. You should go greet her. Luo Qing cheerfully extended her hand in greeting. Hello. But he ignored her, turning back to pull Yuexin away, leaving the two of them bewildered. Let's go. At that moment, a purple light appeared beneath his feet, carrying the two of them away. The two left behind stared blankly. As they disappeared, he then transmitted his voice, I'll let you talk, then report to me a bit later. I need to know everything to become a candidate, and you're not allowed to reveal any information about my abilities. Long Qi awkwardly apologized to Luo Qing. My younger brother, although a bit withdrawn, is a very good person. If anything happens, just tell me. But inwardly, she was cursing him. This bastard, he really treats me like a servant. By now, the two had arrived in a city. Yuexin worriedly said to him, Bai Jing, should we go to the hospital to check it out? Go. He pointed to his horns, explaining, are you worried about this? This is the residual contamination after borrowing the Taurus's rule, so it can't be changed. Even going to the hospital won't cure it. She squeezed his arm tightly. I'm so worried about you. It seems like only a day has passed, but the world seems to have completely changed. He carefully instructed, in this contaminated world, checking the seal is our coming-of-age ritual. When we become adults, we have to face many real things. She said sadly, I don't want to grow up. Dad, brother, and my classmates have all become strangers. Is it really like Dad said, that humans can also be contaminated? The two walked and talked. Some people have to face the difficulties the previous generation couldn't solve. The contamination problem. Now, it's our turn. He spoke gloomily, and humans being contaminated? Were there no sins before the contamination? Perhaps the optimal solution to the contamination is to eliminate humanity. Yuexin only whispered her support. I won't interfere with your decision, but I've also heard of that Chief Luo Qing. So why didn't you agree to her invitation? He didn't hide it. I can't guarantee that if I reached out, I wouldn't be caught by her in an instant. Her hands, eyes, clothes, weapons, and even her language could contain the power of rules, always ready to attack at any moment. Yuexin was a little doubtful. Is it necessary to be so cautious? I feel like you're being overly worried. He sighed. I hope you never have to think about these things. Finally, the two stopped in front of a building. We're here. He looked suspiciously at the building in front of him. Why is this building so different? She had the same feeling as him. I heard Dad say that this is the building's last line of defense. Something must have happened. Thinking, he conjured a sword from thin air. Then he held it near the door, cutting into the wall. Let's go in. She hurried to stop him. Wait. Yuexin cautiously said, the contamination incident must be handled carefully. We have to follow standard procedures to seal it. Bai Jing seemed impatient, that if we don't know how dangerous it is inside, why waste time following procedures? But Yuexin remained firm that the contamination rules are absolute. It's safe unless activated. Once activated, death is instantaneous and reckless action is taboo. Only by being prepared can we protect ourselves and achieve our goal. She spoke with conviction that I believe in my father. He's the person I admire most. He must be all right and able to control this contamination risk. Bai Jing knew he couldn't argue, so he compromised. Fine, we'll do it your way. Yuexin began to lay out her thoughts. First, let's check the contaminant in your hand. This is crucial to prevent conflicting rules from disrupting each other. This is what I took from that woman. It's called Narcissus. Bai Jing also searched his spatial storage. I just picked up a plaster head, scissors, and a broadsword. Their rules are still unknown. There's also a cow in this spatial backpack. Very dangerous. It almost killed me just today. Yueshin handed him something. Your spatial backpack can isolate space. Keep the contaminants with unknown rules inside. Only take them out when solving the problem or if your life is threatened. She then looked towards the second floor of the building. Next, let's go around the building to gather clues. Bai Jing agreed and sprouted wings. Soaring into the air, now let's split up. You check below. I'll look above. He circled the building. The entire structure was covered in metal sheets. The situation doesn't look good. That old man is probably in serious trouble. Suddenly, he spotted something inside the building. It was a wolf staring at him, surrounded by a black aura. Startled, he exclaimed, "This is a contamination domain. How'd I get transferred inside?" But then the wolf spoke. You finally came. It approached him. I thought you wouldn't come. Good. You've also brought my daughter back safely. Bai Jing was confused. What are you? Daughter? You are. The wolf stared at him. Yes, it's me. You're the one who turned me into this. It pressed closer, step by step. I don't blame you, but you must prove your worth. You must pay a price. You came here to resolve the contamination incident, right? Bai Jing remained wary, constantly observing his surroundings. The wolf seemed to sense his intentions. Don't even think about running. One of my rules is omnipresence, so I will find you anywhere, anytime. Bai Jing realized something. The Narcissus mechanist turned into this wolf? Unbelievable. Those 4 eyes. Something seems off, but it doesn't seem malicious. Then the wolf showed him everything that had happened. Finally, Bai Jing understood. That's how it is. I'll return the glasses. Sorry to bother you. Is this the scene from before? He observed carefully. Yes, he giving me a clue. He returned the glasses. Sorry to bother you. Is this the scene from before? He watched intently. Yes, he giving me a clue. The following sequence of events stunned him. This is truly dangerous. A battle between sealers. Then you turned around and crossed your fingers at me. So I'm not responsible for you turning out like this. If I wasn't careful, I would have died 800 times already. On the contrary, you're the suspicious one, giving away such valuable things when we first met. You were speechless when you heard that. I promised I wouldn't blame you. So let's get started. My daughter is still waiting downstairs. Right now, those people are still searching the basement. He observed their actions and speculated silently. According to the rules regarding contaminants at the scene, they aren't the directly harmful type. We just need to find a way to retrieve them. He watched Bai Jing for a moment, assessing. This kid is cautious. He turns his back to me, but his hands never relax. Then he turned and left. He walked over to the window and looked down. It's good this way. This way, we can live a little longer. But no matter how long we live, what can we really do? Who knows? One day, just stepping on a rock could trigger a death rule. He continued to ponder. The world is ending. God has abandoned humanity. So what? With the little time and reason I have left, I can still find the path to becoming a god myself. At least, I can leave my daughter a wonderful world. He suddenly realized something. Yueshin is searching downstairs. He remembered the memories with his daughter. My daughter, you will play happily, work, and travel the world. You will have a peaceful, safe, and fulfilling life. I guarantee it. Behind him, Bai Jing spoke up. I've figured it out. As he spoke, a white sphere formed in his hand. I'll take care of this for you. So are you ready? The sphere grew larger and larger, eventually enveloping the building. The man was slightly surprised. You've mastered the contamination domain already? That's quite unexpected. Bai Jing slowly approached the large octopus. First, the well-fed octopus. The rule is that its body size will expand to half the current space. The sound of breaking glass from above caught Yueshin's attention. That's Bai Jing. He's already inside. Bai Jing formed a sphere around the octopus, and it gradually shrank. The contamination domain is an independent space, enveloping the octopus and then controlling its shrinking. Finally, it was contained within a jar, retrieval complete. The man praised him silently. That's right. Your thinking is spot on. The octopus's danger has been removed. I'll lift the seal. Then Bai Jing shifted his focus to the 2 people searching. Next are these 2. 2 spheres flew towards the 2 people, causing the man to exclaim in shock. What are you doing? I just wanted to see you handle the octopus. By now, the 2 spheres had flown back towards him. A notification panel appeared. Level 134,249. White electric rat, a rank. Zoo, a rank. Then Bai Jing activated the zoo skill and called to the man, Wolf, come here. The man was pulled towards Bai Jing by a force, making him furious. What are you doing? I threw myself into the 4th eye, trapped by its rules. Even if you become its master through your ability, it will continue to activate the rules and cause innocent people to die. Because of it, I don't care what you're trying to do, stop it. But Bai Jing didn't say a word and reached out his hand. The wolf returned to its original docile appearance. Please, master, describe 4 characteristics for me of the target. You're also interested in it. Interesting, huh? I do feel a connection to it, like you said. I'll have to guide it, or I might get anaphylactic contamination. You angrily yelled, I misjudged you. Your disregard for life will be a sharp knife that will one day stab you back. You didn't listen and still ordered it. Listen to me, you 4-eyed dog. My instructions are as follows. Then you gave a series of instructions. First, the target is on a mountain. His climbing speed allows him to go from the foot of the mountain to the summit within 1 day. Second, once the target reaches the summit, it will take a whole day to descend. Third, his speed is uneven. Fourth, when searching for him, the location of the person who climbed the mountain yesterday and the person descending. The mountain today must coincide. You listened to his words and yelled. Have you flexibly applied the knowledge of linked list structures? Do you want this wolf to solve math problems? At this moment, one of its eyes flashed. You rejoiced. Success. Ji Renhua couldn't believe it. What a great idea. You described an object that can exist, but its location cannot be predicted, and you made its rules rigid. Then you turned and ordered it, not always in effect. Disappear. Await my summons. You thought to yourself, contaminants that can be bound by the zoo ability won't have side effects on me. And I have another new method, being a good person, to leave the ability here and wait for me to retrieve it. Ji Renhua also flew out. Now that the crisis has been resolved, I will go restore the building. You call my daughter over. After a long silence, he reconsidered. No need to call her. Just take her home. You were a little doubtful. Not going to see Ji Yuexin anymore? He remained firm. I can't see her like this. She'll be sad. Just tell a little lie. Say I'm dealing with an emergency contamination incident. You turn away, bored. All right, goodbye. As you climb through the window, you ask, so what then? What about her plan? Leave her waiting in vain? Or find some way to restore her health? He was still there. I can activate the omniscience ability at the cost of consuming my consciousness. I'm very sure I can't become human again. In the remaining time, I have more important things to do. You knew you couldn't persuade him. Suit yourself. Not being human isn't so bad. As you jump down, you thought to yourself, not enough. Progress is still too slow. I need more contaminants, preferably those that can continue to stimulate my own development and allow me to use the power of rules without side effects. I must have an information channel to know immediately about contamination outbreak news. You flew near Yuexin, and she noticed you. You put your arm around her waist and lifted her into the air. At the same time, you said, your father is busy. He told us not to disturb him, just take you home. Then both of you were silent all the way back. When you arrived, you put her down and didn't forget to add, all right, you're home now, safe for now. She was a little sad. You guys were clearly having dinner, but it turned you into this. You confidently pointed at yourself. It's okay, I gained quite a bit. But she was still a little sad. What should we do next? Then he gave her 3 more white orbs, saying, next, we have to rely on ourselves. She looked at the orbs merging into her body in surprise, this power. He stepped forward and patted her head. You have great potential. If you cultivate it carefully, you'll definitely use these abilities better than I can. He winked at her that you've been through a lot today. Get some rest. With that, he flew away, leaving her in a daze. He's right. I have to rely on myself. Good luck to him. But then she quietly cried, in the end, I couldn't draw anything, and they wouldn't let me see father. Could something have happened to him? She became determined in, I have to become strong. I'll never allow anyone to be hurt because of me again. Just then, her bodyguard's radio crackled. The bodyguard immediately answered, Miss Yuexin. She calmly ordered, I'm making a serious declaration. She spoke resolutely. From now on, I will take control of the G family. Tomorrow, follow me. We will seize all assets and the sealing team. If anyone resists, I will deal with them personally. In another city, dawn was breaking. Luo Qing was intently reading a document. The information is incomplete. What happened on campus? How are we going to explain this to the public? She looked at the mirror and thought, should I call Headmaster Pushkin again? The mirror was a B-rank contaminated object, hidden spectacles. The mirror could record all events within a certain time frame, but it only displayed random segments. She remembered the headmaster saying, time doesn't exist, it's just a human illusion. What flows isn't time, but humanity itself. Regarding the mirror, he'd said, for this mirror, all events are predetermined and exist simultaneously. Therefore, the order they are presented in is chaotic. The headmaster had pointed at the mirror and told Luo Qing, If you want to know the whole picture, you could try stepping into the mirror to see. He'd emphasized, but once the mirror shows images unrelated to the current event, emergency containment measures must be taken. Luo Qing thought seriously. The containment plan has been determined. Use another mirror and align it precisely opposite. There can't be any deviation, then the images appearing in the mirror won't leak out. Once safety is confirmed, the two mirrors can be separated. He'd stroked his beard slightly to "We are only human. We cannot predict the behavior of contaminated objects." She looked at the mirror pensively. "Should I go in?" 3 minutes. A sudden voice startled her. "Looks like you need help." "Who's there?" He sat on the table, greeting her playfully. "Good morning." She stood up abruptly, overjoyed. "You arrived just in time. I thought you'd gone to another district." He remained indifferent. "I've returned to being a sealant. I want to take on some tasks to earn a living. Coming back to find you was the most direct way." Luo Qing happily searched through her documents. "That's great." He was now stealthily trying to sneak away. "I suddenly remembered someone who wants to be my father-in-law. I have to go teach him a lesson." She saw him trying to escape and became annoyed. "That you're very suspicious. There's a sign of contamination on your head, and you were able to confront Shueijua? It seems like what happened at the school wasn't just a simple contamination outbreak." He paused, then said, "I can tell you, but do you want to hear it? Or rather, do you dare to hear it?" He continued, "Let me tell you, in this age of contamination, law and order have long since ceased to be effective. Human society is only maintained by the inertia of 1,000 years of civilization. It's barely holding on, not completely collapsed." He walked toward the chair. "The incident happened, and I risked my life to contain the contamination. I can even tell you the rules involved. No pain, no gain." He stepped from a chair onto the table. "Without going into the details of the incident, you can receive 3 no for gifts." Luo Qing seemed interested. "Interesting. I admire young people who dare to go against the current, and I also like receiving gifts. What are your gifts?" He held up his hand and began counting. "First, a complete report on the contamination incident at Howin High School, enough for you to understand the situation. Second, a powerful punch. Third, I can give you the ability you desire. Fourth, I can let you run for headmaster with me as your subordinate." Luo Qing extended her hand to him. Happy cooperation. He was taken aback for a moment, stammering, "Agreed, just like that." She replied calmly, "Never suspect someone you employ, and never employ someone you suspect. I trust you." She recalled her first impression of him. "When I first met you, I felt that this pure male student had clearly reached the age where he trusts no one. Just treat him with 100% goodwill, and he'll definitely be moved to tears." He flinched. "Hey, why did you have to put my feelings into words like that?" She remained calm. "That if I don't say it, how will you know what I'm thinking?" He was still bewildered. "You don't need to say it. I can read your mind." She shook his hand sincerely. "That's decided then." She sat down opposite him. "From now on, stay by my side. The headmaster election will be held in 3 days. At that time, I will introduce you to the other candidates." She handed him a piece of paper. "Now, based on your understanding, write a report on the contamination incident at Howin High School." A while later, she looked at the paper he had just written. "This version of yours will definitely anger Lane Nua to the point of no return." He twirled his pen. "Is our relationship that good now?" He leaned back in his chair, bored. "You are my superior now. If he doesn't respect you, it's normal for me to put him in his place." She agreed. "All right, no problem. I'll help you polish it a bit." She pointed to the paper he had just written. "You said that Xia Ju, acting as an examiner under Lane Nua's command, acted arbitrarily and activated the contaminants in the school. I suggest changing this to Xia Ju brought Lane Nua's orders to the school to search for valuable contaminants." She recalled the scene of Xia Ju speaking during the examination, being discovered by him and his classmates, and wanting to silence them. "We can change it to..." She wanted all the students to be her pioneers from the very beginning, testing the rules of contamination. From the battle with Ji Yueguang, she also speculated Ji family's young master, Ji Yueguang, betrayed, ambushed, and successfully assassinated, can be changed to the Ji family's young master and his bodyguard jointly thwarted Xia Ju's conspiracy, sacrificing themselves heroically and entrusting valuable information to his younger sister, Ji Yuexin. She focused her analysis. The Ji family has long been resisting Lane Nua's acquisition plan, protecting their own interests without needing to push things into direct confrontation. His eyes lit up as he listened, clapping his hands incessantly. "Amazing. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. She angrily grabbed a stack of papers and knocked him on the head. You're the old one. At this moment, Lei Nuo and Xia Han entered a dark room with a mysterious door in the middle. He said with excitement, after all this time, I've finally managed to push this door open. Although it's just a crack, it's enough. Xiao Han said with disgust, it's just a door. You seem to have placed far too much hope in it. Images of various weapons flashed through his mind, including her shackles and divine path, which were placed before the door when it was found, that I'm very confident that behind this door, there will be countless powerful contaminants, like mirrors. I suspect this door is related to the gods. Xiao Han was annoyed. Gods? I think you're the one who's delusional. He caressed the door with fascination. You don't understand. I don't blame you. The whole world is currently searching for the gods who can save the world. He rambled on. The ability to awaken can become a sealer, based on the ability to interface, to grasp the rules of contamination. One can be considered a mature sealer. For example, you, Chief Lu Qing, and that arrogant brat. He also talked about the ranks and the highest level of a sealer, the director level. He said greedily, what is a director? Perfect and without side effects, mastering at least one type of contamination, capable of independently handling S-class contamination events and proposing feasible research directions to end the era of contamination. Only then can one be promoted to director. He also gave some examples. For example, Dao Gui of Huan Nation. For example, Brendan Brosnan in the West Sea. For example, Headmaster Pushkin of Howen High School. And all the directors mention a common plan, the gods. Xiao Han was still unhappy. Gods? Are you referring to the immortals in the sky, or angels and demons? Isn't this just nonsense? Lei Nuo turned back to look at her with a gloomy expression. Don't talk nonsense. I've always believed that there was once a group of perfect people who mastered the rules of countless contaminants and sealed the evidence from ancient. He touched the door. Traces of their existence are hidden in countless legends, hidden deep behind this door. Xiao Han seemed to be almost losing her patience that I don't believe it. The things attached to my divine statue constantly try to invade and corrode me. How could there be anyone so perfect as to control countless contaminants? He leaned against the door somewhat sadly. Ever since I obtained this door, every night I dream of the world behind it, where the gods are beckoning me. He was resolute that I have to go in. As long as I can uncover the secret of the gods' disappearance, find a way for the gods to return, I can be promoted to director. Xiao Han turned away without hesitation. Suit yourself. I won't wait for you here. If anything comes out, I'll help you seal off this entire building. She then left Lei Nuo to enter while she departed. Jirenhua was also secretly following Lei Nuo at this time. Lei Nuo had now stepped through the door and entered. A strange place. Looking at the mountain in front of him, he exclaimed with joy, such a tall mountain. I'd guess it's about 2 kilometers in diameter and at least 10 kilometers high. Truly magnificent. He approached it. This mountain, is it the stairway connecting humanity and the heavens? Jirenhua also followed inside and was astonished. What kind of monster is this? He looked around. Why is it so big? He also realized, no, this isn't a monster. This is a person. Lei Nuo is trying to climb higher. It seems like he has to climb up. Wait a moment. Jirenhua watched him climb while thinking, are you sure you want to climb up there? When you see the truth, perhaps your mental defenses will immediately collapse. Your soul will be instantly polluted and invaded. Back in the office, Luo Qing stretched tiredly, saying, I'm exhausted. Bai Jing glanced at the clock and said, oh, it's this late already? Luo Qing suddenly looked at him and asked, want to go out together? Bai Jing looked back at himself, shirtless and slightly flushed, understanding what he was thinking. Luo Qing tossed him a shirt, saying, here, wear this for now. The two of them walked down the street together. Luo Qing shielded her eyes from the bright sunlight and said, it's wonderful to still be able to see the morning sun. Bai Jing adjusted his tie and replied, even the chief is this pessimistic? She turned to look at him and said, in this world, who dares to say they'll live to old age? The weak, for the happiness of the majority, always need a few people to stand up. When you have power, you also have to bear responsibility. Hearing this, Bai Jing scoffed and said, I've never seen the strong treat the weak kindly. Luo Qing continued, it seems you've been looked down upon quite a bit, haven't you? If you had great power, what would you want to do most? Bai Jing clenched his fist and said, I want to destroy all of humanity. Don't think I'm joking. I've really thought about it. Luo Qing chuckled at this, then continued walking as she said, You have your own goals, that's good. Seeing her attitude, he said with some annoyance, Wait a minute, I'm talking about destroying all of humanity. Don't you find that a little strange? She said, Anti-humanity, it's fine. I've met plenty of sealers far more evil than you, plenty. Looking at the vending machine, her face slightly saddened, she recounted, My father was a fairly successful businessman. He used to say, Don't be complacent because of lucky success. Every failure has its reasons. They just lack an opportunity. He couldn't stand to see others suffer, so he donated, provided relief, and set up relief stations. Taking 2 cans of soda from the vending machine, she handed one to him. He took the can and said, I'm guessing he was betrayed afterward, right? Luo Qing nodded slightly. Yeah, died tragically. I cursed him, saying he deserved it, while he coughed up blood and laughed, that self-satisfied look on his face. Bai Jing glanced at her and said, It seems you can't act because of your position. I'd be happy to help you get revenge. Taking a refreshing sip of her soda, Luo Qing leaned against the wall and said, Understanding the weak, I always practice his philosophy, and I also want to witness the weak changing the world. Lei Nuo clearly holds immense power, but he always believes that only a god can save the world. If gods are truly unmatched, why has the world become like this? She poked her finger against Bai Jing's cheek and said with a smile, You wanting to destroy humanity, that's the cry of humanity, of the weak. A commendable spirit, I can understand. Love, hate, greed, anger, ignorance, any emotion, as long as it's intense enough, can become a mental defense for you against contamination. Go ahead and do it. Who knows, the day you succeed, the whole world might be saved. He clinked his soda against hers and said, Saving the world and all that, don't put all that on me. Luo Qing said, All right, then put aside your worries and participate in the headmaster selection. You accepted my invitation, so you must need my help with something, right? Bai Jing turned his head away and replied, I need to keep my identity hidden until I have the power of a headmaster. Luo Qing stood up abruptly and patted Bai Jing's shoulder, causing him to spit out the water he was drinking. She said, All right, you found the right person. She walked ahead, waving back at him, Go back and rest. Next week, all the candidates will gather together. After being left alone, Bai Jing stood there, lost in thought. One more week? All right, I need to find a temporary place to stay. It seems there's nowhere suitable for me to go. I've got it. The scene shifted to an apartment complex. Inside an apartment, a drunken woman in sexy clothing was drinking. The entire room was filled with empty bottles. She lay on the sofa, drinking and complaining. What's the big deal? It's just a job. That petty person, jealous of my natural talent, framed me, and I don't have any proof. I'm so angry. And that high school student acting all arrogant like that. I don't owe him any money. Just wait until I see him. I'll definitely show him what a reliable adult is. As she drank, a hand reached out and snatched the bottle from her. Stop drinking. It's not good for you. She struggled and yelled angrily. Who is it daring to steal my alcohol? I'll tear you apart. When she saw that it was Bai Jing, she exclaimed in surprise, How did you get in here? Don't you know how to knock? Bai Jing looked at her and smiled. If I knocked, how could I hear your true feelings after you've been drinking? She quickly retorted, I didn't say anything. Bai Jing put his hands in his pockets and continued, All right, stop wasting your breath. I see your apartment is quite big. Let me borrow a room. After all, I kind of saved you. She hid behind the sofa, only her head peeking out. You want to live with me? There are convenience stores everywhere. What are you really up to? Bai Jing said confidently. You were set up, weren't you? Tell me who it was, and I'll help you get justice. She immediately asked, You want to help me get my revenge? Then she said, half laughing and half crying, I thought you didn't care about me anymore. You just left me there without saying anything. Bai Jing handed her a box of tissues. Stop pretending to cry. Let's talk business. I'll help you get back into your family and business. After that, you'll gather information about pollutants for me. The more the better. She took a tissue and wiped her tears as she spoke. Are you sure you want to participate in the headmaster election? That's great. As long as you pass the examination, you'll have supreme authority. Even the security management department will have to yield to your decisions. Bai Jing asked her, Is the headmaster election related to pollutants? She replied, Aren't you preparing for the headmaster election examination? The headmaster election examination is for sealers to handle pollution incidents within a certain time limit, using the accumulated points as the evaluation criteria. The first stage uses the number of handled C-rank pollution incidents as the evaluation criteria. The second stage uses the ability to control B-rank pollution incidents as the evaluation criteria. The third stage uses the level of investigation into A-rank pollution incidents as the evaluation criteria. Didn't Chief Luo Qing tell you? Everyone in the sealer community should know about this. That Lei Shuo is so hateful because in the last headmaster election, he forced and tricked our 6 great families into hard labor for him. Bai Jing, hearing this, said, "Just yesterday, I was a student. How could I know these rules?" She took another swig of her bottle and continued, "If it weren't for the headmaster examination, you'd better be careful. Holding on to pollutants comes at a price. Don't let anything bad happen to you." Bai Jing turned away dismissively. "You don't have to worry. If you can't do this, I'll find someone else to cooperate with." Suddenly, she turned and grabbed his shirt, saying, "Wait, cooperate. Besides you, no one else can help me." Then she confessed, "That person's name is Quan Jiachuang. Even though he's my cousin, his reputation isn't very good. I always avoid him. He started from the ground floor of the Quan Sure Trading Company, and within 6 months, his sales revenue became the highest in the family. Then he set his sights on my position." Bai Jing asked, "I heard he has the ability to make people completely obedient, an ability similar to your persuasion?" She propped her chin on her hand, thinking, "No, it's completely different. Every client who works with him says they feel incredibly happy. That's why his orders are always overflowing. I don't know how he manages to achieve that." Bai Jing walked on, saying, "Let's go. He should be working now. Let's quickly resolve this and go back to catch up on sleep." Watching him leave, she called after him, "Just like that? That's too abrupt." Bai Jing turned his head and said, "You haven't informed anyone about your survival, have you? That's our advantage." She asked, startled, "How did you know?" "I just got back last night, and I was so upset that I drank all night. I really haven't contacted anyone." Bai Jing said, "Your phone has been on the whole time, but there aren't any messages. This proves that you're not only single, but you also don't hold any weight in the company. No one would even look for you if you disappeared, yet you call yourself the vice president of the trading company. That can only mean you haven't told anyone yet." Hearing this deduction, she could only grit her teeth and think to herself, "This kid, his mouth is really sharp. You'd better be careful walking around at night." The scene shifted to a high-rise building, and a voice echoed, "Vice President Quan, are you sure you want to take this entire shipment? I'm afraid it's not a good idea." Vice President Quan sat imposingly in his chair and said, "Old Wei, we've cooperated several times already. Why do you still not trust me?" Old Wei, with a slightly flustered expression, forced a smile and said, "In business, everything needs to be discussed separately. That's good for both sides." Hearing this, Vice President Quan left his seat and said, "Coming to me this early, I understand what you mean, Old Wei." He walked to the door, clicked it shut, locked it, and returned to his seat, tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he spoke, "This order is very important to us. You'll hand it over to me, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Old Wei's belt suddenly came undone, and his zipper was pulled down as if by some invisible force. Embarrassed and red-faced, he yelled, "Come on, you're using that trick again." Vice President Quan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Cooperating with others isn't this enjoyable, is it?" His face flushed and beaded with sweat. Old Wei responded breathlessly, "I never thought this kid actually has some tricks up his sleeve." His whole body trembling with suppressed emotion, he said, "I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say. I'll sign it over to you." After he left, Vice President Quan was listening to a report in his office. "Vice President Quan, the batch of students needing interviews are all at. All right, you can begin the interview process now. What's going on?" He wiped his hands while glancing over the line of applicants who had been brought in. He stood up, walked to the door, and knocked a few times. Then, several girls blushed and trembled slightly, murmuring, "What's going on?" One girl cringed and exclaimed, "It hurts." He observed their reactions, then waved his hand dismissively. "All right, keep the ones in the middle. The rest are unqualified." The girl was puzzled by this outcome. Despite her discomfort, she asked, "Why, sir?" "The interview process includes questions and self-introductions." He yelled after hearing her, "Get out, all of you. Just because she's never had a boyfriend. What's the big deal?" Suddenly, the door swung open, hitting Vice President Quan squarely in the face. It was Bai Jing. He cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. Good morning, Vice President Kwan. I heard there were interviews, so I came to find you. Vice President Kwan, clutching his face in pain, glared at him angrily. No manners at all. The Kwan Corporation doesn't need you. Get out. Bai Jing winked at him and then pulled out a previously prepared letter of introduction, pointing at it. Don't be like that. My cousin told me to come find you. He then casually sat down in Kwan's chair as if he were at home, continuing, internships can give me extra credit, so I'll stay here for a bit. The female applicants, witnessing his audacity, whispered amongst themselves, fresh graduate? He looks much younger than us. Another said, this is the vice president of the Kwan Corporation. Is he trying to get attention? He's already been rejected. Someone quietly asked, should we call the police? Is this going to turn into a fight? Just then, Bai Jing noticed the rejected girl standing in the corner, crying. He pointed at her and asked, why is that girl crying? You didn't close the door and bully her, did you? Kwan, hearing this, growled, mind your own business. Get out. But Bai Jing ignored him, saying, my cousin said you'd take me. I'm not going anywhere. Kwan roared, fine, fine. Who is your cousin? Tell me her name. From now on, there will be no place for her in the Kwan Corporation. I mean what I say. Bai Jing glanced at him and replied, her? I think her name is Kwan Ziwei. We just left the house together. Kwan was startled. Who? How is that possible? Her. Bai Jing continued, yeah, my cousin went on a beach vacation. She only comes home once every few months. I just want to pick her up. Kwan yelled in a panic, back off. But then he thought to himself, that's the Jiang family's whale dream, supposedly an inescapable prison. Kwan Ziwei got out of there. I don't believe it. Regaining his composure, he said, looking at your uniform, you must be from the peace office. I've met your office director a few times. She sent you to investigate Ziwei's disappearance, right? He turned back to the crying girl and said reluctantly, all right, they're joking with me, right? The one staying, go make some tea. The rest of you, wait for further notice. After the others had left, he said respectfully, officer, now that we're alone, please give me your instructions. I'll definitely cooperate. Bai Jing smiled and said to him, you said you'd hand over the contaminated items you control. Are you cooperating? He gave a strained laugh and replied, officer, you're quite the joker. Bai Jing thought to himself as he watched the man, he's dismissed everyone. If I kill him now, it won't be discovered for a while. I need to be careful, though. His death will trigger an outbreak of the contamination rules. I'll kill him as soon as I understand the rules. The man, meanwhile, was also thinking to himself, the imprisonment of Kwan Ziwei is top secret. Lu Cheng is a despicable wretch. He's investigated multiple times and still dares to suspect me. He adjusted his glasses and smirked, thinking, I've already made arrangements. I'll have a new intern fetch tea. From getting the sugar and returning from the nearest water dispenser, it will take at least 10 minutes. I'll kill Lu Cheng's man within those 10 minutes. When the intern returns with the tea, they'll only see me here. It will be another perfect disappearance. Lu Cheng, oh, Lu Cheng, you lot should just stick to wiping your own asses and not try to interfere with the 6th grade clans. Having finalized his plan, he said aloud, officer, what are your thoughts on parallel worlds? Bai Jing replied, I have no opinion. I don't believe in the existence of parallel worlds. Do you have a different perspective? The man gave him a menacing look and said, parallel worlds are an objective existence and can simultaneously influence reality, like this. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted from Bai Jing's chest. He stared at the wound in astonishment, thinking, when did that happen? Bai Jing collapsed from his chair in pain. The man looked down at him and said, to climb to this position, my hands have gotten quite dirty. Do you know how much effort someone from the lower class has to put in to achieve anything? You people have no idea. Always having half your salary taken by rent. Not even having enough to eat. Not even willing to throw away a pair of ripped socks. He spoke nonstop, as if possessed. That monolid, big-breasted girl, just by flaunting her beauty, she became the vice president. Based on what? I can flaunt my beauty too. That's why I catered to those fat pigs who control resources again and again, and finally got everything I have today. He laughed maniacally, and no one can stop me from continuing to climb. The entire City Commerce Association will become #1 in the world under my control. Bai Jing, his hand covered in blood, propped himself up on the table and struggled to his feet. You talk as if you're so pitiful, he said, that can't compete. So you resort to fabricating rumors to comfort yourself? That girl climbed up based on her own abilities and methods. Seeing that Bai Jing could still stand despite his injury, the man exclaimed in surprise, "Not dead yet." Bai Jing turned, and various purple and white orbs appeared around him. He smiled and said, "Sorry, my internal organs might be a little special. Now it's my turn." He then shot a purple orb towards a man. Go. Heart demon attack. The man stumbled back a few steps, but then vanished without a trace right in front of Bai Jing, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did he go?" He then deployed a technique. Light domain, expand. A large, opaque white sphere gradually spread throughout the building. Bai Jing said, "I don't believe you've escaped this building." He snapped his fingers and said, "All ordinary people, transfer." All the employees working in the building were transported out, appearing on the street below. They looked at each other in surprise, asking what's going on. Weren't we just in the office? The meeting's been interrupted. Xiatang, quickly go apologize to CEO Li. It's a contamination incident. Quickly find an office. Inside Bai Jing's office, he said, the domain is shrinking. Sure enough, within the contaminated area, differing rules create resistance. My domain can't shrink any further. This proves that his contamination range has been completely enveloped by mine. Then he realized he's just hiding in that parallel world he thinks is safe, refusing to come out. Bai Jing thought back to the moment he was attacked. When he attacked me, he used Hidden Hand. Now, he can directly hide himself? Interesting rule. As he thought, he activated his regeneration ability to heal the wound on his chest. After his wound healed, he stretched and yawned, saying, "If he won't come out, then so be it. I'm sleepy anyway. I'll take a nap." He then sat down on a nearby chair, crossed his arms, and slept. Bai Jing slept peacefully in the office, not forgetting to keep his floating orbs around him for protection. At this moment, the vice president, who was invisible, reappeared from afar and looked at him. He thought, where did Lu Qing find outside help? I clearly crushed his heart within the contaminated area of the parallel world, but not only did he recover quickly, he also used another domain to restrict mine. He gritted his teeth in anger. I see a monster? I can't get out. I'm trapped. He then walked step by step towards Bai Jing, who was still casually sleeping there. Looking at him appearing unharmed, he wondered, the attack went straight through your chest, and you're completely fine. What if I snap your neck? He looked down at his feet and said, "Protect me, my shoes." Then he continued walking towards Bai Jing. As he approached, his footprints appeared on the floor. Bai Jing thought to himself, "Found them, your footprints in the parallel world." The vice president, still oblivious, walked towards him with a smug smile. He placed his hand on the chair and said, "Everyone's contaminated domain energy is different. You can use your domain to cover the entire building, forcing everyone to evacuate. Although my domain's range is small, it allows me to control the parallel world, which isn't difficult. The prerequisite is stepping on the footprints to see you in the parallel world." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Bai Jing's neck. He smiled menacingly and said, "Here we go. It won't hurt." He then easily snapped Bai Jing's neck. He said to himself, "Brother, do you see? Remember what happened?" Recalling his past with his brother, he adjusted his tie and said, "Zai Tuang, do you see? I'm the director now. Handsome, right? It's an independent position leading an entire business team." He then mimicked a voice full of admiration. "Wow, amazing, so amazing." Then, in his disheveled state, he took a bite of the cucumber in his hand and continued, "Isn't this deceiving mom and dad? Nonsense, you found a job in one day, and you're a director already." His brother looked at himself in the mirror and replied, "Of course it's real." Hearing this, he held out his hand and said, "Give me money, then I'll believe you." His older brother put his hands up and said, "It's always about money with you." He said contemptuously, "What else is there? The City Trade Association doesn't need poor relatives on the outskirts like us. I submitted 1,000 resumes and only got 5 interviews. Are you going to solve the food problem first, or are you going to listen to me complain?" Then he grumbled, "Damn it, if only I were a woman. At worst, I could just swallow my pride, lie down, spread my legs, and earn 2,000 yuan in just 5 minutes." Hearing his younger brother say this, the older brother sternly replied, "What kind of messed up things are you thinking about? Don't let mom hear you, or she'll beat you to death." Opening another can of drink, he said, "So, am I wrong? There's a girl in our class who's somewhat pretty. Starting from freshman year, she'd put on makeup, go out looking for a sugar daddy, go to hotels with her boyfriend. Everyone in our class knew. After graduating, she started live streaming, wearing short skirts, and just messing around, earning at least tens of thousands a month. At this point, he seemed to lose control and cursed incessantly. They're just freeloaders, relying on selling their bodies in this repressed society. What if I'm disgusted by them? I just want fairness." The older brother leaned in close and pointed at his face, saying, "You're not pursuing fairness. You're just misdirecting your anger. You actually like that girl, but you couldn't get her, right?" His secret exposed. He yelled to hide the truth. How could that be? Damn it. Even if she stripped naked and stood in front of me, I'd find her disgusting. The older brother, of course, understood. So he glanced at him and said, "If a parallel world existed, what would you hope it would be like?" Xiatang calmed down and said, "How could a parallel world exist? We'll never escape our class in this life. Our background determines everything. Even in a parallel world, we'd still be lowlifes. If there really were a parallel world, fine, give me the same resources as those girls, and I'll also serve the rich. I want to make this quick money, 10,000 in 3 days, 300,000 a month, make it big, create a fortune." The older brother laughed after hearing this and said, "Only you, Xiaotuang. I really want to see how you'd serve the rich." He looked at his brother, puzzled. "What do you mean? Why aren't you scolding me? I know it's a bit extreme, but..." Then he lowered his voice and said, "Xiaotang, look at my leather shoes, nice, aren't they?" He glanced down at his brother's feet and said, "These leather shoes are very nice. What's up?" Looking up again, his older brother had vanished right before his eyes. A phone rang loudly. "Whose phone is that? It's so loud." Xiaotang, startled awake, sat up for the hospital bed and turned to ask his mother, who was standing beside him, What happened to me?" She looked at him and replied, "Tuong, you're finally awake, my child." He scratched his head and looked around. "What's going on?" "I was just talking to my older brother, wasn't I?" "What?" This news made him unable to believe his ears. He asked again, "Brother committed suicide? How could that be?" "This morning, he told me he found a job as a director. Then he jumped out of bed. I don't believe it. I have to go find him." At this moment, he suddenly noticed something on his feet. These are brother's shoes. Looking at the leather shoes on his feet, he wondered, since when? Then a flash of light went through his mind. "Ah, I remember. Brother's leather shoes. Aren't they nice? You saw them, right? What do you want to do?" As he asked that question, the leather shoes also appeared on his brother's feet. His brother explained, "Wearing these shoes allows you to walk into a parallel world. The parallel world is a beautiful paradise. Everything you gain there, you could bring back to reality. Come with me." Xiaotuang backed away in fear, yelling, "You're not him. You've been possessed by a contaminated object." Ignoring him, his brother leaned closer and said, come here. The job I got in the parallel world will immediately synchronize with reality. I won't hurt you." He immediately pushed his brother's hand away and shouted, "You bastard! You messed with a contaminated object yourself, and now you want to drag me down with you. Parallel world my ass. It's the 18 layers of hell." He threw off the shoes on his feet and ran away. "Get away." Xiaotang ran out of the house, but his brother calmly walked through the wall. He said, "The parallel world, you can walk through walls." "Little brother, where are you going?" "Little brother, come with me. Let's make a lot of money together. Let's realize your ideal of fairness together." Xiaotuang ran and hid behind a pile of garbage. He sat there trembling as his brother approached. When he saw his brother had passed by, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's finally gone. I can't go back to this house anymore. I have to report this to the professionals quickly, those guys who specialize in this kind of thing. His brother's voice called out again, "Little brother," making him jump. But when he saw the shoes on his feet, he cried out in shock. "Since when were they back on my feet?" By now, his brother was behind him. "Little brother, wearing these shoes, your eyes will see the parallel world. Over there, anything you want to do can be realized. You're my most beloved little brother. I'm sharing this world with you." Xiaotuang fearfully tried to back away, pleading, "Leave me alone. If you want to die, go die yourself. Messing with contaminated objects only leads to death. Just you wait. The sealers from the Peace Bureau are coming soon." His brother looked at him and said, "What's the difference between the sealers and me?" Xiaotuang replied, "The sealers, they seal contaminated objects. They. Hearing this, his brother bent down and said, "Mastering the rules of contaminated objects is the only way for ordinary people to transcend class. Those high and mighty sealers are just ordinary people exploiting the rules of contamination. Wealth, status, power, it's all right in front of you. Do you want to give it up?" Xiaotuang thought to himself, This is what I've always wanted, my only chance in this life. I just need to borrow this rule of contaminated object from him. On one hand, these leather shoes are a life sentence, and on the other, a boring life with a predictable ending. What can I do? His resolve wavering, he stood up abruptly and said, "All right, take them out, brother." I want this power. His older brother grabbed his hand, happily saying, "Good. Next I'll bring you into the parallel world." Zayateng quickly brushed his hand away, saying, "Wait, I have a question. As you said, these leather shoes grant you the power to see the parallel world, allowing you to obtain anything there and bring it back to reality. So why don't you completely abandon this boring reality and leave everything to your parallel self? Wouldn't that be redundant?" He replied, "Abandon reality and throw myself into the parallel world." Zayatuang crossed his arms and continued, "The way you describe it, it's a paradise. Are you lying to me?" He said, "A beautiful paradise. It truly is paradise." Then he put his hand around his own throat, laughing hysterically. "Yes, you're right. I should abandon reality, stay in paradise forever. I must go to paradise. I'm going. I'm there." His whole body trembled, drool dripped from his mouth, and he collapsed on the street right in front of Zayatang. Seeing this, Zayatuang thought, although he wasn't smart, he wouldn't be stupid enough to kill himself over a single sentence. Actually, my brother has already been killed by the contaminated object, hasn't he? Just mechanically acting according to the rules of the contamination. I will inherit everything from him and continue to live well. Then he turned and left. Back in reality, he was holding Bai Jing's head, saying, "Brother, do you see? The head of the headquarters cop is in my hands. Rest in peace. The parallel world doesn't exist. The human world is hell, and hell is the only reality." Bai Jing's head opened its eyes, looking at him. He said, "A little help, please. It seems there's a snack stuck in my left nostril. It's very itchy. Could you get out for me?" Startled, he quickly dropped the head and yelled, "Ah, how can you still talk?" Bai Jing said, "Finally, I've waited for you. In 4 minutes, my brain will be deprived of oxygen and I'll die." At this moment, the two vice presidents stood facing each other. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Why is he appearing opposite me? What's with the wound on his neck? What on earth happened? He carefully observed the other person. He was also wearing the same shoes. Could it be that I'm in the parallel world? Looking at the phone on the table, 9:45, 5 minutes have already passed. That guy must be deader than dead. He wondered, why is the one who appeared another copy of me? The other man slowly approached, reaching his hands towards his neck. He fearfully swatted the other man's hands away and ran. The other man fell to the floor, his head falling off. Seeing this, he was terrified. Why? But the other man sat up, reattached his head, and continued to chase him. Trembling, he leaned against the table, thinking, I know. That guy, I don't know how he did it, but he switched my footprints with his. So from the beginning, when I touched the footprints, the head that fell off wasn't his but my own. He sat on the ground, his face filled with terror. Before he disappeared, he said there were 4 minutes left. Actually, it's my own life that only has 4 minutes left. 2 minutes of lost consciousness. It was like I was just going through the motions, reminiscing about the past. I remembered the scene of teasing the female in Turn Today. 3 minutes, the contaminant separated from my body, so I heard the sound of footsteps. For minutes, I was completely dead. The contaminant completely exited, so I saw myself. He sat motionless while that guy grabbed his neck and pulled him up. Ha! I escaped into a parallel world, killed my real body, but the leather shoes lost control and chased me into the parallel world. I have no future now. And then his life was decided. That guy looked at his head in my hand and laughed, saying, Done. I did it. Placing his head back on the desk, returning to his original form, Bai Jing said, Humans, are only afraid of scaring themselves. Sometimes, thinking too much will kill you. My internal organs have long been replaced with a new set. My vitality isn't on the same level as humans. Even if my chest is pierced or my head is cut off, I can heal in a short amount of time. Waving at the head on the table, he said, It's true that my head was chopped off, but I'm just reminding you of some basic knowledge for minutes. You escaped into a parallel world. I can't find you. You think you're in the dark. After I used my invisibility ability to pretend to disappear, we were both in the dark. I used my sound control ability to create the sound of your footsteps, used a bit of light control to simulate. Your footprints transformed into you and chased after you to scare you. What else could you possibly think? If it were anyone else, you would have gotten your way, but unfortunately, it's me. Your inner self has long since replaced all your abilities and memories. Those whose spiritual defenses are broken by the seal won't live much longer. In the face of spiritual perception, your inner self has been seen through. Furthermore, it has nothing to do with the parallel world. Perhaps the rule of these leather shoes is that the host body enters a soul out-of-body world, relying on spiritual power to influence others. Looking at the shoes leaving his feet, he thought, The price of using them is becoming paranoid and also never being able to take them off for the rest of your life. There's a chance of losing your way and not being able to return to reality. Then he took out 2 swords, one white and one black, and stabbed them directly into the 2 leather shoes on the ground. Acquisition complete. At this time, at the All-City Trading Company headquarters, a blonde woman sat in a chair, arms crossed, and said sternly, "If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Quan family is currently in jail. The internal struggles within All-City Trading should also come to an end." An old man spoke up, so disrespectful. "Ziwei, your return was originally a joyous occasion. We called all your colleagues here to watch you youngsters slander each other." Another person added, "Ziwei, if you have evidence, just bring it out. We will uphold justice for you." The woman added, "Quan Jiachuang's achievements are clear to everyone, even surpassing yours. You also started from the bottom and climbed to the 2nd position, and now you're so petty that you can't accept." "Someone else?" Backslash, she asked with a friendly smile. Backslash, I'll say it again. I'm not back for revenge or to save face, but to take control of All-City Trading. Backslash, hearing this, the fat man sitting next to her yelled, Backslash, what nonsense are you talking about? All-City Trading can't be handed over to a brat like you. Backslash. Then everyone else present voiced their opposition. Backslash, you're finished. There's no place for you in All-City Trading anymore. You've been expelled from the family. Causing trouble and mayhem. Has All-City Trading ever wronged you? Backslash, Ziwei stood up abruptly and slammed the table. Backslash, All-City Trading can submit to the strong, but the strong person I follow has a better chance of becoming dean than Lei Thak. Backslash, she went to the water dispenser and turned on the tap. Backslash, he saved me from a desperate situation, even though he only created one miracle. But I'm willing to bet on his future. Backslash. A water lotus appeared in her hand. She continued, Backslash, I know all the bosses who conspired against me are here. Next, those who harmed me and are now opposing me will get a one-way trip to the sea. Backslash. The bald man didn't seem the least bit afraid seeing her like this. Backslash, Ziwei, it's good for young people to be ambitious, but you still need to be more cautious in your actions. Backslash, the slick-back old man brought up the past. Backslash, daring to take out the sealed object at the board meeting, regardless of the reason, warrants expulsion from the trading company and severe punishment. Backslash. But Ziwei didn't care. She just stood there, controlling her water lotus. Suddenly, water from the dispenser surged like a tidal wave towards the slicked-back old man. It took him a moment to react and look down at the floor, where he saw his reflection. Suddenly, he was pulled down onto the floor. He tried to grab the edge of the table and screamed, Backslash, help, help! Backslash, his voice trembled as he asked her, Backslash, what are you doing? Are you really doing this? Backslash. Suddenly, a powerful hand slammed down on the table. Backslash, enough! Backslash, the bearded old man roared angrily at her. Backslash, you can have your position as vice president of the trading company back. Release him, Backslash. But Ziwei wasn't so easily appeased. Just because she was born doesn't mean she's weak or stupid. Once trust is broken, rebuilding it isn't done with just a few words. She glared at the group of old men. Backslash, the decision to kill me was a joint decision of the board, wasn't it? Backslash. At this, the group stirred uneasily and collectively flinched. The slick-back old man couldn't take it anymore. He pleaded, Backslash, someone pull me up, Backslash. In the end, no one dared to interfere. He eventually exhausted himself and sank into the puddle on the floor. Ziwei suddenly pulled back the curtains and looked down playfully. What caught her attention most was a group of people walking. Each of them looked incredibly cool and dangerous. The bald man finally opened his left eye halfway and glanced at Ziwei. Backslash, see? All-City security team has arrived. Threatening the board members won't end well, Backslash. Where's the pawn? So, it turns out that wasn't the only thing you cared about. I told you all to look over there. She pointed at the skyscraper opposite them, the subsidiaries building, the area where she used to work. It was quite nostalgic. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the air. Ziwei, knowing what was about to happen, spoke up to remind everyone. The person I told you guys about, he's coming. The slick-back old man didn't seem too concerned. You should worry about yourself. At this moment, the group of tough-looking men, introduced as the All-City security team, had approached the building where they were having their meeting. A man with shoulder-length hair pointed towards the building. He stuck something into 4 of his fingers, and they emitted a purple light. A beam of light appeared, surrounding them and forming a transparent box. The light grew increasingly brighter, so much so that she could no longer stand near the window. The entire group seemed to use an elevator to ascend to the top floor. The man with shoulder-length hair separated his 4 fingers into 2 groups, effortlessly making the glass disappear. A muscular man looked at Ziwei with affectionate eyes. "Miss Ziwei, I thought I'd never see you again." The slick-back old man hurriedly adjusted his tie and ordered them, "All right, hurry up and take care of this. We have another meeting." The muscular man was the first to speak to her. "Can we handle this?" A Thai man held his iPhone 16 Pro, constantly filming that a high-ranking woman tortured to death. "Just the kind of footage I need." Ziwei's image was captured clearly, exciting him even more. "This is my sealed object, the Nightmare Camcorder. It can record videos that transform into dreams and implant them into others. The more bloody and cruel the video, the more terrifying the nightmare the target will experience." His excitement reached its peak, and he couldn't wait any longer. "Leading lady, make sure you put on a good show later." Ziwei smiled gently, warmly welcoming them. "All City Sealed Object Squad, I know of your existence. I've admired you for a long time." Then, she introduced each of them one by one. First, the muscular one, Scar Lin Han. His sealed object is a scar. The scar can move freely on his body and make wounds reappear. A severed scar on a neck, transferred to someone else, would be a fatal blow. Next is the one with shoulder-length hair, Elevator Zhang Quanin. His sealed object is an elevator button implanted in his hand, responsible for movement and transportation. Next is this short, fat one, Nightmare Camcorder Gao Tong. His sealed object is an old phone that can record videos. He can make his target fall asleep and then use the recorded video to torment them to death. Next is the introverted young man who always wears a high-collared shirt covering half his face, Death Dream Dam Duk Thuan. He can enter other people's dreams and transform into the Grim Reaper, killing people in their dreams. He's a good partner for Gao Tong. Finally, the large, fat one, Shepherd Dai Dong. His sealed object is a string of spinning tops. He can turn any object into a spinning top and make it spin. Scar Lin Han looked up at the sky and smiled with satisfaction. "Since you know us so well, don't resist. Come with me. I guarantee you an easy death." Gao Tong, who had been filming all of her new expressions, spoke up. "Lin, want to come over to my place? I recently bought some new props." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared between them. Bai Jing gently materialized between Scar Lin Han and Gao Tong. He placed his hands gently on their shoulders and said, "She's not going anywhere." Despite the surprise attack, none of them panicked. Scar Lin Han glanced at Bai Jing, scoffed, and made his move. At this moment, Zhang Quanin, standing behind Bai Jing, discreetly placed his hand on Bai Jing's back. Suddenly, symbols resembling elevator buttons appeared on Bai Jing's coat. He raised 2 fingers in a gesture of farewell. Instantly, the outermost star symbol began to glow. Bai Jing's body was involuntarily propelled upwards, smashing into the ceiling with such force that it created a large hole. Not stopping there, Bai Jing's body continued to ascend, bursting through the floors above. He soared upwards from the lower levels, rocketing through the roof and into the sky. Bai Jing tried to use his hands to brace himself and shield his face. "This ceiling object really has a connection with me. It even works on spaceships." After escaping the building, Bai Jing gradually calmed down and began to think. "First, I have to figure out how to stop." Zhang Quanin looked towards the sky through the hole he'd created, a satisfied expression on his face. "I added an ascending rule to him. Without my permission, he won't stop." He gave a cruel smile. "Even if he passes through the atmosphere and into space, he won't stop." But someone wasn't pleased with this development. It was Gao Tong. "No chance for us to have some fun." The balding man also ran over to join in. "This is the backing you found for the All-City Trading Company? How laughable." Ziwei could only laugh at this point, unsure what else to do. Meanwhile, Bai Jing sat cross-legged in midair, deep in thought. He tightened his grip on the beam saber in his hand. Then, Bai Jing pushed himself up and made a tentative, sweeping motion. Instantly, a cubic box appeared, enclosing him. Finally figured it out. It seems this is a kind of small-scale domain. As expected, using the piercing rule of the light sword is ineffective. To counter a forced movement rule, I need a rule that allows for similar movement. Bai Jing used his spiritual energy to create a circular barrier around himself. Light domain, activate. Immediately, his sphere expanded, engulfing Zhang Quan An's cube. Not stopping there, Bai Jing continued to expand the sphere until it was about to encompass the entire building. Then, suddenly, Bai Jing reappeared amongst them, startling everyone. Zhang Quanan reacted the most dramatically. What? Impossible. He frantically pressed the buttons on his hand, in denial. How could it fail? Move. Bai Jing watched his antics with a cold expression. Rule against rule. While I can't use the light domain, I have to be more careful. Zhang Quanan continued to press the buttons with increasing desperation. Move. Move. Only Scarlin Han, standing next to him, noticed something was wrong and quickly intervened. Zhang Quanan, stop. Don't use your rule anymore. You'll be eroded. Damn Duke Thuan quietly approached him from behind. I sensed he was nearing his limit. I didn't expect a single rule clash would cause his mental defenses to crumble. Ziwei, standing nearby, didn't waste this rare opportunity. It showed the team's sense of responsibility. The moment the sealed one lost control, they were already on the scene. And she put on a little show, covering her mouth and laughing. What? You lost control of yourself? Well, then it's fine. At this moment, Zhang Quanan's entire body was enveloped in a malicious purplish-black smoke, forcing him to his knees. Dai Dong charged forward with a whip, and I wanted to stop him. But just as he raised his hand to give a few light lashes, Scarlin Han stopped him. Don't do it. He's dead. A contaminated object is controlling his body. He explained to Dai Dong, your whip can affect the sealed. It can directly strike the sealed object that represents your rule, but the intensity of the confrontation will also cause you to lose control. He then looked at Bai Jing and addressed the group. Besides, his target isn't us. Zhang Quanan's condition worsened as the smoky aura grew denser. But it seemed he understood what Scarlin Han was saying, so he lifted his head. His finger repeatedly pressed the elevator button on his ring finger. Gao Teng was equally surprised that he's still going up, but he's holding the open button at the same time. Zhang Quanan mentioned that you can't press the open button while moving, or something terrible will happen. At this moment, a transparent box-shaped object enveloped Bai Jing, but this time the brightness and influence were much greater. Suddenly, a black aura appeared in front of him. The sudden appearance of this thing surprised him. It was an extremely dilapidated and decaying building. Bai Jing recognized this familiar image. The elevator doors led to an abandoned hospital. Suddenly, from within the scene, a voluptuous nurse appeared, slowly walking towards him. Bai Jing was so surprised that he blurted out, "A dead person? A sealed, one who lost control." Suddenly, another one appeared. Bai Jing's face showed no fear. There are two of them now. Since when? What's going on? From two, they became three with identical faces. Bai Jing rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Three of them now. Am I seeing things? Then there were four. Bai Jing finally realized the problem. It's the blinking. Every time I blink, she duplicates. I can't let her get close. Gao Teng stood to the side, filming and amused. Looks like he's scared. What did he see? But Scarlin Han wasn't amused at all. Don't go near it. Curiosity killed the cat. Scarlin Han explained. Zhang Quanan's elevator-sealed object comes from a hospital that's been abandoned for 30 years. He went exploring at night, looking for thrills, and almost died there. A contaminated caregiver lost control and killed everyone. Even the S-rank sealed one of the Safety Institute, a director-level figure, couldn't handle. The incident. Looking at Zhang Quanan's current state, Scarlin Han revealed, the key to escaping is on Zhang Quanan. When he's killed, immediately use his body to block whatever's coming out of the hospital. Before Bai Jing, now, stood a line of leggy nurses. They're getting closer. Bai Jing tried to keep his eyes wide open, refusing to blink, unable to blink anymore. Their numbers would only increase. Suddenly, an idea struck the young man, and he turned his head. What if he shifted his gaze? But that proved to be a mistake. They multiplied. The number of nurse cosplayers increased again. Bai Jing raised a hand and commanded, "You come here." The bearded old man, who had been sitting still, suddenly lit up like a full moon. Then he flew towards Bai Jing's hand with surprising speed. Both frightened and furious, he yelled at Bai Jing, "What do you want? Let me go. You've offended someone you shouldn't have." But Bai Jing ignored his words. "It's because you harmed all of Ziwei. Don't make excuses. Do you have any last words?" The old man struggled and remained defiant. "It seems you still don't know Lei Thak, don't understand the influence of a candidate for institute head." Suddenly, Bai Jing produced a pair of scissors and pointed them directly at him. "Oh, you think I don't?" Upon seeing the scissors, The old man immediately recognized them. That aren't those Lathax throat-cutting scissors, held by the handle and pointed at the target. If not gripped politely, they'll pierce right through the throat. But Bai Jing put the scissors back into his spatial storage. Thank you, kind uncle. I no longer need to research the rules. He looked at the long-legged figures before him and decided, I'm preparing to reward you with a feast with these beautiful ladies. Do you think you can handle it? Nearing his end, the old man, with no fight left in him, pleaded with the guards. You dare. You guys don't just stand there. Kill him. Bai Jing sneered at him. That of course I dare. You should ask them if they dare. None of Scar Lin Han's group dared to make a sound, because they all knew this elevator was connected to an S-Class event, let alone Lei Thak, who was just a candidate. Even the Institute head couldn't successfully resolve the rules. Bai Jing looked at Zhang Quanin, slumped over, drunk and unconscious. His job must have been elevator attendant. When the contamination event broke out, the contaminated elevator combined with him, giving him a chance to escape. Bai Jing grinned, announcing, the bad news is this contaminated object has its eyes on me. The good news is it only has its eyes on me for now. He gestured towards Scar, Lin Han's group, provocatively, if I die or run away, what will you rely on to stop those ladies? Do you think you can each handle 2 or 3 of them at once? Bai Jing pointed directly at Dam Duc Thuan and said loudly, you're quite something, looking so unremarkable, yet you're in charge of state-managed distribution, giving every single man in the country one of these, huh? Dam Duc Thuan, already defeated before the fight began, stammered, how? How did you know? You can't read minds, can you? Bai Jing then tossed the bearded old man into the air. That you're right, such a good thing. Let the leaders try it first. Bai Jing threw the old man forward like a sack of salt. He landed sprawling amidst the long, slender legs. But the old man showed no interest, scrambling away and crying for help. Don't come near me. Save me. Save me. Bai Jing glanced at him defiantly. Let's see who dares to save you. Then he listed all the old man's vices. He's a pig who sleeps in every day, takes naps, and dozes constantly. He spends millions every year on health regimens, stays away from anything remotely unclean, and never even uses his abilities. He just stands idly by, leaving all the dangerous work to his subordinates. Seeing Scar Lin Han and Xue Ji standing there listening, he continued his rant. The people I'm talking about are just like this guy. He doesn't see your lives as lives, only his own matters. Sui, standing silently behind him, felt uneasy. What nonsense was he spouting? Was he afraid? Even in the whale dream, she had never seen him like this. Was he so drained from trying to break the rules that he didn't even have the energy to deal with this rabble? Ziwei approached him and offered, if you need someone to investigate the rules, tell me. I'll follow your commands and help you find the key to breaking them. But Bai Jing refused. No need. Just stay back. He looked at the scene unfolding before him. The old man was surrounded. The flustered, bearded old man scrambled to his feet amidst the throng of girls. They grabbed hold of him as he yelled, get away. Don't touch me. Suddenly, a hand touched his temple, causing the spot to turn purple. Then, a hook needle appeared and slowly stitched his upper and lower eyelids together, completely sealing his eyes shut. Bai Jing taunted him, hey, with so many beautiful legs around you, you better touch them now. You won't get another chance. But the old man was no longer concerned with such carnal desires. He was more worried about his eyes. Bai Jing suddenly realized something. Being touched by a nurse on the eyelids resulted in them being sewn shut, but touching the nurses didn't seem to trigger any unusual effects. What if I'm not touched by them, but I attack them first? Or what if I use a weapon? Just then, Scar Lin Han appeared from behind, intending to strike Bai Jing on the head, kill him, and close the elevator, ending the event. He sneered at Bai Jing, but this was exactly what Bai Jing had been waiting for. Finally, you've made your move. My video ends here. This is the summary of part 1 of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more interesting videos. And now goodbye. Bye-bye.